welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. The rain's gentle rhythm on the roof of the ancestral home wove a soothing lullaby as I sifted through the remnants of my grandmother's legacy in the final boxes. Nostalgia hung heavy in the air, mingling with the fragrance of aged wood and swirling dust particles in the golden light of the setting sun seeping through the cream drapes. Each item I unearthed seemed to whisper tales of days long gone by, painting vivid memories in my mind. But it was in the depths of the last box that a weathered, leather-bound photo album awaited my discovery. The touch of its soft, worn cover under my fingertips sent a wave of familiarity through me as I set it gently on the weathered oak table in the parlor. A faint scent of old paper and must wafted from its pages as I turned them, revealing a tapestry of black and white snapshots capturing snippets of family history, weddings, birthdays, lazy summer days. Smiling faces of ancestors in their youth gazed back at me, mirroring traits passed down through generations. The rustle of pages merged with the rain's soft serenade against the window panes. Pausing at a photograph taken in the garden, a summer noon frozen in time, I spied my radiant grandmother among her siblings, bathed in dappled sunlight. Yet my attention was drawn to a mysterious figure standing apart from the group. Clad in a flowing dress and partly veiled by a wide-brimmed hat, her identity eluded me. She was a stranger to the tales spun around the family table during festive gatherings, a ghostly presence in the captured moment. Retrieving the photo for a closer examination, I found a single clue on its back. Summer 1956, penned in my grandmother's elegant hand. No name, no context. A chill breeze brushed past, causing the curtains to dance in the fading light. Dusk descended, casting a veil of uncertainty over the room. A soft glow emanated from the antique table lamp as I scrutinized the image anew. And there, a disquieting anomaly emerged. The enigmatic figure's shadow defied logic, diverging from the others as if lit by a separate source. A shiver traced my spine as a fragment of a long-forgotten conversation between my mother and aunt resurfaced in my mind, alluding to a mysterious woman who had crossed paths with the family before vanishing without a trace. The rain's melody grew more insistent, weaving a hypnotic tapestry around me. The figure in the photo seemed to sharpen in focus while the background blurred, beckoning me to unravel its secrets. Turning the image, I detected faint markings in the corner, barely visible to the naked eye. With the aid of the lamplight, a cryptic message materialized: "She always sees." Replacing the photo in the album, I hesitated to close it fully, sensing a silent plea to delve deeper into the mystery it held. How many untold narratives lay hidden within these walls? How many enigmas had been captured by the lens and enshrined in the silence of time? The rain persisted in its gentle descent as night cloaked the house in a hushed embrace. Nestled in the armchair by the window, the album cradled on my lap, I surrendered to contemplation. Who was she, that enigmatic woman? What secrets had she witnessed, and did her gaze still linger on unseen? Leaving the album open on the table, I retired for the night, stealing a final glance from the threshold. In the flickering lamplight, a fleeting impression struck me, that the figure had shifted as if turning to meet my gaze. Yet, it could have been a mere trick of shadows, a whisper of a mystery destined to dwell within the weathered pages of a cherished family album. Story 2. The gentle evening breeze whispered secrets through the open window, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers from the garden. Nestled in the embrace of my beloved armchair, I found myself lost in a trance, entranced by the intricate shadows that danced playfully upon the walls, painted by the flickering glow of a solitary candle. a silent observer in the realm of shifting silhouettes. Beside me, on the small table, rested my faithful companion, an old Polaroid camera, a treasured heirloom passed down to me by my grandmother, a relic of memories long past. Though it had collected dust over time, a mysterious urge stirred within me that fateful evening, compelling me to reach out and grasp its familiar weight. In the dim, ethereal light, I caressed its contours, tracing my fingers over the well-worn buttons with a sense of reverent nostalgia. Almost instinctively, my hand found its way to the shutter button, a motion ingrained in muscle memory from countless moments captured in the past. Without deliberation, I aimed the lens towards the shadow-shrouded corner of the room and pressed down. The sudden burst of light illuminated the space briefly, followed by the mechanical hum of the photograph materializing before my eyes. As the image slowly materialized on the pristine surface, a curious anomaly caught my eye. Nestled in the corner I had captured, a vague, indistinct figure emerged, ethereal and enigmatic. Like a wisp of smoke taking form, it hovered in the frame, evading definition yet undeniably present. A phantom in the stillness of the room. Intrigued by this enigmatic apparition, I ventured to take another photograph, fixating on the same obscure corner. This time, the figure that materialized held a semblance of clarity, drawing closer to the lens with each exposure. A ghostly silhouette of a face began to emerge, its features obscured yet tantalizingly close to recognition. A subtle chill ran down my spine, not born of fear but of a deep, profound curiosity that beckoned me to delve deeper into this spectral encounter. Compelled by an unseen force, I continued to capture image after image, each frame bringing the mysterious figure into sharper focus. It was as if the camera itself served as a conduit, a portal for the apparition to bridge the gap between worlds. With each snapshot, the ghostly presence drew nearer, its form gradually solidifying before my very eyes. The outlines of a bygone era materialized, hinting at a vintage dress from a bygone era, perhaps the 1940s. A heavy silence descended upon the room, thick with an unseen presence that permeated the very air, a whispered echo of the past. The temperature dropped imperceptibly, the candle flame flickering in response to a spectral breath that stirred the stillness. Undeterred, I continued to capture the unfolding drama with a sense of quiet awe, each click of the camera a silent communion with the otherworldly visitor. In the final photograph of that haunting evening, the figure loomed so close that it dominated the frame, a spectral specter gazing back at me with an ethereal smile. Her eyes, though veiled behind glossy paper, seemed to pierce through the veil of time, locking with mine in a silent exchange of understanding. A sense of familiarity washed over me, stirring dormant memories from the depths of my consciousness. It was only when I rose to retrieve an ancient photo album that I noticed the tremor in my hands, a subtle tremble born of revelation. Leafing through the yellowed pages, I stumbled upon a faded portrait of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the very same Polaroid camera. The smile that graced her youthful visage mirrored the one immortalized in the final photograph, a poignant echo of generations past. Carefully arranging the snapshots in chronological order on the table, a silent narrative unfolded before me, a bridge spanning the chasm between realms, woven through the lens of an ancient camera. I never sought to recreate that ethereal encounter, and the Polaroid found its repose on the shelf once more. Yet, on nights cloaked in a hush so profound that it whispered of mysteries untold, I find myself drawn back to those captured moments. Sometimes, in the soft golden glow of twilight, the smile in the photograph seems to shift, as if my grandmother's spirit reaches out across the divide, a silent messenger from beyond. In those fleeting instants, the boundary between memory and reality blurs, merging into a realm where the past and present intertwine like threads in a tapestry of time. And in the quiet stillness of those reverent moments, the The surface of a freshly developed Polaroid becomes a threshold to a world where secrets whisper and ghosts linger, bridging the divide between the tangible and the ethereal. Story 3. Winter nights always hold a certain enchantment for me, especially when the fog blankets the world in a hushed stillness. I found myself nestled in my cozy study, cocooned in the soft embrace of a woolen blanket, as outside the mist painted everything in shades of silver. The gentle glow of the lamp on my desk filled the room with a comforting warmth, casting flickering shadows that danced along the walls adorned with rows of ancient books. In that tranquil moment, as I gazed out at the ethereal landscape beyond my window, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the glass reflection. There, perched on the edge of my desk, was an object that seemed to materialize out of thin air, a small, mysterious wooden box, intricately carved with ever-shifting patterns that held a strange familiarity despite my never having seen it before. Its dark, polished surface seemed to pulse faintly in the soft light, as if whispering tales of hidden secrets. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, the rustle of the blanket and the creak of the floorboards adding a subtle rhythm to the quiet of the room. Drawing closer, a nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax wafted towards me, stirring up long-forgotten memories from the depths of my mind. My fingertips brushed over the smooth surface of the box, surprised by the warmth it radiated. The carvings on its exterior seemed to shift and morph before my eyes, weaving a story that changed with each passing moment. A moonlit forest, a tempestuous sea, a sky scattered with twinkling stars in an eternal night. Seated once more by the lamplight, I found myself captivated by the enigmatic allure of this enigmatic box. It dawned on me with a shiver down my spine that this very same box had visited me in my dreams, appearing in varied guises, yet always carrying that same air of mystery and intrigue that now surrounded it in reality. As the grandfather clock's ticking slowed to a near halt, the shadows cast by the lamp grew longer and more intricate, dancing a silent ballet on the walls around me. Curiosity piqued. I lifted the box, noting its surprising weight for its size and the absence of any visible lock. Yet a certainty lingered in the air that something of great significance lay hidden within. My examination revealed a gradual convergence of the carvings towards the lid's center, forming a mesmerizing pattern previously unseen. The wood seemed to hum under my touch, responding to the energy that pulsed through my fingertips. A blend of beeswax and a mysterious, ancient fragrance filled the air, teasing my senses with a hint of the unknown. And then a soft, melodious hum emanated from within the box, a lullaby of forgotten origins that tugged at the corners of my consciousness. Unexpected drowsiness washed over me, my eyelids growing heavy as the rhythmic pulsing of the lamp's light synchronized with the hypnotic melody. When I awoke, hours had slipped by unnoticed, and the fog had lifted to reveal a star-studded night sky outside my window. The box had vanished, leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the desk's surface, as though it had stood there for an eternity. Was it all a dream? I questioned, but a subtle carving on the back of my hand, reminiscent of those on the box, faintly glowed in the dim light, a silent testament to the night's events. Since that mysterious evening, the box has continued to visit me in my dreams, each time with a new story to tell, a hidden message waiting to be deciphered. Every morning, the carving on my hand evolves, as if crafting a message that only time will unveil. I ponder the existence of others who may have encountered this enigmatic box in their own dreams, bearing unseen marks of a puzzle that unfolds solely in the realm of slumber. The line between reality and dreams blurs, and I find myself lost in the labyrinth where the two intertwine. As the scent of beeswax lingers in the air, I am drawn back to the inevitable night when the box will beckon once more, unveiling its secrets in the realm of dreams, where the boundaries of possibility are as infinite as the starlit sky. Story 4. Time appeared to freeze on that autumn evening when the rain whispered its gentle song upon the rooftop of the ancient family abode. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the tender glow emanating from the floor lamp bestowed upon me in my grandfather's will. This lamp was no ordinary possession. Its stained glass lampshade wove enchanting patterns of light upon the walls. Yet, on this particular night, a peculiar allure in the shadows cast by the lamp seized my attention in a manner unfamiliar to me. The silhouettes pirouetted on the walls as if possessed by a hidden life force, crafting intricate designs previously unseen by my eyes. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere trick of light tainted by the weariness of the day. However, the longer I fixated on those dancing shadows, the more apparent it became that their movements defied the laws of nature. When a breeze nudged the lampshade, the shadows did not mimic its sway, but instead followed a clandestine rhythm of their own. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the lamp, drawn by an inexplicable curiosity. The colored glass exuded a peculiar warmth, a pulsating energy, as though safeguarding a clandestine secret within its geometric contours. My fingertips delicately grazed the surface of the lampshade, tracing the minute imperfections of the artisanal glass. It was then that I noticed a detail previously overlooked. Etched into the metal base of the lamp was a symbol, faint as a whisper, glowing softly in the radiance. The shadows continued their silent ballet, gradually revealing more distinct forms. Graceful human figures, swaying trees, and enigmatic beings materializing and dissipating like fleeting reveries. It seemed as though the lamp was not casting mere shadows, but projecting memories, narrating tales of a bygone era through the silent dialect of light and darkness. Mesmerized, I seated myself on the floor, captivated by the surreal spectacle unfolding before me. The shadows seemed to respond to my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding when I withdrew. Occasionally, a distant melody, a melodic whisper seemed to accompany their mysterious dance, enveloping me in a tranquil embrace of contemplative wonder. As the night progressed, the projected figures grew more intricate, intertwining snippets of daily life with flights of fancy. A child frolicking in a garden transformed into a soaring bird, a seamstress morphed into a dancing butterfly. The lamp endeavored to communicate through a language of light and shadows, recounting stories that straddled the realm between reality and reverie. Then, a revelation of utmost astonishment unfolded. Certain shadows depicted scenes from my childhood, evoking memories I believed had faded but were now vividly resurrected on the chamber walls. I witnessed myself as a youth, playing in the backyard of this very homestead, my grandfather unveiling the lamp's magic for the first time, and other recollections surfacing from the recesses of my consciousness. Outside, the rain persisted, composing a harmonious symphony to accompany this intimate and enigmatic performance. The droplets cascading upon the window pane seemed synchronized with the shadowy choreography, as if all were partaking in a silent spectacle. Time relinquished its hold, and I luxuriated in a state of serene observation, drifting along the currents of euphonic tranquility. Gradually, the figures began to wane, their movements slowing akin to weary dancers concluding a grand performance. The shadows softened, their contours blurred, yet no less enthralling. It felt as though the lamp was murmuring the final verses of a bedtime tale, preparing to revert to its mundane guise as a mere furnishing. Upon rising from the floor, I discerned that the rain had ceased its nocturnal serenade. The room enveloped me in a comforting hush, and the shadows regressed to mere projections of the lamp. Nevertheless, a transformation had transpired. Gazing upon the ancestral heirloom, I comprehended that I would never view it in the same light again. I pondered how many more narratives this lamp harbored, how many untold memories and dreams awaited to be unveiled on tranquil nights like this one. Sinking into the cushions of the couch, I surrendered to the soothing radiance of the lamp, allowing it to cradle me into slumber. In the waning moments of wakefulness, I glimpsed one final shadow waltzing on the wall, the visage of my grandfather, his smile reminiscent of a silent assurance that certain enigmas require no unraveling to be cherished. Story 5. The night held a unique essence, that of autumn seeping into your very core, and whispering of nights growing longer and longer. Nestled in the armchair in my cozy study, I savored the soft caress of the evening breeze on the leaves outside my window, weaving a gentle natural lullaby. In that tranquil moment, a sound from the depths of the basement caught my attention, a subtle rustling akin to old paper being shuffled. Initially, I dismissed it as the usual settling noises of the house, the murmurs every structure makes as it settles in for the night. Intrigued more than alarmed, I rose from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I approached the basement door. Each wooden step I took emitted a faint creak as if murmuring ancient tales. The air turned cooler with each descent, carrying a faint scent of damp earth and forgotten tomes. In the basement, shadows waltzed on the walls to the flickering rhythm of the light bulb. It was a familiar space, filled with neatly arranged boxes and antique furniture veiled in white sheets resembling slumbering spirits. Yet on that particular evening, something felt different. My gaze fixated on a detail previously unnoticed. Tucked away in the far corner, where light struggled to penetrate, stood a door. Simple in design, crafted from dark wood, devoid of any ornate embellishments. Strangely, I couldn't recall ever laying eyes on it before, despite spending countless hours organizing my belongings in that basement. The brass handle gleamed unnaturally bright, as though freshly polished. I approached cautiously, sensing the frigid floor pulsate beneath my feet, almost as if it breathed. Drawing nearer, I felt a chill emanating from the vicinity of the door, a frosty exhalation. My fingertips grazed the weathered surface, tracing its uneven, aged texture. The door seemed to quiver under my touch, as if acknowledging my presence. The basement's silence grew weightier, punctuated solely by the thumping of my heart reverberating in my ears. Slowly I clasped the handle, surprisingly warm against my skin, contrasting sharply with the icy air enveloping it. I turned it with deliberate care, the inner mechanism yielding with unexpected ease. The door swung open noiselessly, revealing a sight beyond belief. Instead of a wall or another chamber of the house, a thin, silvery mist undulated gently, as if swayed by an unseen breath. The mist exuded a soft, almost entrancing glow, not menacing, but rather welcoming, akin to a fond dream slipping away upon awakening. From within emanated a delicate sound, resembling a distant piano melody played by invisible hands. The air carried a sweet, familiar fragrance, redolent of spring blooms or freshly brewed tea. I stood at the threshold, torn between the urge to explore and the prudence to stay put. The mist pirouetted before me, morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved before I could discern them clearly. At times, familiar visages surfaced, at others, landscapes of unexplored realms, like peering through a veil separating reality from something deeper, more enigmatic. Retreating a step, I eased the door shut. The click of the lock seemed to dispel the enchantment. The house's familiar sounds returned, the clocks ticking upstairs, the rustle of wind in the trees, a dog's distant bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs leisurely, I carried with me the sensation of having unearthed something extraordinary. In the ensuing days, I revisited the basement multiple times, yet the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick barrier. Still, on the quietest nights when the world teeters between wakefulness and slumber, I catch echoes of that distant melody, pondering if the door lingers hidden, awaiting rediscovery by another soul. Some doors, it seems, open solely at specific junctures, when time and space warp in incomprehensible ways. Perhaps it's for the best, for the enigma of that basement door taught me that not all queries necessitate answers. and some mysteries are more enchanting when shrouded, akin to dreams that fleetingly touch reality before dissolving into the silver haze of memory. Story 6. In the park, the autumn wind whispered through the trees, weaving a gentle melody with the hushed murmur of passers-by. Seated on my cherished bench, I observed the steady stream of people strolling along the winding paths. The air held a crispness tinged with the earthy scent of damp soil and rain-kissed wood. Though a book lay in my hands, my focus drifted to a subtle, almost elusive sensation that had lingered with me for days on end. It all began quietly, a mere whisper of awareness. One morning, on my way to work, a tingling sensation crept along my neck, as though unseen eyes were fixed upon me. I glanced around, but saw only the bustling crowd of commuters rushing past. In the days that followed, that feeling grew more insistent, more palpable. During lunch breaks, amidst grocery runs, even in the comforting embrace of my favorite coffee spot, people flowed past my bench in a continuous stream, some solitary, others in pairs. A woman in a vivid red coat paused to check her phone. An elderly gentleman ambled by with his polished cane. Yet amid these familiar faces, I sensed a subtle shift, an indefinable alteration. Closing my book, I rose and decided to take a leisurely stroll. The sky gradually bathed in amber hues as the streets flickered to life, one by one. With each step along the main avenue, the intangible presence trailed behind me like a phantom shadow. Pausing before a storefront, I feigned interest in the wares displayed. Through the glass reflection, I discreetly observed the figures passing by. And there, amidst the throng, I glimpsed a peculiar sight. A face that seemed ever present, yet always just out of focus. It slipped between the crowd, appearing and vanishing with eerie fluidity. Resuming my walk, I remained vigilant, veering onto side streets and quieter alleys. Though the crowds thinned, the sensation endured. Seated on a bench in a tranquil square, encircled by illuminated windows of aged buildings, the evening chill settled in, unveiling the first stars in the darkening sky. It dawned on me then, a disquieting realization. It wasn't one gaze tracking me, but many. Different individuals seemed to take turns, passing the silent baton amongst themselves in an enigmatic ballet. Some faces recurred more frequently: a young woman in a blue scarf, a bespectacled middle-aged man, a lad with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Rising slowly, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of those unseen gazes. The streets now deserted, the evening silence amplified the intensity of the sensation. Upon reaching my apartment, I settled by the window, observing the street below. People continued to traverse the pavement, some lingering momentarily, others striding on. I pondered how many were merely travelers and how many were players in this clandestine choreography, with me unwittingly cast as the central figure. Most unsettling was the ordinary appearance of these watchers, blending seamlessly into the crowd. As the city lights flickered to life, I contemplated the enigma of this silent surveillance. Who were they, these hidden observers? What quest impelled their unyielding gaze upon me? And above all, why me? Unanswered questions hung in the air as night descended, shrouding the city in its velvety cloak. Since that fateful day, I've acclimated to this newfound awareness. At times I seek to discern the faces in the crowd. At others, I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, like shadows flitting at the periphery of my existence. In the nocturnal stillness, as I peer from my window at the dwindling streets below, I ponder whether they too contemplate my presence from their concealed abodes, preparing for yet another day in this enigmatic waltz of gazes and apparitions. Story 7. In the hushed embrace of the night, only the gentle buzz of the refrigerator and the rhythmic tick-tock of the kitchen clock dared to break the silence. Seated on the plush couch in my cozy apartment, I savored the tranquility of 2 a.m., a time when the universe felt like it belonged solely to me. The warm glow from the reading lamp painted soft shadows on the walls, as wisps of steam from my chamomile tea pirouetted lazily in the air. It was amid one of these serene moments that a peculiar anomaly captured my attention about the neighboring apartment. In 6 months of dwelling in this place, I had never spared a thought towards it until now. I suddenly realized that in all that time, I had never witnessed a soul entering or exiting through that mysterious door. No sounds had ever emanated from within. No lights had ever pierced through the darkness. Yet on this particular night, a faint, flickering light seeped out from beneath the door, akin to the gentle glow of a solitary candle. Intrigued, I rose from the comfort of the couch, compelled by this unexpected revelation. Placing my cup delicately on the coffee table, I approached the dividing wall between our abodes. Gently pressing my ear against the cool surface, I strained to catch any semblance of noise. The stillness enveloped me like a thick blanket, but an inexplicable weight hung in the air, a feeling of something indefinable. Resuming my nightly routine, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the enigma next door. I began to observe with newfound intent, noticing details that had previously eluded me. The absence of piled-up mail, the pristine doorknob amidst the dusty hallway, and on the quietest of nights, the faint rustle resembling soft footfalls. Like a creeping vine, curiosity coiled within me, urging me to delve deeper. I delved into the annals of the building's history, unearthing the fact that the apartment had been leased for 2 decades, yet no one could recall its occupants. The aging janitor, his face etched with wisdom, disclosed receiving the rent anonymously each month, further shrouding the entity in mystery. One fateful night, in the midst of a drowsy haze, the haunting strains of a piano wafted through the wall. The notes, barely audible, felt more like a wistful memory than a tangible reality. A melody of ages past, laden with sorrow and anticipation. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, I pressed my ear against the barrier once more, only for the music to cease abruptly, leaving naught but the echo of my racing heart. The following morning, I chanced upon the woman from the upstairs apartment and queried her about the nocturnal serenade. Her gaze, tinged with an enigmatic compassion, bore the weight of truth as she divulged that no piano had ever graced that compact space. Her father, the architect of the building, had designed it too diminutive to accommodate such an instrument. Rather than dissuade my inquisitiveness, her revelation fueled it further. I began to notice more anomalies. The elusive warmth that never seeped from beneath the door on frigid evenings. The perpetually dry doormat amidst rainfall. One fateful evening, returning home late from work, I beheld the door slightly ajar, a first. A soft glow emanated from within, beckoning like a siren's call. Heart pounding, I stood paralyzed at the threshold, torn between the allure of discovery and the dread of the unknown. After what seemed like an eternity, I retreated, a whisper of intuition cautioning against prying into forbidden realms. I retreated into my sanctuary, leaving the mystery veiled behind the door. The following morning, as I departed for work, the neighboring door stood resolutely shut, concealing its secrets once more. Since that night, every late hour return home finds me lingering before that enigmatic portal. Sometimes a distant melody drifts through the air. Other times, the flicker of light dances tantalizingly. Yet I abstain from unraveling the enigma, content to bask in the enigmatic presence that dwells beyond the divide. In a world fixated on explanations and categorizations, there is solace in acknowledging that some mysteries elude our grasp, that some secrets are best left undisturbed, allowing the allure of the unknown to envelop us in its soothing embrace. Story 8. The stillness bore down heavily on that autumn night. As I strolled along the gravel driveway leading to the ancestral home, the crunching of my steps reverberated in the shroud of darkness. Crisp leaves twirled lazily around my feet, guided by a gentle breeze whispering among the ancient tree limbs. Vacant since Aunt Mary's departure months ago, the house awaited my inspection. The antique key grated in the lock, its metallic echo resonating across the desolate porch. An aroma lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and a mysterious essence evoking childhood memories spent within those walls. Inside, twilight hues filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the polished wooden floor. The silence within was profound, broken only by the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet beneath that silence, a peculiar sensation lingered, hinting at an unseen presence. Stepping down the main corridor, my footfalls creaked familiarly on the hardwood surface. The family portraits adorning the walls, long fixtures of my youth, now appeared to regard me with altered expressions. Halting before my grandmother's portrait, a subtle anomaly caught my eye. Her smile appeared subtly different, imbued with a newfound enigma. And then I heard it, a faint sound at first, nearly dismissed as a figment of my imagination. A distant echo, akin to a lullaby softly sung in a distant chamber. The melody tugged at my memory, familiar yet elusive. Following the sound, I ascended the stairs, each step narrating tales through its well-worn creaks. The melody grew clearer yet retained an ethereal quality, akin to a fading dream upon waking. Reaching the landing, I discerned the source, the old playroom, a haven of childhood escapades during rainy afternoons. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a slender beam of moonlight to filter through. Pushing it open gently, I beheld the room as it existed in my recollections. The rocking horse, the bookshelf brimming with children's tales, the weathered toy chest. Amidst the familiar relics, a novel addition caught my eye. A music box perched on the windowsill, unfamiliar yet strangely beckoning. Approaching cautiously, I observed the tarnished brass box, adorned with intricate floral etchings. Strangely, it remained silent, yet the haunting melody continued to linger in the air, as though the very walls hummed with its tune. Peering at the music box, its reflection in the window portrayed a mesmerizing sight. The dancer atop appeared to sway, though the object itself remained motionless. In a blink, the illusion dissipated. Recollection dawned upon me. The melody was my grandmother's lullaby, a tune she'd sung long before this room transformed into a play space. How could her voice resonate so vividly within these walls? Retrieving the music box, its warmth seeped into my palms. On its base, a nearly faded engraving revealed a date matching my grandmother's birth. The melody gradually faded, melding with the house's silence until it melded into nothingness. Seated upon the toy chest, I clutched the music box, the moon casting dancing shadows across the floor. Since that night, I carry the music box whenever I visit the house. Though it remains silent, on tranquil evenings, a faint echo of the lullaby seems to reverberate, as if the house retains the memories of all melodies sung within its walls. And perhaps, I ponder as I shut the door behind me, certain places safeguard the love and care they've embraced, resonating softly through time like an eternal echo, a reminder that nothing truly fades away. Story 9. The autumn mist enveloped the streets like a soft gray shroud, casting an ethereal glow around each flickering street lamp in the tranquil night. As I made my way home from a grueling day at work, a peculiar sight caught my attention. A pair of headlights piercing through the fog, trailing me at a steady distance. There was a subtle whisper in my mind, urging me to take notice of the strange persistence with which the car behind me mirrored my every move. Its engine hummed like a calming heartbeat, synchronized with the cadence of my journey. Whenever I slowed down, it matched my pace, and when I picked up speed, it did the same, a silent companion in the mist. Peering through the rearview mirror, I could only discern a shadowy figure, a sleek sedan, its headlights resembling vigilant eyes that never wavered from their watchful gaze upon me. The serenity of the sleeping houses lining the winding road stood in stark contrast to the unease creeping into my thoughts. Curiosity led me to deviate from my usual route, extending my path further into the night. Yet, The car followed suit, maintaining that eerie closeness that now felt oddly familiar. The soft patter of rain on the windshield added a soothing rhythm to the tense air as droplets cascaded down the glass, distorting the view of the ever-present follower. Turning down side streets and alleys, our silent dance persisted, bound by an unseen tie. The headlights trailed me with unwavering patience, never encroaching too near, never lagging behind. While the neighborhood slumbered, oblivious to our nocturnal performance, we continued our enigmatic waltz through the quiet streets. Coming to a halt at a traffic light, a flicker of movement caught my eye through the rain-splattered window of the car behind me, a motionless silhouette occupying the driver's seat, as still as a statue. Deciding to finally head home, I found the car faithfully stationed behind me, a shadow in the night. Parking in my driveway and cutting the engine, a hush descended, broken only by the rain's gentle tap on the car roof and the thud of my own heartbeat. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I watched as the car halted a few yards away, its headlights illuminating the darkness, a silent sentinel. Minutes stretched into what felt like eternity until gradually the lights dimmed. In the obscurity of the street, the outline of the vehicle lingered, a phantom from the night's encounter. Summoning my resolve, I stepped out into the rain, shielded by my jacket. Yet as I turned to inspect further, the street lay deserted, devoid of any trace of the car that had trailed me so faithfully. Since that enigmatic night, each drive after dusk finds me glancing more frequently at the rearview mirror. And on fog-laden evenings, a distant memory taunts me with the image of those familiar headlights, patient and vigilant. I ponder if that mysterious car still roams the night, following another unsuspecting traveler, or if it bides its time, awaiting the perfect moment to resume our nocturnal dance through the city's shadowed streets. Story 10. The grandfather clock in my study had always been dependable, marking each passing second with a gentle, rhythmic ticking that enveloped the room like a soothing lullaby. But on this particular morning, as I sat at my desk sifting through old documents, a subtle shift in the familiar cadence caught my attention. The usual rhythm that accompanied my daily routine felt slightly askew, as if time itself had decided to slow its pace. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of the mind, a fleeting anomaly one might encounter in the quiet depths of morning. The sunlight filtered through the heavy drapes, casting a warm, golden hue upon the wooden floorboards, everything appearing ordinary at first glance. My cup of tea sat serenely beside my worn journal, the autumn breeze whispering through the window, yet an inexplicable heaviness lingered in the air. When I reached for my pocket watch to check the hour, my hand seemed to move through a dense atmosphere, akin to wading through a dreamlike haze. To my astonishment, the watch's hands hesitated, caught in a perpetual dance between 2 points, never quite progressing forward. I blinked, hoping to dispel the illusion, but the suspended second hand remained steadfast in its defiance of time's natural course. Standing up from my chair, I noticed that even the dust particles suspended in the sunbeams had frozen in midair, the steam from my tea forming delicate wisps that refused to ascend. The curtains hung motionless, as if paused in a silent waltz by an unseen force. Yet the hush that enveloped the room was not stifling. Instead, it exuded a tranquil serenity, a sacred stillness that beckoned contemplation. As I traversed my study, each footstep sent ripples through the air like echoes in a silent cavern, disturbing the fabric of this suspended reality. Reaching the window, I beheld a world transformed into a tableau of frozen moments. A bird hung suspended in flight, wings outstretched against a tapestry of clouds. Below, autumn leaves hovered mid-descent, creating a living tapestry of colors frozen in time. A neighbor's cat perched on the garden wall, tail poised in an elegant arc that would never reach its completion. Instead of fear, a sense of wonder enveloped me, drawing me deeper into this timeless interlude. I wandered through the house, observing details that typically eluded notice in the rush of everyday life. Water droplets from a leaky faucet formed spherical jewels in the air, while every clock's hand stood still. Yet there was no urgency to restore the flow of time. Instead, a profound peace settled within me. In the kitchen, my morning newspaper lay suspended mid-flutter, headlines of a world in motion now rendered distant and inconsequential in this suspended reality. What relevance did deadlines and schedules hold in a realm where time itself had relinquished its grip? Returning to my study, a subtle anomaly caught my eye. My reflection in the antique mirror above the hearth moved in perfect unison with me, yet with a subtle distortion, as if glimpsing a parallel dimension where time ebbed and flowed in peculiar rhythms. The mirror's surface seemed to beckon, its depth hinting at unseen realms beyond. My reflection's gaze held a wisdom unknown to me, a fleeting smile ghosting across its features. The glass felt warm to the touch, a sensation both familiar and uncanny. Time became a nebulous concept in this suspended existence, hours blending seamlessly into minutes, creating a seamless tapestry of stillness. Seated back at my desk, I pondered the frozen world surrounding me, the pen hovering over the blank page of my journal. How does one capture time when time itself has ceased to exist? Gradually, imperceptibly, the subtle signs of movement began to re-emerge. Dust motes trembled, the steam dissipated, and the curtains stirred with a newfound vitality. The grandfather clock's pendulum swung tentatively before resuming its steady cadence, marking the return of time's flow. Outside, the bird completed its flight, the cat resumed its languid stretch, and the autumn leaves drifted gently to the ground. Normalcy was restored, yet a lingering sense of the extraordinary lingered in the air. The inexplicable events of that morning remained a mystery, a surreal interlude in an otherwise orderly existence. And though life continued its predictable course, a part of me wondered if, in some distant dimension, an alternate version of myself still wandered a world suspended in tranquil silence, discovering beauty in each frozen moment. Story 11. The autumn breeze carried soft murmurs down the deserted streets as I journeyed home from work. The streetlights painted patches of golden light on the damp pavement, their glow dancing on the surface of countless puddles like scattered treasures. The evening held a certain enchantment, where sounds lingered longer in the air, footsteps echoed faintly, and the rustle of fallen leaves whispered a melody that seemed to hang in the stillness. It was on an unremarkable Tuesday that I first noticed him, standing motionless at the bend where Main Street curves past the ancient bookshop, draped in layers of weathered attire. What captured my attention was not his quiet presence or his worn exterior. It was the way passers-by instinctively veered around him, forming a perfect circle of empty space, as if guided by an unseen hand. My usual path led me directly past his corner, and as I drew nearer, I found myself pulled into that same orbit, my steps tracing a wider arc without conscious decision. It was then he turned to meet my gaze, and I beheld his eyes, not rich brown or deep blue, but black, utterly black, like polished onyx absorbing the amber glow of the streetlight. Each evening following, he remained there, always in that same spot, always unmoving. At times, I would take detours on my way home, straying blocks away to avoid that corner. Yet, even at a distance, I could sense those dark eyes watching me. Strangely, he never sought alms or sustenance. He never reached out a hand or offered a cup. He simply observed, his obsidian gaze fixed on each passerby with a gentle yet unsettling intensity. On quiet nights, when the wind hushed and the traffic faded, I fancied I could hear him humming. The tune was unlike any melody I knew, a lullaby that seemed to resonate deep within my being, evoking visions of distant stars and ancient songs, of tunes sung before humanity walked the earth. One rainy evening, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing for another encounter, I noticed a change. His hand was lifted, not in plea or greeting, but pointing skyward through the rain-laden clouds. Without hesitation, I halted and followed his gesture. Each raindrop felt weightier on my skin, carrying a significance beyond mere water. Lowering my gaze, I found him looking directly at me, and for the first time I saw his lips move. His words were soft, barely audible over the rain's patter, yet they bypassed my ears to manifest directly in my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, not quite a question, not quite a statement. His voice echoed the ancient, otherworldly quality of his humming, offering a strangely comforting presence. That night, my dreams wove visions of ebony eyes watching over slumbering cities, of sentinels standing vigil on myriad corners throughout time. I dreamt of melodies shaping the world and rain carrying messages from realms beyond the stars. Awakening, I found my window adorned with intricate frost patterns, though the autumn air was too mild for ice. The subsequent evening, he was absent from his corner, nor did he appear the following day, or the day after. The vacant space where he once stood held a weighty significance, more profound than the surrounding sidewalk. Sometimes on tranquil nights when the streetlights flickered, I caught fleeting glimpses of what might be his reflection in the puddles pooling at that corner. The ebony eyes still watched, now seeming to gaze outward from beneath the water's surface. Other pedestrians continued to skirt that specific spot, unknowingly creating that perfect circle of emptiness. And on rare occasions, when the wind carried that familiar melody, I paused to gaze at the sky, pondering the messages hidden within the rain. I have not encountered another beggar with black eyes, yet I now understand he was not truly a beggar. He was something else, a presence that chose that corner to observe, to wait, and perhaps to remind us that certain enigmas are meant to elude our grasp. Each evening, I traverse past that corner on my way home. Sometimes I pause to listen for that ancient lullaby, and occasionally when the light plays on the puddles just so, I catch sight of those obsidian eyes peering back at me from every reflection. And in that moment, a sense of solace washes over me, knowing that whatever he was, whatever he symbolized, continues to watch over our silent streets as the world gently transitions into night. Story 12. The night was deep. The grandfather clock in the hallway struck midnight, its resonant chime creating gentle waves of sound that embraced the old house. Wrapped snugly in a wool blanket, I sat in my favorite armchair, the warm light of my reading lamp casting a cozy glow around me. Outside, the winter wind whispered through the window frames, adding a soothing background melody to my evening ritual. Reading before bed had become a cherished moment of solitude during the long winter nights. The house settled into its familiar symphony of quiet creaks and sighs, like an old friend drifting off to sleep. But on this particular night, the silence held a different quality, a subtle shift that prickled my skin with awareness. Setting my book aside, I allowed my senses to expand beyond the circle of light. The air felt different, carrying a hint of chill that hinted at snowfall, though the sky remained clear. My gaze drifted towards the partially open hallway door, which I kept that way to hear the comforting chimes of the clock. Something about the darkness beyond the door caught my attention, its density seeming to gather into a tangible form. The shadow appeared almost alive, its depths shifting and swirling like layers of silk in a gentle breeze. Despite the warmth of the room, the air around that corner felt untouched by the radiator's heat, as if a subtle force was guiding its flow elsewhere. Intrigued rather than fearful, I leaned forward in my chair, drawn into the enigmatic dance of light and shadow. As I observed, the darkness behind the door took on a graceful motion, like curtains swaying in a phantom breeze. The room remained still, yet the shadow seemed to breathe, pulsating with a rhythm that matched the ticking of the grandfather clock. My breath slowed naturally, falling into sync with the peaceful cadence that enveloped the space. The shadow moved with purpose, its gestures almost like a silent language, speaking through undulating shapes and patterns that defied explanation. It felt like a communion of sorts, a wordless dialogue between me and the mysterious presence in the darkness. Time stretched and contracted, flowing like honey stirred in warm tea, as we shared a moment outside the bounds of ordinary reality. Details within the shadow unfolded, intricate designs and ephemeral shapes emerging and dissolving in a dance of shadow and light. They held a sense of offering, of secrets whispered in the silent language of the night. There was no threat in these manifestations, only a sense of connection and understanding that transcended words. When the clock struck 1, a subtle shift occurred in the air, and the shadow began to fade, retreating back into the ordinary darkness of the hallway. Yet its presence lingered, leaving behind a feeling of peace and quiet blessing in the room. I picked up my book but found myself lost in contemplation, holding on to the lingering serenity that the shadow had bestowed upon me. As sleep tiptoed closer, I welcomed its embrace, knowing that my dreams would be touched by the memory of the shadow that moved like water and breathed like a friend. Since that night, I have kept my door ajar, inviting the gentle visitor from the depths of shadow to return. And on quiet evenings, when the house settles into a hushed symphony, I catch glimpses of that familiar darkness gathering once more. With a smile, I settle into my chair, ready to share another tranquil hour with the silent companion that drifts through the shadows. Story 13. The winter twilight cast a spell over my bedroom, painting the walls in shades of deep purple as a gentle rain tapped against the windows, creating a soothing melody. A solitary candle on my antique vanity mirror, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother, cast dancing shadows that flickered and swirled in the dim light, pushing back the encroaching darkness. The mingling scents of wax and burning firewood from the hearth below wrapped me in a cocoon of warmth and familiarity, inviting me to sink into a state of tranquil contemplation. In that serene moment of quiet introspection, a subtle anomaly caught my attention. As I brushed my hair before the mirror, a fleeting glimpse of a tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, a spectral presence moving with ethereal grace. Startled, I turned swiftly, only to find the room empty, save for my own reflection. Doubt crept in, and I returned my gaze to the mirror, dismissing the apparition as a trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections that surrounded me. The gleaming surface of the polished wooden table, the evening light playing on the window pane, even the small rear-view mirror in my car, all seemed to capture glimpses of that enigmatic figure. It was as though a parallel realm of reflections existed, where this silent watcher observed me with a patient curiosity. This elusive figure, lacking distinct features yet exuding a soft, silvery luminescence, became a constant presence in my reflections. At times, a ghostly smile seemed to flicker across its form, while other moments hinted at gestures as if reaching out to communicate. Rather than fear, a sense of familiarity and comfort enveloped me, as if this presence had lingered on the periphery of my awareness, waiting to be acknowledged. One quiet evening, engrossed in a book in my favorite armchair, I noticed the figure in the window's reflection sharpen into focus. Unlike before, it did not fade upon direct scrutiny, but lingered, a palpable presence. A whisper of movement, like silk stirred by an unseen breeze, teased my senses, though the air remained still. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the window, the figure mirroring my actions from the other side. For the first time, details emerged. Flowing, weightless attire swirled around the figure, its movements as delicate as a dance on air. As it extended a hand towards me, an instinctive response led me to mirror the gesture. In that exchange, a profound realization washed over me. Each appearance of the figure brought a profound sense of peace, enveloping the room in a hush where time itself seemed to slow. Seeking out reflections became a meditative pursuit, a quest for that unique tranquility the figure bestowed. Its presence manifested most often in moments of stillness, when worries and distractions melted away, leaving a space for serenity to settle. It was as though the figure possessed an innate understanding of when its calming influence was needed most. As days turned to weeks, the figure in the reflections became a silent companion, a source of solace in the ebb and flow of daily life. I refrained from probing its origins or purpose, recognizing that some enigmas are best left unsolved. In the quiet interludes, when the world held its breath at the cusp of day's end, I paused to observe the play of light and shadow, and there, amid the shifting patterns, the luminous figure danced, weaving a tapestry of tranquility that bridged the realms of reality and dreams. In those fleeting moments, when mysteries whispered in the stillness, I found solace in the understanding that not all secrets need unraveling. The figure remained, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be cherished, embraced in their ethereal beauty. Story 14. In the dwindling light of evening, the antique store exuded a special allure. Wandering through its narrow passages, I found solace in the gentle creak of aged floorboards beneath my steps, and the graceful dance of dust motes in the warm glow filtering through Victorian lace curtains. The air carried a blend of old leather-bound books, polished wood, and whispers of memories lingering within forgotten treasures. And then a delicate melody, barely perceptible, began to drift through the air like a secret shared in hushed tones. The notes, clear yet distant, evoked a time when music was etched into vinyl and sent out into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal sound, drawn by its haunting familiarity, even though the tune eluded my memory. Nestled in the farthest corner, past shelves of tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood a majestic mahogany gramophone. Its brass horn elegantly arched upward, capturing the fading light of day. The turntable spun slowly, though no record adorned its surface. As I drew nearer, the music neither swelled nor faded, maintaining its otherworldly essence. Suddenly, the shop owner, a silver-haired woman with kind eyes, materialized beside me so quietly that I nearly startled. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice as soft as the phantom melody. "It arrived last week with an estate collection. Odd thing, though. We've never wound it up." I examined the intricate mechanism more closely. The winding key remained motionless, yet the turntable continued its hypnotic dance. The music, a waltz perhaps, or a nocturne, wove through the air like threads of silk, pulling me deeper into its enigmatic spell. "Would you like to take it home?" the shop owner inquired, her gaze holding a wisdom that eluded my understanding. "Some objects choose their owners, you see, and this one seems quite taken with you." That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, bathed in the gentle moonlight that caressed its brass horn. I devoted hours to exploring every detail, the intricate scrollwork on its base, the faded maker's mark smoothed by time, the finely balanced arm meant to cradle the needle. The music persisted, soft and intermittent, like a transmission from a bygone era. Some nights it played classical compositions, other times jazz standards that might have filled dance halls long ago. Each melody carried emotions within its notes, joy, yearning, sorrow, hope, as if the gramophone had absorbed the essence of all who had listened to it. Gradually, subtle changes began to manifest in my home. Books shifted slightly, as if someone had been reading them while I slumbered. Curtains fluttered on still nights. Occasionally, a faint scent of lavender and vanilla perfume wafted through the air, though I resided alone. One tranquil evening, rain patterning softly against the windows, the music shifted. Instead of its usual distant quality, it grew clearer, more tangible. I recognized the piece, Debussy's Clair de Lune, yet this rendition felt distinct, as if it painted scenes in the air, moonlight on water, leaves rustling in a midnight zephyr, lovers strolling along gaslit streets. Closing my eyes, allowing the music to envelop me, I sensed a gentle weight on the cushion beside me, as if someone had settled there to listen in unison. The perfume intensified, and the atmosphere took on a peculiar heaviness, akin to the moment before snow descends. Upon opening my eyes, the sensation lingered, though only shadows danced across my furnishings. The music softened once more, returning to its customary distant cadence, but something had shifted. The gramophone transcended its role as a mere relic. It had become a conduit between realms, a vessel of stories yearning to be told. Now each evening I sit in my study as darkness encroaches. Sometimes I read, sometimes I simply listen. The gramophone weaves its enigmatic tunes, and occasionally I feel that ethereal presence beside me. I've never sought to decipher it or capture the music on any recording device. Some mysteries, I've come to understand, are meant to be felt rather than comprehended. The shop owner's words rang true. Certain objects choose their guardians. And in selecting me, the gramophone has imparted something precious. The realization that music, memory, and enchantment intertwine in ways beyond our grasp. As another melody drifts through the air, I smile, aware that amidst the notes lies a truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the confines of language or rationale. Story 15. The rain cascaded with a mesmerizing cadence upon the roof of the old house, weaving a natural symphony that gently enveloped the stillness of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now chilled chamomile tea in my hands, I found myself entranced by the tranquil melody of the rainfall. Amidst this soothing backdrop, a subtle anomaly captured my attention. An almost imperceptible sound that intertwined with the patter of the raindrops. Faint footsteps echoing from the depths of the basement. Initially, I dismissed it as the house settling, for ancient abodes possess a language all their own, communicating through creaks and whispers, especially on damp, rainy nights when the wooden structure swells with humidity. Yet, there was an uncanny precision to the rhythm of these sounds, a familiarity that hinted at a more human origin. With measured movements, I rose from my seat, setting down the cup on the nearby table. The wooden floor beneath my feet radiated a residual warmth, a remnant of the day's fading heat. Drawing closer to the basement door, a chill crept into the air as though an icy breath seeped from the stairwell. The brass handle, icy to the touch, clicked softly as I turned it, the sound resonating in the quiet of the house. Descending the staircase, each step was shrouded in darkness, save for a faint bluish glow filtering through the skylight above. My footsteps mingled with the enigmatic ones that had beckoned me downward. The musty scent of the basement, a blend of aged wood, damp earth, and indefinable essence, intensified with each stride. In the basement's depths, shadows flickered across the walls, a spectral waltz choreographed by the distant lightning. The shelves, laden with relics of yesteryears, cast contorted shapes that seemed to sway in harmony with the rain's cadence. Amidst this eerie ambience, I spied a peculiar sight. Delicate imprints on the dusty floor, not of solid feet, but ephemeral traces of moisture, as if someone with damp soles had paced in circles at the room's center. Approaching the ethereal footprints, I pondered their origin. The skylight remained intact, ruling out water seepage. A movement in the shadowed corner drew my gaze, a slow, deliberate motion in the darkest recesses where light dared not trespass. Curiosity mingled with a curious sense of recognition, propelling me towards that obscure enclave. As I neared the shadowed corner, the chill intensified, and the echoes of footsteps surrounded me, a phantom dance echoing from all directions. It dawned on me then, the footprints formed a precise spiral, spiraling towards the room's heart. The freshest prints, nearest the center, glistened with moisture, as though freshly etched into the dust. In stillness, I watched as the imprints slowly dissipated into the frigid air, the phantom footsteps fading into the melodic rainfall outside. Ascending the stairs, a peculiar serenity enveloped me, as if I had glimpsed an ancient mystic ritual woven into the fabric of the house's history. That night, as I readied for slumber, the rain's rhythm morphed into a familiar cadence, mirroring the footsteps from the basement. Drifting into sleep, the enigma of the footprints lingered in my mind, wondering if the nocturnal visitation would recur, and if I would find the courage to unveil the secrets veiled in the dust. Story 16. In the hush of the night, raindrops whispered a soothing melody against my bedroom window, a gentle lullaby that beckoned to the edges of my consciousness. Between the realms of wakefulness and slumber, a subtle hum crept into the symphony of rainfall, a steady rhythm that stirred a curious unrest within me. Initially attributing it to the distant hum of passing cars, I soon realized the sound had settled too close to be dismissed as mere traffic noise. As minutes melted into the approaching midnight, the persistent hum persisted, unwavering in its presence. Guided by an unexplainable pull, I rose from my bed, drawing near to the rain-streaked window that framed a mysterious tableau unfolding outside. Across the quiet street, a shadowy sedan sat parked, its silhouette barely visible in the dim light. The car stood silent, its headlights extinguished, yet a soft, eerie glow seeped from within, casting a ghostly hue into the misty air. Wisps of exhaust twirled skyward, adding an ethereal touch to the stillness of the night. Mesmerized by the enigmatic scene, I observed with a dreamlike intensity, captivated by the surreal dance of raindrops on the car's hood, transforming it into a liquid canvas under the veil of darkness. The air grew thick with anticipation as I fixated on the car, its windows cloaked in a shroud of fog that hinted at a hidden presence within. Each detail, from the beating water on its surface to the ghostly shapes formed by the mist, held me in a trance-like state. Questions swirled in my mind like the shifting patterns on the fogged windows. Who would leave a car idling in the dead of night, and why here, in this ordinary neighborhood? The engine's subtle shift in pitch seemed to echo my thoughts, sending ripples of unease through the night air. Despite rational explanations attempting to quell my rising apprehension, a sense of foreboding lingered, casting a veil of uncertainty over the tranquil scene. Time lost its grip as I stood transfixed at the window, the rain's melody merging with the car's vigil in a hypnotic duet. Subtle changes unfolded before my eyes, condensation patterns morphing, exhaust clouds reshaping, yet the car remained an enigmatic enigma, frozen in a moment suspended in time. As wariness tugged at my senses, I reluctantly tore myself away from the window, drawn back to the embrace of my bed. But an inexplicable force made me glance back one final time. The car, an ominous presence in the night, still lingered, its engine's hum now a haunting melody that echoed through the stillness. Cocooned in the warmth of my covers, I succumbed to the seductive pull of sleep, the haunting symphony of rain and engine merging into a hypnotic serenade. In my fleeting moments of wakefulness, a lingering image of movement behind the fogged windows flickered in my mind, a phantom shadow dancing on the edges of perception. With the break of dawn, I hastened to the window, half expecting the night's events to dissolve with the morning light. Yet there, imprinted on the wet pavement, were traces of the car's presence. Tire marks etched into the rain-kissed ground, a lingering pool of iridescent liquid catching the first rays of sunlight. Though the car vanished without a trace, on quiet nights when rain weaves its spell, I find myself attuned to a distant hum in the darkness, a spectral echo that stirs memories of that enigmatic night. And as I drift between wakefulness and dreams, I ponder the countless souls who, like me, may be listening in the silence, peering through rain-splattered windows, yearning to uncover the secrets that dwell behind those misted panes. Story 17. As the night enveloped the house in a shroud of profound quietude, broken only by the soft cadence of raindrops tapping against the window panes, I found myself settled in my cherished armchair. The shadows swayed in a mesmerizing ballet on the walls, harmonizing with the flickering firelight from the hearth. The comforting warmth enfolded me like a snug embrace, while the fragrance of burning wood intertwined with the delicate scent of vanilla tea cupped in my hands. Amid this tranquil moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, glimpsed through the slightly ajar door. An antique porcelain music box, a cherished gift from Grandma, emitted a faint bluish luminescence that seemed new to my eyes. Rising slowly from the armchair, I set down my teacup on the nearby wooden table. Each footstep on the creaking floor blended with the rhythmic pitter-patter of rain, weaving a hypnotic melody in the air. Approaching the door, the glow intensified yet retained a gentle quality, akin to moonbeams caressing placid waters. The toy room stood as a sanctuary of memories and enchantment. Weathered shelves cradled porcelain dolls adorned in Victorian finery, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with gentle visages. Nestled on the central shelf, the music box occupied a place of honor, encircled by the small crystals my niece had gathered from her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina perched atop the music box, typically frozen in a perpetual pose, swayed ever so slightly as if moved by an unseen zephyr. Drawing nearer, I noticed a distinct chill in the room, contrasting with the warmth elsewhere in the house. Wisps of my breath formed ephemeral clouds in the air, while the crystals surrounding the music box seemed to shimmer in response to its light, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle dance, and I could almost discern a faint melody wafting through the room, a musical whisper from a bygone era. Extending my hand toward the music box, the blue light pulsed gently, captivating my senses. The other dolls on the shelf appeared to have shifted their gazes towards me, yet in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original positions. The lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I believed forgotten, grew clearer as the music box began to revolve of its own accord, the ballerina moving with an ethereal grace reminiscent of a true dancer. The crystals now projected intricate patterns onto the ceiling, weaving tales of yesteryears in their designs. Memories thickened the air, as if time itself had condensed around this small, mystical object. Enchanted, I stood transfixed by this enchanting display. The music mingled with the rain's melody, crafting a symphony that whispered of nostalgia and veiled secrets. Shadows in the room seemed to waltz to the music's rhythm, briefly hinting that I was not alone in this private spectacle. Slowly, the melody ebbed away like a fleeting dream at dawn. The blue glow of the music box faded to a mere glimmer, and the ballerina's dance gradually slowed until she stilled entirely. Silence descended once more, yet it bore a weight of significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I retrieved my tepid tea, watching the final embers dwindle in the fireplace. Contemplating Grandma and her penchant for relics steeped in tales, I pondered whether she too had encountered such marvels, if the music box had always harbored such magic, or if it was a gift reserved for select moments and observers. Since that night, whenever I pass the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. Sometimes a fleeting blue glow or the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby tease my senses. But perhaps it is merely memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to the porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 18. The mist enveloped my ankles as I wandered down the unkempt path behind my grandmother's home. Despite the early hour, a shroud of darkness clung to this place, defying the typical progression of daybreak. The air hung heavy with moisture, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, mingled with a mysterious, ancient aroma that eluded my senses. Just a fortnight ago, this estate had become mine, and while the house exuded a welcoming charm, it was the enigmatic garden that drew me in from the start. Stretching out behind the Victorian manor, the garden was encased by weathered stone walls smothered in verdant ivy. What struck me most profoundly was how the towering trees surrounding it seemed to lean inwards, their branches intertwining to form a natural canopy so dense that even the brightest midday sun struggled to pierce through its veil. This garden had been in my grandmother's possession for over 6 decades, yet in all my visits during childhood, I had never witnessed her tending to it. In fact, I had never even seen her set foot inside. Once, inquiring about the garden, she had simply smiled and uttered, "Some places prefer to care for themselves, dear." As a child, I had dismissed her words as whimsical musings of an elderly lady. But now, traversing the perpetual twilight of this sanctuary, her words carried a gravity I had not comprehended before. My footsteps made no sound on the moist soil, as if the earth itself swallowed up any noise I made. The flora here flourished in a peculiar manner unlike any other I had encountered. Pale roses bloomed in a luminous white hue, devoid of the customary red or pink, their petals emitting a soft glow in the dim light. Ferns spiraled out in mesmerizing patterns, their fronds extending like gentle tendrils whenever I drew near. Yet the most captivating were the mushrooms arranged in perfect circles across the garden, their blue-gray caps pulsing with a gentle luminescence. Venturing deeper into the garden, I observed an oddity in the plant life. Every flower, every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to shy away from me upon approach, only to gradually pivot towards me once I had passed by. It was not the wind at play. There was no breeze in this sheltered realm. The motion appeared deliberate, almost inquisitive, akin to children peeking around a corner at a stranger. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, long dry yet untouched by moss or vine. Its basin bore inscriptions unfamiliar to me, curves and lines that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Running my finger over one of the carvings, the stone emanated warmth despite the chill in the air. A faint vibration hummed through my fingertip, and for an instant I fancied I heard a distant melody. And then the butterflies caught my eye. These were not the vibrant, colorful butterflies one finds in ordinary gardens. They were pristine white, with wings that held a translucent quality, akin to snowflakes caught in the morning light. Darting amidst the pale blooms, they left trails of silvery dust in their wake. The dust did not fall to the ground, but lingered in the air, weaving patterns reminiscent of constellations. As I watched, entranced, I realized these patterns were not random. They were inscribing something in a script I almost recognized, like words glimpsed in a dream and forgotten upon waking. The silver trails would materialize, hold briefly, then dissipate, only to be replaced by new formations. It was akin to witnessing a dialogue I could not quite decipher. The temperature began to plummet, prompting me to draw my sweater tighter. It was then I noticed my watch had ceased ticking, though I could not discern when it had stopped. The light remained constant. It never fluctuated in this garden, yet somehow I knew I had spent hours here. Time flowed differently in this place, akin to honey, viscous and unhurried. My grandmother's diary, unearthed in her study after her passing, contained a solitary passage regarding the garden. It existed before us and will endure long after. It is not ours to claim. We belong to it. Some gardens cultivate flowers. This one nurtures secrets. Standing amidst the silent ballet of ethereal butterflies and swaying foliage, I grasped the essence of her words. I began to observe further intricacies. The absence of birds soaring overhead, the shadows that moved independent of any visible light source, the flowers that bloomed and withered within moments only to bloom anew. The garden pulsated with a vitality that defied natural laws, adhering to its own enigmatic principles. As evening approached, though how I discerned this in the unchanging light, I could not say, I retraced my steps towards the manor. The path appeared altered, yet my earlier footprints remained etched in the earth. Fresh blossoms had sprouted where none had existed before, their petals tightly sealed, guarding secrets not yet ripe for revelation. Before exiting the garden, I cast one final glance over my shoulder. In the distance by the fountain, a figure that may have been my grandmother tended to plants that defied conventional growth. Yet with a blink, only the mist, the pallid blooms, and the eternal twilight remained, murmuring, "Welcome home." That evening, as I readied myself for slumber, a solitary white butterfly alighted on my windowsill, its wings casting shadows resembling words upon my wall. Drifting off to sleep, I pondered whether the garden had selected me, just as it had chosen my grandmother decades before. In my dreams, I discerned the fountain's haunting melody, comprehending at last why certain places never require the sun. They possess their own luminescence, born from enigmas older than time itself. Story 19. The gentle, warm glow of the setting sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting soft shadows that danced across the walls of my cozy study. This room had always been my sanctuary, filled with the scent of old books and the whispers of cherished memories. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. It was as if time itself had slowed, allowing the autumn light to linger a little longer, painting everything in hues of amber and gold. My gaze settled upon the newest addition to the room, a portrait that hung above my antique writing desk. A Victorian-era painting of a mysterious woman clad in a deep burgundy dress, her expression a puzzle I could never quite solve. The elderly dealer who sold me the painting had spoken of its intriguing past, but at the time, my focus had been on the steep price tag rather than his words. As I sank into my worn leather armchair, cradling a cup of fragrant Earl Grey tea, tendrils of steam curling upward, I noticed something peculiar about the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed in a distant gaze, now seemed to be locked onto mine. I brushed it off as a trick of the light, a product of exhaustion after a long day of writing. The grandfather clock in the corner ticked away the hours in its familiar rhythm, usually a comforting sound that grounded me. But that evening, each tick seemed to draw my attention back to the portrait. I found myself stealing glances at it between paragraphs, convinced that subtle changes were taking place. A tilt of the head, a shift in the lips, a new intensity in the gaze. As night descended and I illuminated the room with the warm glow of an old brass lamp, the portrait transformed before my eyes. Shadows danced across its surface, imbuing the painted figure with a sense of depth and life. The room behind her, once a simple drawing room backdrop, now seemed to stretch into endless darkness. The flickering light caught the edges of the gilded frame, creating illusions of movement within the painting itself. Subtle alterations began to manifest in my study. Books I had left closed would be found open to pages detailing lost artwork and mysterious vanishings. My pen would inexplicably roll across the desk, and the room's temperature would fluctuate erratically, growing chilly near the portrait and warmer as I distanced myself. On a particularly quiet evening, as I prepared to leave my study, a hidden detail within the portrait caught my eye. In the background, partially obscured by the woman's shoulder, I discerned another canvas on an easel. Stepping closer, I peered into the dim light and saw a scene that mirrored my own study. A tiny desk, a leather chair, and a figure that bore a striking resemblance to me, scrutinizing a painting. As I stared, the familiarity of the scene grew until I realized that the figure was indeed me, captured in intricate detail. A shiver ran down my spine, and I recoiled, breath catching in my throat. The woman in the portrait seemed to have changed, her expression now knowing, almost playful. Her eyes tracked my movements across the room, no longer content to remain still. A faint hint of a smile tugged at her lips, and a whisper of laughter, as soft as the rustle of aged paper, tickled my senses. That night, I shut the door to my study firmly, yet I could sense her gaze trailing me through the house. Lying in bed, I pondered the previous owners of the portrait, wondering if they too had experienced these uncanny occurrences. Did they feel the weight of those watchful eyes as I did? When morning came, my study appeared unchanged, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with elegant Victorian script that was not my own. The words read, "Art is never static, dear observer. The line between viewer and viewed can blur, don't you think?" I chose not to remove the portrait from my wall, succumbing to my insatiable curiosity. Now, as I pen this narrative in my study, I often catch her watching me, that same enigmatic smile gracing her features. In moments of perfect stillness, when the light plays tricks and the world falls silent, I observe new details emerging within the painting, the scene shifting imperceptibly. The portrait remains an enigma, one that I have come to embrace. In the tranquil hush of my study, with the grandfather clock as my only companion, I've learned to accept the intertwined roles of observer and observed. We are locked in a delicate waltz of perception and reflection, bound together by an eternal dance that transcends time and space. Story 20. The gentle patter of rain on the roof tiles serenaded me as I readied myself for the night ahead. Each droplet cascading down the window pane painted ethereal shadows on the walls of my cozy study. The remnants of a once roaring fire in the now dormant fireplace whispered memories of warmth, while the soft glow of the desk lamp enveloped the room in a soothing cocoon of light. In the midst of this tranquil atmosphere, a sound pierced the stillness, a ringing that defied logic. The relic of an old rotary phone, long disconnected in favor of modernity, echoed a crystalline chime that lingered in the air, refusing to be ignored. Setting aside my book, I rose from the armchair, my steps muffled by the plush Persian rug beneath my feet. The antique phone, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother, beckoned faintly in the dimness. Just as I reached out to touch it, the ringing ceased, leaving behind a chill in the receiver and the nostalgic scent of aged Bakelite. A wave of childhood memories flooded my mind, recalling the days spent marveling at my grandmother's deft fingers dialing numbers on the rotating disc. Dismissing the occurrence as a product of wariness, I turned away only to be startled by the phone's insistent ring once more. With each peal, the sound grew more urgent, commanding my attention with an almost tangible presence. Intrigued yet wary, I counted each ring methodically until, on the fifth, I hesitantly lifted the receiver. The ensuing silence was profound, punctuated only by the persistent rhythm of raindrops against the window. Pressing the cool Bakelite to my ear, I awaited a familiar dial tone or the hum of electronic silence, but instead, I was met with an eerie void that seemed to swallow all sound. Then a breath, slow, deliberate, and distant, reached me through the receiver, evoking a sense of familiarity that tugged at long-buried recollections. It mirrored the cadence of my grandmother's breathing as she dozed off in her cherished armchair, always within arm's reach of the phone. Tentatively, I whispered, "Hello?" into the void, my voice barely audible over the rain's persistent drumming. The breath on the other end paused momentarily, as if in contemplation, before morphing into a profound sigh laden with a wistfulness that touched my very soul. Immobile, I listened as the breath intertwined with the rain's symphony, weaving a tapestry of peace and nostalgia around me. Without fear, I allowed myself to be enveloped by this strange tranquility, as if the very air held secrets waiting to be unveiled. The breathing persisted, punctuated by pregnant pauses pregnant with unspoken meaning. Slowly I closed my eyes, surrendering to the enigmatic tale unfolding through sound alone. When I opened my eyes once more, the room had transformed. The lamp's light now exuded a gentle warmth, suffusing the air with the faint fragrance of lavender, my grandmother's favorite perfume. Reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle, the phone now exuding a sense of solace, as though it had fulfilled its purpose. Nestled back into the armchair, I watched the antique instrument in a new light, the rain outside continuing its melodic serenade that intertwined seamlessly with memories of days gone by. Since that enigmatic night, the phone has remained silent, a silent sentinel of bygone connections. Yet, on rainy evenings when the silence grows profound, I swear I catch a whisper of a breath, a familiar sigh transcending time and space. In those fleeting moments, a smile tugs at my lips, for I understand that certain bonds defy the constraints of technology, enduring, unbroken, and ever-present. Story 21. Night had draped the old countryside house in a cloak of profound serenity. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls as the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The warmth enveloped me like a cozy embrace, while outside the autumn breeze tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. Amidst this perfect tranquility, a peculiar sound caught my attention, a crystalline-like laughter echoing from the upper floor of the house, a laughter that seemed to chime like silver bells. Pausing to listen, I let the sound intertwine with the fire's crackle. There was an innocence to it, a joyous laughter, almost melodic. Yet, I had been the sole inhabitant of this house for over 2 decades, never welcoming children within its walls. Curiosity trickled through me like a gentle stream, slowly dispelling the drowsiness that threatened to overtake me. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation of the old Persian rug under my feet. The floorboards murmured softly as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm and inviting glow, casting my shadow on the walls in a silent dance. Ascending the stairs, I sensed the air growing cooler, not a chilling cold, but a tender caress on the skin, akin to the breeze near the ocean. The laughter rang out once more, closer this time, originating from the guest room. A room seldom frequented, adorned with antique furniture draped in white sheets gently swaying as if moved by an unseen hand. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a silvery light unlike any other in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor the glow of electric lamps. It pulsated softly, akin to a tranquil heartbeat. Pushing the door open, the ancient wood sang a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that ethereal luminescence. The draped furniture formed comforting shapes, resembling clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld something that stole my breath. Not a distinct figure, but a play of light and shadow resembling a child. The laughter echoed once more, emanating clearly from that radiant presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of wonder. The light child toyed with the rays it emitted, casting luminous patterns on the walls as if painting with light itself. Approaching cautiously, I felt the room's temperature oscillate gently between cool and warm, like waves lapping at the shore. Drawing nearer, I discerned a familiarity in the figure. In its fluid movements, I recognized echoes of my own childhood play. A surge of recognition washed over me like a forgotten memory. That laughter, so pure and crystalline, belonged to my younger self. Time seemed to stretch as I observed that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent game, punctuated by that melodious laughter resonating like a whisper from the past. I refrained from speaking or disrupting, fearing to shatter the spell of peace and nostalgia. Gradually, the silvery light dimmed, reminiscent of a winter sunset. The child's form grew more elusive until only a faint glow lingered. The final laughter I heard was a soft murmur, a tender farewell before dissolving into darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a soothing silence. The draped furniture stilled, and the air returned to its usual state. Yet something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now held a cherished secret. Retreating to my armchair by the fireplace, the embers glowing softly, I grasped that I would never fully comprehend the events of that night. Was it a dream, a recollection, or perhaps a profound message from the past, materializing through a child's laughter in the night? Since that evening, whenever I passed the guest room, I paused to listen. On the stillest nights, I fancied hearing the faint echo of that crystalline laughter, a tender lullaby guiding me toward slumber. And with a smile, I embraced the mystery, a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the shadows. Story 22. The Enigmatic Basement. The first thing that caught my attention in my new abode was the peculiar lineup of doors along the hallway. Each one opened predictably: the vintage tiled bathroom, the bedroom with its faded wallpaper, the kitchen boasting worn linoleum. However, the last door, a shade darker than its companions, harbored a secret. Behind it lurked what appeared to be a basement, yet devoid of any accompanying staircase. I stumbled upon this anomaly during my inaugural week in the residence, as winter winds whispered through the weathered window crevices. Peering into the darkness beyond the threshold, I beheld a concrete expanse about 8 feet below, bathed in the glow of a solitary bulb that seemed to illuminate without my initiation. The space exuded an eerie cleanliness, its walls and corners seamlessly melding into the shadows despite the light's presence. My real estate agent had omitted any mention of a basement, and the property listing remained silent on the matter. Upon contacting her, she expressed bewilderment, insisting she had exhibited every nook and cranny of the house during my viewing. Describing the mysterious door and its enigmatic view, her confusion deepened. She pledged to delve into the original blueprints and revert to me with answers. In the ensuing days, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that enigmatic door, nudging it open at various times. The light within remained unwavering, casting a steadfast glow upon the basement floor regardless of the hour. Occasionally, I would perch on a chair at the threshold, gaze fixed on the interplay of shadows in the basement's corners. A subtle fragrance wafted upwards, redolent not of musty dampness, but rather evoking fresh linen or the crispness of morning frost. One evening, as I settled in my customary spot with a cup of chamomile tea, a peculiar sight met my eyes. Nestled in the center of the basement floor lay a wooden toy block, adorned with a faded letter A, a presence I knew hadn't graced the space during prior observations. This discovery birthed a fundamental query. How had it materialized in a stairless basement? I embarked on documenting the basement's subtle transformations. Some mornings, the block had shifted a few inches from its prior position. On other occasions, it had rotated to reveal different facets. Not once did I detect any sound emanating from below, not even the customary creaks endemic to aged dwellings. The light maintained its steadfast vigil, unwavering and unerring. After 3 weeks of vigilant observation, a call from my real estate agent pierced the silence, her voice tinged with disquiet as she relayed her findings. The original blueprints revealed no trace of a basement door in the hallway. Only a solid wall was indicated. Standing at the door as she spoke, I beheld it in its usual place, its somber hue a stark contrast to the surrounding walls. That night, the block infiltrated my dreams. It multiplied, forming cryptic words on the basement floor, words just beyond my comprehension. Upon awakening and hastening to the door, the basement housed solely the original block, yet it had shifted once more. Now positioned directly beneath the hanging bulb, it cast a precise square shadow upon the concrete. As winter deepened outside, the basement remained a realm unto itself, neither warm nor cold, neither bright nor dark, simply constant. On particularly tranquil nights, a phantom hum seemed to emanate from below, though dissipating whenever I sought to focus on it, leaving me questioning its existence. The block maintained its deliberate migration across the floor, hinting at a pattern that eluded my grasp. Months ebbed by, and I grew accustomed to my inexplicable basement. I refrained from venturing within, a silent caution in my mind dissuading any such endeavor. Instead, I embraced my routine of observation, finding solace in the enigma that had become a familiar presence, unfolding at its own unhurried pace. Spring's arrival heralded longer days and warming temperatures, yet the basement lingered in its perpetual twilight. One morning, I flung open the door to discover the block had vanished without a trace, leaving the floor below as pristine as the day I encountered it. Hours slipped by as I sat in my chair, awaiting a change that never materialized. That night, a dream unfurled before me, stairs gracefully descending into the basement, crafted from light-absorbing dark wood. With a single step downward, the air filled with the melody of distant wind chimes. Upon waking, the basement door stood ajar, though I distinctly recalled closing it the night before. And still, the basement remained devoid of stairs. At times, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision near the door catches my eye. A shadow, perhaps, or something more elusive. The block never resurfaced, yet, in the hush of night, a faint clatter akin to wooden toys echoes from the depths below. I've learned not to investigate these sounds. Some mysteries, it seems, prefer to linger unsolved, nestled between the realms of wakefulness and dreams. Story 23. The park was cloaked in autumn fog, a gentle veil of gray silk that embraced every corner. Leaves twirled lazily in the damp evening breeze as I wandered along the gravel path, relishing the earthy aroma that lingered in the air. The subtle crunch of my footsteps was the only sound in the quiet park. Soft halos of light from the street lamps pierced through the mist, casting a hazy glow on my path ahead. And then, amidst the fog, I saw it. A dark coat, neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench that bore the marks of time. There was no one else around, and the coat seemed to have been placed there with deliberate care, as if waiting for someone to discover it. Approaching slowly, I observed how the woolen fabric absorbed the moisture from the air, still warm to the touch, as if freshly removed. Not fear but curiosity tingled through me as I examined the elegant coat, its mother-of-pearl buttons faintly shimmering in the dim light. I checked the pockets in search of clues about its owner, only to find a lone bus ticket from 1985. Time seemed suspended as I held this relic, its yellowed paper oddly well preserved, a fragment of the past resting in my hands. Sitting beside the coat, I let my mind drift as the fog thickened around me, the scent of lavender and pipe tobacco lingering in the air, stirring memories of bygone days. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faded initials JM, sewn inside with golden thread, a mysterious mark of its owner. A distant melody, like an old tune from a gramophone, echoed through the park, adding to the enigmatic atmosphere. As I rose to follow the music's elusive source, I noticed the coat had subtly shifted, its position altered as if by an unseen hand. The once perfect fold now slightly askew, a button catching the light in a different way. Though certain of my solitude, a sense of a presence lingered, an unspoken mystery enveloping me in the park's timeless embrace. Time continued its languid dance as shadows played among the fallen leaves, the music fading into the mist. I pondered the identity of JM, envisioning scenarios of their life and the reasons behind abandoning the coat. Lost in reverie, a gentle touch brushed my shoulder, a whisper of the wind's caress. Startled, I turned, finding only the swirling fog around me, the coat now bearing the weight of age, its fabric weathered by an unseen force. Respecting the enigma before me, I left the coat undisturbed, its secrets veiled in the mist. Walking away, the music momentarily cleared, a waltz unfamiliar yet oddly familiar, lingering in the air. The following morning, drawn by curiosity, I returned to find the bench empty, save for the lingering imprint of where the coat once lay. Beside it, a new bus ticket, marked for the present day, a silent message of transience and mystery. Even now, on fog-laden evenings, I pass by the bench, catching whispers of a distant melody and the ghostly scent of lavender and tobacco. Sometimes in the play of light and mist, I glimpse the silhouette of a refined figure strolling away in the park, only to have it dissolve into the dancing shadows of leaves in the evening breeze. Story 24. The whispers of the autumn wind caressed the leaves as I meandered along the country road, bathed in the ethereal glow of the setting sun. The GPS had abandoned me a while back, but I felt no sense of unease. This land was familiar to me, or so I thought. The dusty road snaked gently through hills adorned with naked vineyards, while the crisp air crept in through the cracked window, carrying the fragrance of damp soil and fallen foliage. In that moment, time itself seemed to stretch, allowing me to relish each passing second. Turning right at the weathered wooden sign, a peculiar realization dawned on me. This path did not align with my mental map of the area. Pausing briefly, I attempted to reorient myself. The elongating shadows conjured enigmatic figures amidst the trees bordering the road. The asphalt beneath my tires was impeccably smooth, too pristine for a forgotten countryside route. No potholes marred its surface, just a seamless ribbon vanishing into the evening mist. Leaves pirouetted lazily in the air, as if the very essence of time had slowed in this realm. Continuing at a leisurely pace, I found myself captivated by the shifting scenery. The trees flanking the road appeared older and more twisted than those preceding them. Their intertwining canopies formed a natural archway through which the waning daylight filtered, casting a dim glow. In the distance, faint lights beckoned, akin to out-of-season fireflies. They danced gracefully amidst the tree trunks, materializing and dissolving like fleeting memories. The silence enveloped me, broken solely by the gentle hum of the engine and the rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. As I progressed, the road underwent subtle transformations. Its boundaries softened as if blurred by an unseen hand. The shadows deepened, yet not menacingly. Reality itself seemed to soften, its sharp edges fading away. Abruptly, a sight caught my eye, an ancient brass mailbox perched by the roadside, so immaculate it gleamed anew. Bereft of a name or number, it bore an intricate compass rose engraving. When I reached out to trace its design, a faint warmth seemed to emanate from the metal, defying the evening chill. The road continued its sinuous course, revealing increasingly intriguing details. Dimly glowing milestone stones dotted the edge, their luminescence seemingly emanating from within. The sky above me donned an indescribable hue, a color unique to this forgotten realm. Stars timidly emerged, their presence altered, as if I gazed upon a sky from a bygone era. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps mere moments, I crested a hill. The road opened into a circular clearing, its ancient stones meticulously laid. At its heart stood a weathered lamppost, casting a warm, inviting glow. Halting the car, I stepped out into the uncannily tranquil air, where time seemed to hold its breath. In the distance, the city lights I had departed from twinkled, yet they appeared distant, veiled from this reality. Observing the vista, I noted the road behind me had metamorphosed. No longer modern asphalt, it now consisted of weathered stones, etched by countless journeys. Yet, I could have sworn it was a modern surface I traversed moments ago. Returning to my vehicle, I retrieved a road map from the glove compartment. Bathed in the lamppost light, I scrutinized the map intently. As suspected, the road I trod did not exist on its pages. It was as though I had journeyed through a realm confined to dreams. Folding the map, a gust of wind caused it to quiver in my grasp. Fleetingly, golden lines materialized, tracing a path that faintly glowed before dissipating. I blinked and the vision vanished. Remaining in that surreal locale a while longer, I absorbed the tranquility it exuded. Upon deciding to depart, I noticed the lamppost had extinguished silently. The road ahead lay shrouded in darkness, yet an unspoken assurance guided me homeward. Driving towards the city, I cast several glances in the rearview mirror. The lamppost had rekindled, its light dimming as I distanced myself. A golden radiance danced in the air, as if stardust had been scattered upon the road unbeknownst to maps. In the days that ensued, I embarked on numerous quests to rediscover that enigmatic road. I traversed the countryside for hours, exploring every fork and byway, Alas, that singular path with its solitary lamppost and luminous stones eluded me like a wisp of a dream upon waking. The sole remnant of my odyssey was a faint golden trace on my aged map, visible only when illuminated just so, a clandestine secret awaiting rediscovery. Story 25. As the tale goes, it was a hushed autumn eve when I first beheld the phenomenon. Nestled in my study, engrossed in the yellowed pages of an ancient tome, a peculiar dimming of the natural light drew my gaze. Peering up, I beheld a sight beyond ordinary reckoning. The sky above my abode slowly cloaked itself in darkness, while the world outside remained bathed in the golden glow of twilight. A subtle but unmistakable contrast unfurled before me, as if an invisible veil had chosen to linger solely above my humble roof. The air carried with it the scent of moist earth and fallen leaves, while a gentle breeze set the lace curtains to a swaying dance. Their soft rustle birthed a hypnotic melody, a soothing refrain that seemed to underscore this enigmatic spectacle of nature. In the ensuing days, the enigma persisted without fail. Each twilight, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, that patch of heavens above my dwelling would adopt hues of deepest shadow, distinct from the rest of the celestial canvas. It was as though an artist had brushed that portion of sky with strokes of gray and midnight blue, crafting a surreal juxtaposition against the azure expanse. I found myself ensconced in rapt observation for hours on end, ensconced in the embrace of my aged velvet armchair by the window. The time-worn floor murmured softly beneath my shifting weight as I tracked the progression of this celestial anomaly. The room's atmosphere grew cooler, a delicate mist forming on the window panes, fashioning abstract patterns that cavorted with the shadows. Then, on a day lost to contemplation of this mystery, a new revelation unfurled. Amidst that darkened realm, pinpricks of light flickered into being and waned, akin to stars that deigned to twinkle solely for my eyes. Their dance, devoid of pattern yet bewitching in its rhythm, seemed to draw power from the hush enveloping the house. The silence amplified their presence, while the metronomic tick of the hallway clock wove a cadence that mirrored their celestial waltz. With the passage of weeks, I discerned subtle reactions in the very fabric of my abode to this curious phenomenon. The antique mirrors cast reflections of a gentler, more embracing light. Shadows stretched and contorted, forming shapes redolent of ancient symbols. The flora upon the windowsill burgeoned with vitality during these moments of selective obscurity, as if sipping sustenance from that unique twilight. One evening, ensconced in my sanctuary of study, a fleeting touch brushed my shoulder, as though a zephyr bore a caress. Startled, I turned, yet found only empty air. The aroma of aged tomes and ancient timber surged, momentarily suspending time itself. The clock's hands continued their march, their chimes seeming distant and ethereal. I commenced a diary chronicling these occurrences, detailing every nuanced shift in the shadow's intensity and the phenomena that trailed in its wake. The pages filled with intricate accounts of shifting light, dancing shadows, and an unseen vibration that pulsed through the air. My script took on a grace and fluidity during these moments, if guided by an unseen hand, gentle and enigmatic. On the stillest nights, a melody seemed to waft from that veiled stretch of sky. Indescribable in words, it resonated deep within, as though that darkness cradled an ancient harmony, a cosmic lullaby meant solely for my dwelling. With time, I ceased to fear this enigma, instead embracing it as a tapestry of wonder. My abode had metamorphosed into a conduit between the mundane and the sublime, a realm where light and shadow pirouetted in an eternal ballet, where the known and unknown intertwined in a dance of reality and dream. Thus, night after night, I stood witness to the darkening sky above my dwelling, cognizant that some mysteries yearn not for unraveling, but for simple immersion. My home had transmuted into a sanctum of marvels, where the ordinary melded seamlessly with the extraordinary. where light and shadow entwined in a dance destined for my eyes alone. And so, bathed in the gentle embrace of twilight's shadows, I reveled in the ineffable beauty of a world where reality and dream converged in a symphony of whispered secrets. Story 26. The soft rustling of paper whispered through my fingertips as I delved into the forgotten treasures of the attic. In the hushed embrace of the fading sunlight, dusty rays painted a golden dance across the stillness. Amidst the relics of bygone eras, my search led me to a time-worn envelope, its faded red wax seal a silent guardian of the mysteries within. My name, elegantly penned on the weathered surface, greeted me with unfamiliar warmth. Nestling into an aged wooden chair that whispered secrets of generations past, the fragrance of ancient tomes and time-weathered timber enveloped me. Outside, a grand tree swayed in harmony with a gentle breeze, its leaves murmuring tales of yesteryears. The weight of the envelope in my hands hinted at secrets beyond mere ink and parchment. With a delicate touch, I broke the seal, the crackle of aged wax echoing in the attic's tranquility. Inside, delicate pages, thin as gossamer, bore witness to a story woven in the same elegant script. The date, a half-century distant, beckoned me into a world before my time. The opening lines, addressed to a dear future grandchild, drew me deeper into the embrace of the past. As I read, the room dimmed, yet I remained, enraptured by the luminance of words etched in time. The letter unfurled a tale of a woman, my unknown grandmother, and a gift that transcended the boundaries of ordinary existence. She spoke of a rare ancestral ability, a sight beyond sight, granted under celestial alignment and whispered winds. Images of a moonlit legacy unfolded before my eyes, a heritage of veiled visions and untold destinies. A chill of recognition swept through me as her narrative unfolded, weaving a tapestry of familial foresight. She bore witness to my presence in that very moment, a spectral connection spanning the gulf of time. Her words turned intimate, revealing a legacy of guardianship and sacrifice, each glimpse into the future, a coin paid in vitality. In the attic's hush, time hung suspended, shadows dancing in harmony with memories etched in yellowed pages. The letter foretold chapters of my life, some familiar, some yet uncharted. With each sentence, the handwriting shifted, a subtle tremor of effort imbuing each word with weight. The final page, a testament to her fading strength, held a cryptic message of an impending choice, a crossroads where the mantle of foresight would pass to me. Pausing, I glanced towards the window, where the full moon cast its silvered gaze through gathering clouds. A gust of wind, harbinger of change, rattled the panes, carrying whispers of the future in its breath. Returning to the letter, her parting words beckoned, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. "When the call finds you," she penned, "embrace the gift as a sacred trust, a legacy to be safeguarded through generations. As I have done for you, so must you do for those yet to come." Reverently, I folded the pages, returning them to their protective sheath. The wind, now a tempest, urged the old floorboards to sing their ancient song. Standing by the window, I beheld a reflection overlaid by the moon's pale glow, a mirage of intertwined destinies. In a fleeting moment, a spectral visage, that of a smiling elder, graced the glass before vanishing into the night. Yet, on the desk lay a blank parchment and an ink-laden quill, an invitation to inscribe the unwritten chapters of time. Seated once more, moonbeams caressing my intent, I accepted the pen and began to inscribe, "My dear future grandchild." Story 27. The grandfather clock in my study told midnight, its resonant tones enveloping the room in a soothing embrace. Peering up from my worn journal, I anticipated the customary single chime, yet the echoes persisted. Each note melded seamlessly into the next, weaving a timeless melody that seemed to elongate the very essence of time. The soft glow of the lamp bathed my antique desk in a warm light, revealing wisps of steam dancing from my cup of chamomile tea. A subtle shift lingered in the air on this particular night, not menacing, but rather a subtle realignment of reality, akin to a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness outside the window appeared denser than usual, almost palpable, as though it could seep through the glass at any moment. Intrigued, I stood and ventured towards the enigmatic shadows beyond. The wooden floor murmured beneath my feet, the polished grain a gentle caress against my woolen socks. Drawing nearer to the window, my reflection came into focus, yet a peculiar distortion marred the image. The mirrored movements lagged behind my own by the faintest fraction, as if time itself struggled to keep pace with my existence. A floral scent, reminiscent of night-blooming jasmine, hung heavy in the air, though no such blooms graced my abode. Its sweet perfume stirred elusive memories of childhood summer evenings, just beyond the grasp of my recollection. Meanwhile, the clock continued its ethereal tolling, each note now drawn out, akin to honey trickling from a spoon. Turning away, I intended to document these peculiar observations, yet the words in my journal began to transmute before my eyes. Ink cascaded across the pages like a dark river, weaving new narratives and symbols foreign to my hand. Among them, descriptions of this very night unfolded, scribed in my own script, but in a future yet uncharted. The room's temperature subtly fluctuated, not uncomfortably, but in gentle undulations synchronized with my breath. Each exhale brought a mild warmth, each inhale a cool caress upon my skin. The shadows in the room's recesses seemed to pulsate in harmony with my breath, an entrancing ballet of expansion and contraction. When I reached for my tea, the cup's touch was simultaneously warm and cool, the liquid within reflecting the lamplight in ever-changing constellations, akin to stars adrift in a boundless firmament. Mesmerized, every sip seemed to replenish itself, the tea level remaining constant despite my consumption. The rhythmic ticking of my wristwatch melded with the grandfather clock's eternal chimes, harmonizing into a lullaby of time. I noted the hands of my watch moving contrary to convention, the hour hand forging ahead while the minute hand traced its path in reverse. Yet this paradox felt harmonious, revealing the authentic essence of time, beyond its linear facade. Words materialized on the journal's pages, unbidden. Time is not a river, but an ocean. In their reading, a profound truth resonated within me. This night wasn't interminable due to its duration, but because it existed across all moments concurrently, a dream encompassing past, present, and future in a single breath. The darkness beyond the window transformed into a tranquil abyss, not foreboding, but welcoming, like a gentle embrace awaiting the world. Through its depths, fleeting glimpses of alternate versions of my study flickered, other instances of this eternal night, all existing in parallel. My reflection in the window moved independently, selecting different tomes, penning diverse words, savoring tea at alternate intervals, as if illustrating the myriad potentialities within this singular night. We acknowledged one another with serene nods, two voyagers sharing the same space across diverging times. Settling back into my chair, a profound serenity enveloped me. The clock's tolls stretched so far apart that each resonated as a distinct lifetime, containing realms of experience within the spaces between echoes. The night enfolded me in a cocoon of infinite moments, each one whole and flawless in itself. I grasped the realization that this night would never truly conclude, not due to time's cessation, but because it had expanded to unveil its genuine essence. Somewhere, I perpetually sat in this study, witnessing the darkness breathe, attuned to the clock's eternal song, existing in this pristine moment encompassing all moments. Thus I abide in this unending night, penning these ageless words, sipping tea immune to cooling, witnessing time unveil itself not as a sequence of instances, but as an infinite waltz of the present. The darkness outpulses with boundless potential. The clock continues its timeless refrain, and I dwell within this eternal moment, in perfect harmony with the infinite night. Story 28. As heavy rain drummed a soothing melody on the roof of my secluded country house, I settled in for another peaceful evening. The drops traced intricate paths down the window panes, their dance illuminated by the soft flicker of candlelight I had cast to push back the encroaching darkness. The gentle breeze swept through the garden, rustling the leaves in a natural lullaby. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I idly watched wisps of vapor curling upwards in delicate spirals. The house murmured its familiar symphony, the gentle creak of aging timbers, the steady tick-tock of the hall clock, the faint whistle of wind weaving through unseen crevices. All appeared ordinary, yet an inexplicable unease began to stir in the tranquil atmosphere of the evening. It was while I savored my tea that a peculiar sight caught my attention. Through the reflection in the hallway mirror, I glimpsed the upstairs bedroom window aglow with an otherworldly light, as though a hidden flame flickered within. Yet I knew with absolute certainty that no source of light resided in that room. Setting down my cup with deliberate care, I rose and made my way towards the staircase. Each wooden step groaned underfoot, a familiar sound after years of residence. But that night, every creak seemed to carry a message, as if the house itself sought to communicate with me. The air grew colder with each ascent, a thin film of moisture clinging to the walls of the upper corridor. Pausing before the bedroom door, I felt a shiver run through me before turning the icy brass handle. With a soft squeak, the door swung open, revealing the room cloaked in shadow. The window, the very same I had seen in the mirror, remained shut. Yet, to my astonishment, the lock began to shift of its own accord, as if nudged by unseen hands. Slowly, inch by inch, the window began to open without any visible force propelling it. The breeze that wafted in did not account for such deliberate movement, carrying with it a sweet, ancient fragrance of dried blooms and aged wood. Approaching cautiously, I observed raindrops pirouetting into the room, forming intricate patterns on the wooden sill. And then a marvel revealed itself. The droplets defied gravity, swirling in midair before settling gently on the floor. Amidst this inexplicable display, my gaze was drawn to the window's glass, where ghostly writing materialized, as if an unseen hand traced cryptic symbols upon the misted surface. The words materialized too faintly to decipher, yet my heart quickened with a steady, rhythmic beat. The curtains stirred as if stirred by a phantom breath, their undulating motion akin to the slow, deep respiration of one in slumber. Moonlight filtered through rain-laden clouds cast dancing shadows that whispered silent tales upon the walls. Reaching out towards the glass, feeling the chill of the outside air on my fingertips, I hesitated just as the window closed with a gentle finality, the latch clicking softly shut. The ancient aroma that had pervaded the room began to dissipate, leaving me rooted in place, my senses attuned to the rain's persistent patter outside. The room had reverted to its customary appearance, yet an intangible shift lingered in the air. It was as though the house had offered me a fleeting glimpse into a realm beyond, a realm that intersected ours in those rare moments when reality and enigma coalesced like gossamer threads. Since that enigmatic night, I find myself drawn to the armchair, where I sit and contemplate the mirrored reflection of the upstairs window. Sometimes it remains inert, while on occasion it unfurls in a silent ritual that has woven itself into the fabric of my life. The source of this mysterious occurrence eludes me, but I have come to embrace it as a facet of the enigma that binds me to this ancient abode, a secret shared solely between myself and these venerable walls. And on the stillest of nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and the rain descends in a gentle cadence, I almost sense a familiar presence, a silent guardian watching over me from the shadows, manifesting through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 29. The old grandfather clock in my study announced the arrival of midnight with its deep, familiar chime, each resonance spreading through the hushed air like gentle ripples on a tranquil pond. Nestled in my worn leather armchair, a weathered book lay open on my lap, while the soft patter of rain against the window panes provided a soothing backdrop to the night's stillness. The house itself seemed to murmur softly, its aged wooden frame settling into the embrace of the night. My gaze drifted towards the hallway door, bathed in the warm glow of the reading lamp, casting a mysterious light on its dark wooden facade. A subtle shift in the air hinted at a change, a nuance that eluded my grasp. Perhaps it was the brass handle catching the light in a different way, or maybe the grain of the wood whispering of unseen alterations. Despite 15 years within these walls, tonight the door felt like a stranger in my own home. Standing up from my chair, I carefully marked my place in the book with a delicate silk ribbon. The floor beneath my slippers felt cool as I approached the door, the temperature dropping ever so slightly with each step, as if a whisper of winter had crept into that corner of the house. My fingertips brushed against the handle, unexpectedly warm against the cool night air, beckoning me to explore the unknown. With a smooth motion, the door swung open, revealing the familiar hallway bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Everything appeared unchanged. The faded wallpaper, the well-trodden carpet, the collection of family photographs adorning the walls. Closing the door, I shook my head at my own fanciful imagination, attributing the odd sensation to mere fatigue. That night, my dreams were filled with doors that materialized in improbable places, doors with brass handles that glowed warmly against their surroundings, doors that beckoned me into unknown realms beyond. Upon waking, I carried on with my daily routine, barely sparing a glance towards the hallway door as I passed through it. As evening descended once more, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The door seemed to have aged overnight, its color lightened as if touched by the passage of decades. The brass handle now bore a patina that had not been there before, drawing me closer with a sense of intrigue. Examining it with a newfound curiosity, I noted the subtle changes in the wood grain, the transformation of the hinges from iron black to burnished copper. Night after night, the door underwent subtle metamorphoses, each time revealing a slightly altered version of itself. The handle shifted, the frame gained intricate carvings, yet the hallway beyond remained unchanged. Intrigued by this enigma, I began to meticulously document each change in a journal, capturing the evolution with intricate sketches and detailed descriptions. The door never revealed its secrets in my presence, choosing instead to transform during the silent depths of the night, when the house slumbered and my attention wandered elsewhere. Determined to unravel the mystery, I embarked on a nocturnal vigil, watching as the hours slipped by in the company of the ticking grandfather clock. At precisely 3:17 a.m., a subtle disruption in the room's atmosphere coincided with a flicker of the study lights. In that fleeting moment of darkness, the door underwent another transformation, the warm oak now a rich mahogany adorned with shimmering silver inlays that seemed to dance in the shadows. Drawn towards the door by an unseen force, I hesitated as my hand reached for the crystal handle, the air around it humming with a mystical energy. A startling realization struck me. The door bore no keyhole, a detail that had always been present in previous iterations. Confounded, I searched my journal for any mention of the missing keyhole, only to find no trace of it. As I pondered the implications of this revelation, a sense of unease settled over me, like a shadow creeping across the room. Night after night, the door continued its enigmatic transformations, offering glimpses of alternate realities beyond its threshold. Yet every morning, it was my familiar hallway that greeted me, unchanged and unyielding. In the quiet moments of evening, I find myself captivated by the ever-changing nature of the door, a silent witness to its mysterious metamorphoses. Sometimes I catch fleeting glimpses of different hallways beyond, each with its own unique tapestry of carpets, wallpapers, and photographs. Yet when I venture to open the door, it remains steadfast in its presentation of my own hallway. The temptation to rearrange the photographs lingers in my mind, a desire to test the boundaries of reality and perception. But a subtle warning whispers in the recesses of my thoughts, urging caution in the face of the unknown. The door continues to shift and evolve, each night bringing a new iteration, a new enigma to unravel. I have grown accustomed to the quiet dance of transformation, finding solace in the ever-shifting puzzle before me. Perhaps it is not the door that changes, but my perception of it that evolves with each passing night. Or maybe both are true, or neither at all. All that remains certain is the anticipation that stirs within me as midnight approaches, carrying with it the promise of new revelations and hidden truths waiting to be discovered in the silent hours before dawn. Story 30. The soft melody of raindrops tapping against my window had become a familiar companion during my late-night writing sessions. Each droplet painted shimmering paths down the glass, creating a shifting canvas of liquid light. My desk lamp enveloped me in a warm amber glow, casting the rest of the room into a cozy embrace of shadows. I found solace in watching the raindrops, seeking out stories within their wandering trails. Tonight, however, a sense of intrigue filled the air. The water seemed to flow in mysterious patterns, as if guided by an invisible hand. Initially, I brushed it off as mere fatigue playing tricks on my eyes. The gentle rhythm of the rain nearly lulled me into a dreamy state between consciousness and slumber. Yet the peculiar dance of the droplets captivated me. They avoided specific spots on the glass, forming dry patches that gradually outlined a figure. Leaning closer, I noticed my reflection not only mirrored the rain, but also the dimly lit interior of my room behind me. In the dual world of glass and water, an oddity caught my eye. My reflection appeared slightly delayed, moving out of sync with my own actions. The rain's whisper grew louder, its tranquil melody entwining with my senses. Mesmerized, I observed as my reflection's hand reached out to touch the glass, a motion I did not command. It glided gracefully, as though following a choreography unknown to me. A subtle warmth caressed my skin, contrasting the coolness by the window. The features of my reflection began to transform, shifting into a blend of the familiar and the enigmatic. Its eyes held a wisdom beyond my years, a depth of knowledge spanning eras. Motionless, I watched as my reflection evolved into a form beyond gender or age, existing in a realm outside time. The rain encircled it with flowing silver, the droplets defying gravity in perfect loops. A flicker of my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room, and in that fleeting darkness, a gentle presence brushed against me, tender and comforting. As the light steadied, my reflection returned to its usual mimicry of my gestures. Yet the rain persisted in its enchanting circles, a reminder of the extraordinary visitation. Throughout the night, I remained by the window, contemplating the ethereal encounter. The lingering presence felt akin to a cherished melody, neither ominous nor intrusive. With the approaching dawn, the rain eased, leaving behind ordinary streaks on the window. On rainy nights since, I am drawn to that window, abandoning pen and paper on my desk. Sometimes, under the perfect conditions, when the rain forms a flawless mirror, I glimpse that alternate self observing me through the glass. We share an unspoken connection, understanding that certain enigmas are meant to be felt rather than unraveled. The rain persists, each drop carrying the promise of another meeting. In those moments of mutual observation, I ponder if, in a distant realm, another version of myself sits by their own window, yearning to catch a glimpse of my world through the silver threads of rain. Story 31. The autumn garden, enveloped in a delicate shroud of mist, greeted me that morning as I collected the fallen leaves from the night before. The crisp air embraced my cheeks, carrying the fragrance of moist soil and the chrysanthemums I had planted a few weeks earlier. Silence reigned supreme, broken only by the soft crunch of dry leaves beneath my feet and the sporadic chirping of an early bird. As I was raking near the weathered stone bench, a faint glimmer amid the foliage caught my eye. A silvery sheen beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. With gentle curiosity, I knelt down, brushing away the damp leaves to reveal an antique necklace. The intricate craftsmanship of the oval pendant, adorned with floral motifs and a mesmerizing blue gem at its center, captivated me. I held the necklace, sensing its delicate weight and cool touch against my skin. It was unfamiliar to me, belonging to no one I knew. Having lived alone in that house for over 2 decades, I could not recall any neighbor wearing such an exquisite piece. The blue gem continued to radiate a peculiar luminosity, as if possessing a light of its own. That night, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I placed it on the nightstand beside my bed. Falling asleep, I watched the moonlight filter through the window, casting dancing shadows on the walls from the necklace's metallic surface. Throughout the night, I stirred awake multiple times, feeling as though a distant melody, reminiscent of a music box, lingered in the air. A sweet and melancholic tune, barely audible, dissipated whenever I tried to focus on it. Come morning, I noticed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as if moved during the night. In the daylight, the blue gem appeared less vibrant, yet upon touching it, I sensed a subtle warmth, distinct from the prior coldness. Intrigued, I decided to delve into its origins. In the ensuing days, subtle alterations within the house caught my attention. Objects on the kitchen table seemed rearranged each morning, as if scrutinized overnight. Family portraits on the hallway wall appeared slightly askew daily. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer, yet eluding precise localization. One evening, while perusing a book in my armchair with the necklace nearby, I distinctly heard faint footsteps from upstairs. Like a child's delicate tiptoeing, the steps propelled me to ascend quietly, only to find emptiness. However, in the guest room turned storage space, an unfamiliar wooden box adorned with matching floral patterns of the necklace caught my eye. Inside rested a time-aged photograph on a faded velvet cushion, a picture of a young lady donning an identical necklace. Inscribed on the back was a date in faded ink and a phrase, "To remember the happy days in the garden." From that night onward, the melody of the music box became more prevalent, no longer unsettling but comforting. It was as though the house itself hummed a lullaby, a soothing tune that filled the rooms during the hushed hours of night. Sometimes, on autumn evenings in the garden, I glimpsed a vague figure moving amidst the trees, akin to a phantom of memory attempting to materialize. The woman in the photograph remained a mystery, as did the origins of the necklace in my garden. I embraced this enigma in my life, akin to the changing seasons or the passage of time. The necklace still resides on my nightstand, and occasionally, on the tranquil nights when the moon shines bright and the wind whispers through the leaves, I swear I hear faint laughter mingling with the music box melody, a whisper of joyous days forgotten by time. Story 32. The gentle glow of my reading lamp painted soft shadows on the mahogany shelves of my personal library. Raindrops tapped a tranquil melody against the window, a soothing companion to my nightly routines. Nestled in my cherished leather armchair, I inhaled the comforting aroma of aged paper and polished wood that saturated the room. An unfamiliar sensation lingered in the air that evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that eluded immediate recognition. My gaze wandered over the meticulously arranged volumes, each positioned with precision according to my organizational system. The leather-bound tomes shimmered in the warm light, their golden titles catching fleeting glimpses. And then, a revelation, a gap between 2 books, a void that disrupted the harmony of the collection. It was as if a single volume had vanished, leaving behind a deliberate absence. Rising from my seat, the leather whispered softly beneath me as I approached the peculiar gap. Tracing my finger along the untouched space, a faint chill prickled my skin. The neighboring books stood undisturbed, my prized collection of 19th century supernatural literature. Yet the missing volume, a rare gem acquired just a month prior, had vanished without a trace. A solitary dweller in my abode, I puzzled over this mystery. No one else had entry to my sanctuary. I kept it secured when unoccupied. I distinctly remembered the book resting in its place during my morning inspection. As I pondered this enigma, another anomaly caught my attention. The books adjacent to the gap were pristine, untouched by the dust that cloaked the rest. Drawing nearer, a subtle fragrance wafted from the emptiness, a blend of aged parchment and an elusive essence, perhaps vanilla or worn leather, with a hint of floral undertones. With a hope of discovery, I slid out a neighboring book, anticipating the missing volume hidden behind. But my search revealed only the solid back of the bookcase. As I returned the book to its place, a flicker of movement danced in the gap, a glimmer of light akin to moonbeams on water. Yet the wall bore no windows, leaving me perplexed by the illusion. Extending my hand into the space, warmth greeted my touch, an ethereal energy pulsating in the air. The rain continued its rhythmic song against the glass, now whispering in a language beyond comprehension. Entranced, I found myself fixated on the vacant space, as if awaiting the sudden reappearance of the lost volume. The lamp's glow seemed to bend around the gap, casting mesmerizing patterns that captivated my gaze. Throughout the evening, I found myself drawn back to that empty void, each inspection revealing new nuances, depths that defied logic, fleeting lights that dissolved upon focus. As the night deepened, the rain hushed to a gentle murmur, and shadows shifted imperceptibly across the room. They ebbed towards the vacant space, a slow, undulating motion that blurred the line between reality and imagination. Weary eyes urged me to retire, yet a peculiar page materialized in the gap, ancient and radiant in the dim light. Unfamiliar script adorned the aged paper, fading before my eyes, leaving behind a blank canvas that faded into oblivion. The missing volume remained elusive, a phantom haunting the empty space between the books. Even now, as rain taps against the window and shadows dance in the lamplight, I find myself drawn to that mysterious gap. In moments of silence, I catch whispers of turning pages, though the void remains untouched. And occasionally, a trace of that sweet, enigmatic perfume drifts through the air, a reminder of the unsolved enigma that lingers in the confines of my library. The void persists, rejecting all attempts to be filled with another book. Any tome left in that space mysteriously returns to my desk by morning, as if the emptiness craves its rightful occupant. I've learned to embrace this enigma, this pocket of uncertainty in my orderly sanctuary. Perhaps some stories are destined to wander, carrying their secrets beyond our reach, leaving behind only questions and the faint scent of endless possibilities. Story 33. The ancient house had always murmured to me, but on that wintry night, a shift occurred. Snow drifted down in silence beyond my window, each delicate flake illuminated by the soft moonbeams before settling on the ground. Nestled in my cozy reading chair, enveloped in a well-loved woolen blanket, I savored the tranquil crackle of the fireplace. The familiar sounds of the house settling and the floorboards creaking had long been a source of solace. Yet on this particular night, they carried a new whisper I had never discerned before. Initially, it was a mere hint, a faint murmur that could have been mistaken for the wind weaving through the ancient timbers. Setting aside my book, I held my breath, attuning my senses to the subtle sounds. Once more, the whisper drifted to me, akin to distant conversations muffled by heavy velvet drapes. The words eluded comprehension, but the rhythm was undeniably human. Placing my hand against the wall beside me, I traced the rough texture of the vintage wallpaper beneath my fingertips. There was a faint vibration, akin to a slumbering cat's purr. Strangely, the wall exuded a warmth that defied the winter chill pervading the rest of the dwelling. Leaning in, I closed my eyes, focusing solely on the enigmatic sounds within. The voices grew clearer, though their message remained enigmatic. They seemed to ebb and flow through the walls like subterranean streams, meandering from one room to the next. At times, they faded entirely, only to resurface moments later from a different direction. Devoid of malevolence or menace, they evoked memories of a distant familial gathering where loved ones conversed in hushed tones well into the night. Intrigued, I began to traverse the house, following the ethereal whispers from room to room. My bare feet made nary a sound on the ancient carpets as I trailed the path of the voices. In the kitchen, they appeared to emanate from behind the array of copper pots adorning the wall. Within the hallway, they reverberated from beneath the time-worn paintings of foreign landscapes I had never traversed. Each time I felt on the verge of deciphering their words, they shifted and morphed, akin to trying to grasp a fading dream upon awakening. The grandfather clock in the study chimed midnight, its resonant toll mingling with the mysterious murmurs. Enveloped in darkness, I observed the shadows cavort on the walls, cast by the solitary street lamp outside. A peculiar anomaly caught my eye, a subtle bulge on the wallpaper in a corner, as if something behind it was gently pressing outward. Approaching tentatively, the voices crescendoed, and the wallpaper quivered, as if stirred by a breath from beyond. With trembling fingertips, I reached out to touch the protuberance. The wallpaper pulsed warmly beneath my touch, and amidst the surge of voices, I could swear my name was uttered with tender affection. Gradually, the bulge receded, leaving the wall smooth once more, though the residual warmth lingered. Throughout the night, I uncovered more of these mysterious bulges in various walls, each appearing and vanishing like waves on a shore, leaving behind only warmth and whispers. Occasionally, snatches of laughter or what resembled a lullaby sung in an unfamiliar tongue reached my ears. The voices retained their soothing, almost hypnotic quality, never veering into threat or discord. As dawn approached, the whispers waned like dissipating mist. The final murmurs enveloped me from all directions, a gentle embrace of sound. The walls gradually cooled, returning to their customary temperature as the first light of day filtered through the windows. The source of the voices within the walls remained a mystery, though they occasionally resurfaced on quiet, snowy nights. I pondered whether the house harbored echoes of former inhabitants, their conversations and laughter interwoven into its very structure. Alternatively, I contemplated the notion that the walls thinned on certain nights, allowing us to catch a glimpse of the murmurs of unseen occupants. One certainty prevailed: the voices had become a peculiar solace, akin to a forgotten childhood lullaby. They served as a reminder that even in solitude, true isolation is an illusion. My house's walls cradle their secrets close, divulging them solely through whispers on wintry nights when the world grows hushed, and the boundary between reality and reverie blurs as delicately as aged wallpaper. Story 34. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my quaint country home, weaving a mesmerizing melody with the gentle creaking of the wooden floor beneath my feet. On that autumn evening, the line between reality and dreams felt faint, almost vanishing. Outside, the tree leaves swayed in the dark, casting ever-shifting shadows on the hallway walls through the misty panes. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of now chilled chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched as the light from the floor lamp painted a golden halo on the ground. There was a subtle shift in the air that night, a lingering sensation I couldn't quite grasp. Perhaps it was the thickness of the air, or the profound silence that enveloped the house, almost palpable. Slowly I stood up, drawn by a flicker caught in the corner of my eye. The hallway leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, stretching beyond its usual borders. Shadows lurked in the corners, seeming denser, almost alive. As I reached the threshold of the living room, peering into the deepening darkness, a gradual chill crept over me. The familiar sounds of my steps on the wooden floor now felt unfamiliar, echoing strangely. The ancestral portraits on the walls seemed to regard me with a new intensity. Their gazes altered, their expressions shifted. Halfway down the hallway I halted. A peculiar scent wafted to my nostrils, an ancient aroma of aged books and damp wood, foreign to my home. Turning to the window on my right, I noticed the rain had painted intricate patterns on the glass, designs following an enigmatic yet precise pattern. And then I saw it. A shadow darker than the rest, gliding with an eerie grace along the opposite wall. It bore no visible source, possessing a solidity of its own, like congealed mist. Moving slowly, almost hesitantly, it seemed aware of my presence. My breath deepened as I observed, not in fear but in a strange recognition, as if that presence had always lingered, waiting to be acknowledged. The shadow paused by the guest room door, taking on a faintly human form. Stepping closer, it seemed to react to my proximity, wavering slightly. The rain's song had transformed into a constant whisper, as if conveying a message. Straining my ears, I almost discerned words in an unfamiliar yet oddly understandable tongue. The air grew colder around me, though not unpleasantly so, wrapping me in a cool embrace akin to silk on a balmy night. The shadow began to move toward me, its movements fluid, akin to a slow-motion dance. I stood rooted, watching as it drew nearer. Just a few steps away, it paused. In the hush of the house, my heartbeat echoed, steady and calm. The shadow inclined slightly, as if in greeting. Moved by an inexplicable impulse, I raised my hand. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow seemed to extend a hand of its own, a fleeting warmth emanating from where our hands nearly met. Then, with the same grace it had arrived, the shadow began to dissipate. Like smoke carried by an unseen breeze, it dissolved into the air, leaving behind a faint scent of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I lingered in the hallway, time seemingly suspended, listening to the rain's dwindling cadence. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if time had paused during our encounter. Since that evening, on rainy nights, I tread down that hallway with heightened awareness, watching for the elusive shadows. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of that familiar form, dancing just beyond my vision's edge. The mystery of that shadow remains unsolved, yet its presence left not fear but an understanding that some enigmas require no explanation. The hallway now harbors its secret, and on quiet nights, when rain taps at the windows, I await with a blend of curiosity and peace for another encounter with the shadow that dances beyond the hallway. Story 35. The November breeze gently rustled the brittle leaves strewn across the driveway as I gazed at the looming silhouette of the forsaken mansion against the heavy, overcast sky. Known as the house that time forgot, it bore a history shrouded in mystery, with whispers of a long-forgotten resident lingering in the air. I approached the weathered gate, its icy iron bars chilling my fingertips. A musty scent of moss and damp stone wafted through the neglected garden, where tangled brambles and nettles embraced the crumbling walls with wild abandon. Yet amidst the desolation, a melancholic elegance still clung to the old estate. As a real estate agent tasked with assessing the property, I ventured closer to unravel its enigmatic past. The current owner, a reclusive gentleman living overseas, sought to part ways with the ancestral home he had never stepped foot in. Inherited from a distant relative, the mansion stood as a relic of bygone days, beckoning me to uncover its forgotten secrets. Amidst the overgrown foliage, faint traces of recently trodden paths hinted at a presence unseen. Who could be wandering these grounds, veiled from prying eyes? With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, granting passage into a realm frozen in time. Bathed in a spectral blue twilight filtering through closed shutters, the interior exuded a weighty stillness, laden with layers of dust and the essence of ancient wood. Each creak of the floorboards echoed through the grand salon, where furniture draped in yellowed sheets cast ghostly silhouettes in the dimness. Veiled mirrors adorned the walls, casting ethereal reflections that danced in the dim light, imbuing the space with an otherworldly aura. Ascending the worn staircase, my hand gliding along the polished handrail, I ventured into the upper chambers. A procession of closed doors lined the corridor, concealing empty rooms frozen in time, save for a few shrouded remnants of a forgotten past. It was in the final room that a subtle disturbance caught my eye. A bedroom, untouched by time yet bearing signs of recent activity. Dust-covered surfaces bore the faint impression of a presence, a silver brush and strands of dark hair hinting at a spectral visitor. The neatly made bed, its lace coverlet slightly askew, seemed to hold a lingering warmth, as if someone had just vacated the spot. A fleeting movement in the mirror startled me, a phantom figure momentarily materializing on the bed before vanishing into the shadows. Though the room appeared empty, an unsettling presence lingered, urging me to depart swiftly. Descending the stairs, a soft humming drifted through the stillness, a haunting melody that tugged at my senses. Was it the echoes of the past, or a trick of the mind? I hastened towards the exit, the fading light casting deeper shadows as I stepped back into the silent garden. Glancing back at the mansion, a flicker of movement behind an upstairs window drew my gaze, a pale glow that vanished as quickly as it appeared. In the days that followed, I compiled my assessment of the property, capturing its unique essence in careful detail. The hair on the dresser and the haunting melody remained unspoken of, yet a subtle note hinted at the house's enigmatic allure. Despite lingering on the market, the mansion stood as a testament to a past that refused to fade, a spectral figure forever bound to its halls. Each time I passed by the rusted gate, a phantom presence seemed to linger within the shadows, a ghostly specter moving through the upper rooms as if caught in an eternal wait. Perhaps the true secret of the never-inhabited house lay not in its emptiness, but in the enduring presence of a soul unwilling to depart. And so, the mystery of the mansion persisted, its walls whispering tales of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 36. The gentle patter of autumn rain tapped softly against my office window, creating a soothing symphony as I toiled away in my study. On nights like this, the world seemed to hush, cocooned in a quilt of raindrops that wove a natural, hypnotic melody. The warm glow of my desk lamp bathed the aged manuscripts in a golden light, each yellowed page holding secrets of the city's history within its weathered fibers. And then, she appeared. A lone figure traversing the square beneath a vibrant scarlet umbrella, a splash of vivid color amidst the muted palette of autumnal grays and browns. There was a peculiar grace to her movements, an almost musical cadence to her steps that harmonized seamlessly with the rain's rhythmic dance. Every evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella graced the square with her presence. Her nightly promenade became a ritual I eagerly anticipated, a moment imbued with a growing sense of intrigue. Yet her face remained veiled, obscured by the shadow of her umbrella and the misty rain that faithfully followed her every step. One fateful night, as I observed her customary passage, a subtle shift caught my eye. The woman paused at the square's center and, for a fleeting instant, turned towards my window. My heart fluttered as I caught a glimpse of what seemed like a smile on her pale visage, illuminated by the soft glow of the streetlights. But in a blink, she resumed her journey, fading into the evening's embrace. In the days that followed, subtle disturbances began to unsettle my sanctuary. Water droplets appeared on the manuscripts I cataloged, as if left by rain-kissed fingertips. The delicate scent of antique roses lingered in the air, persistent and ethereal, even when all windows were shut tight. One evening, a forgotten relic surfaced on my desk, a black and white photograph depicting the square 5 decades past, where amidst the throng stood a figure with a red umbrella, a solitary burst of color in the monochrome tableau. On the photograph's reverse, elegant script traced out a date, October 15th, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who once inhabited the same walls as I, 50 years prior. Known for her crimson umbrella and fervor for ancient tomes, her life met a tragic end in that very square, on a rainy night, much like the present. As I immersed myself in Sarah's story, the scent of roses intensified. The rain's patter morphed into a tender melody, as though a forgotten lullaby resurfaced in the stillness. The pages of the documents I perused stirred faintly, as if brushed by an unseen zephyr. Raising my gaze to the window, I beheld her, nearer than ever before. This time the red umbrella was furled, revealing her countenance. Her eyes exuded kindness, her smile exuding tranquility. No fear gripped me, only a profound melancholy and comprehension. From that night onward, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nightly sojourns across the square. Yet, on rainy evenings, when the archive falls into a hush and shadows waltz across the walls, I catch whispers of her footsteps and the lingering fragrance of antique roses. And on occasion, as I peruse ancient documents, I spy fresh dewdrops adorning the pages, as if a gentle hand had just grazed the paper with rain-dampened fingers. I often ponder whether Sarah still watches over her cherished books, if her spirit wanders in the rain, clutching her red umbrella. This tale remains mine alone, a tender secret shared with the library's shadows. Each time rain taps on the window panes, a smile tugs at my lips, knowing that somewhere, amid the annals of time, a woman with a red umbrella continues her eternal stroll. Story 37. Enveloped in a velvety silence, the narrow streets of the quaint hillside town lay still. An autumn evening draped in the scent of burning wood and damp leaves, veiled in fog that slinked through the alleys like a stealthy cat. From my perch on the third floor, I peered out at the neighboring houses, their windows aglow with a gentle amber hue. A peculiar sight for the lateness of the hour, yet behind those misted panes there was no stir of life to be seen. The church bell tolled 10 o'clock, its chime hollow and muted, as though shrouded in layers of soft cotton. A recent transplant to this town, a mere 3 weeks past, I had never before witnessed the streets so deserted. Normally, even at this late hour, a solitary figure would amble by, perhaps an elder walking a faithful hound or youths from the nearby tavern exchanging banter under the flickering street lamp. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I observed the absence of even the familiar stray cat that often prowled Mrs. Miller's windowsill. Wisps of steam spiraled from the cup, pirouetting gracefully in the air, weaving fleeting shapes that dissolved into the room's shadows. Opting to keep only a small reading lamp aglow, casting soft, flickering shadows upon the cream walls, I was startled by a sudden rustling. It emanated from the hallway leading to the bedroom, a gentle whisper of sound akin to paper being tenderly dragged across the floor. Intrigued rather than fearful, I rose from my seat, setting the cup delicately on the wooden side table beside me. The air seemed to chill as I ventured closer, not a harsh cold of winter, but a ghostly coolness reminiscent of a time-worn church. The floorboards creaked beneath my cautious steps, a familiar sound that oddly comforted me. Upon reaching the bedroom's threshold, I hesitated. The door stood ajar, emitting a soft, ethereal bluish light that differed from any other within the house. Pushing the door open gently, it groaned faintly on its hinges. The window remained shut, yet the curtain swayed as though brushed by a phantom breeze. Nestled on the floor beneath the window, a lone sheet of paper lay. I bent to retrieve it, noting it was a yellowed newspaper page dated October 15, 1954. The headline seized my attention, "Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove." The article recounted a night when the town's denizens had huddled within their homes, as if bound by an unspoken pact of silence with origins lost to time. Engrossed in the narrative, a movement outside the window snagged my gaze. Across the street, lights dimmed one by one, extinguished like candles snuffed by an unseen breath. Yet, behind those darkened windows, motionless silhouettes loomed, their gaze seemingly fixed upon the deserted street. A buzz from my robe pocket heralded a message from the building's WhatsApp group. "Tonight, remain indoors. It is imperative." Peering out once more, I noted that all lights had now faded, save for mine. In the thickening silence, my heartbeat slowed, falling into rhythm with something ancient and enigmatic. Perching on the bed's edge, clutching the newspaper scrap, I marveled at its remarkable softness, as though cherished through countless hands. Beyond the window, the fog swelled, enveloping the streetlights in a ghostly shroud. Surveying the town's main thoroughfare, utterly deserted, I recalled the article's accounts. Come morning, the townsfolk had no recollection of the events of that eerie night. Life had resumed its course, yet sporadically, the phenomenon would recur. Standing, I made my way to the light switch. Before plunging the room into darkness, I stole a final glance outside. The mist had coiled into sinuous, almost dancing forms, and for an instant I glimpsed figures flitting within, shadows adrift in a sea of milk. With the room now shrouded in darkness, I settled upon the bed, still fully clothed. Silence reigned supreme, punctuated solely by the clock's rhythmic ticking upon the nightstand. As slumber beckoned, I pondered whether come dawn, this night would linger in my memory or slip away like a wisp of fog, leaving me oblivious to the cyclical mystery that enshrouded our lives. The toll of midnight bells resonated in the distance, their chime oddly muted, as if echoing from a bygone era, a realm where silence was the universal tongue of all its inhabitants. Story 38. The snow cascaded down in silence on that wintry night, draping the windowsill in a soft, velvety white cloak. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the snowflakes pirouetting in the lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the tea enveloped me, a comforting contrast to the chill seeping through the ancient wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's tick-tock filled the room with a hypnotic cadence, akin to a lullaby lulling me into a tranquil state. It was during this tranquil interlude that a peculiar sight caught my attention in the window's reflection. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a visage materialized before me. Indistinct yet possessing an otherworldly allure, as if sketched by the mist of my breath on the frosty glass. The eyes, however, held a peculiar intensity. Profound and shadowy, they seemed to regard me with an uncanny familiarity. Rising from the chair, the floorboards groaned beneath my weight as I drew closer to the window. The reflection appeared to dissolve, yet a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. The fragrance of jasmine now mingled with the aroma of tea, evoking hazy recollections of a summer evening long past. Returning to my seat, my gaze continued to search for that enigmatic face in the reflection. The pendulum's rhythmic swing persisted, its ticking now murmuring unintelligible whispers. Retrieving my weathered journal from the nearby shelf, a relic of memories preserved within its aged pages, I absent-mindedly flipped through it, causing a photograph to slip free. Trembling hands retrieved it. Though faded and time-worn, the image depicted a group of individuals captured in a moment of joy during a summer picnic. A photo unfamiliar to my recollection, yet each face bore an eerie semblance of recognition. One figure, in particular, seized my attention. A young woman in the background, her image slightly blurred, gazing directly at the camera with those same deep dark eyes mirrored in the window's reflection. My heart fluttered as I scrutinized the photograph. Clad in a white floral dress, she clutched a bouquet of jasmine in her hands, her smile tender and wistful. Flipping the photo over, elegant script on the back implored, "Don't forget me." A gust of wind stirred the curtains, though all windows remained shut. The scent of jasmine enveloped me, a gentle embrace. Closing my eyes briefly, fragmented memories began to surface. A tinkling laugh, the distant melody of a piano, the whisper of a white dress fluttering among garden trees. Reopening my eyes, the snow descended serenely, the window's reflection now revealing only my weary countenance. Yet, as I reverently placed the photograph back into the journal, I sensed that face would accompany my slumber. Not a menacing presence, but rather a tender melancholy, akin to a forgotten melody resurfacing in the mind. Reclining on the couch, cocooned in a toasty blanket, the pendulum's hypnotic sway persisted. The jasmine fragrance lingered in the air, gradually dissipating like a waning memory slipping into slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, I pondered how many forgotten memories lay dormant within the recesses of my mind, patiently awaiting rediscovery. Perhaps, I mused, certain faces are destined to linger, gentle phantoms preserving memories obscured by time, but not obliterated. Drifting into the realm of dreams, the crystalline laughter echoed faintly in the wind, carried alongside the snowflakes swirling in the nocturnal embrace. Story 39. The gentle patter of rain on the windows of the tavern created a soothing symphony, harmonizing with the soft clinks of cups and the murmurs of the few lingering patrons. Seated at the bar, I observed the flickering lights reflecting on the polished dark wood surface. Jack, the bartender, meticulously cleaned glasses with a slow, almost trance-like rhythm. That evening, a new aura surrounded him, a depth in his gaze that had eluded me in my routine visits. His dark eyes hinted at concealed thoughts as he prepared my customary lavender tea. Though his hands moved with precision, a faint tremor betrayed his composure when he placed the cup before me. The fragrance of lavender wafted through the air, mingling with coffee and the aged wood scent that filled the tavern. Jack surreptitiously glanced towards a lone figure at a distant corner table, motionless like a fixture of the place. With deliberate motions, he refilled my cup, his voice carrying a subtle tension as he inquired if I desired anything more. A disconcerting detail caught my eye. A faint reddish stain marred the usually pristine cuff of his white shirt, barely visible in the dim ambience. Time ebbed away slowly, accompanied by the hypnotic rhythm of the rain outside. Patrons departed one by one, leaving vacant seats and abandoned cups behind. Only the enigmatic figure in the corner remained, seemingly waiting, watching. Jack meticulously rearranged the bar, a meticulousness bordering on obsession, aligning bottles and dusting already spotless surfaces. Restlessness seeped into his movements, while the clock's ticking underscored the passage of time. Another detail emerged. A weathered notebook peeked from beneath the counter, nestled among the bottles. When Jack tended to the final guest, my gaze wandered to the aged pages of the notebook. Neat, diminutive handwriting chronicled names, dates, and places in orderly succession. Yet the final entries intrigued me. Cryptic notations, nonsensical numbers, and meticulously drawn symbols. Footsteps interrupted my perusal. The mysterious figure rose from their seat, headed towards the exit, exchanging a loaded glance with Jack as they passed by the counter. A fleeting moment pregnant with tension unfolded before the stranger vanished into the rainy night. Jack resumed his duties, yet a shift in his demeanor was palpable. His once steady hands quivered as he stowed away the glasses, his gaze adrift in distant contemplation, as if grappling with profound memories or haunting regrets. As I readied to depart, Jack detained me with a gentle gesture. "You know," he spoke in a hushed, measured tone, "there are things a bartender witnesses and hears, secrets best left entombed within these walls. But sometimes the burden of these truths grows too heavy to bear alone." He paused, deliberating his next words. I turned towards him, noting the play of shadows on his fatigued countenance cast by the flickering lamplight. The notebook lingered among the bottles, a silent repository of untold mysteries. Jack offered a faint, strained smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Return tomorrow," he whispered. "Perhaps I shall share a tale, or perhaps not." Stepping into the obsidian night cloaked by the gentle rain, I glimpsed Jack resuming his meticulous routine, the lamps flickering in a mesmerizing dance. Yet, beneath those familiar motions, I sensed a profound enigma, a mystery destined to elude complete comprehension. The tavern's lights dimmed as I departed, allowing darkness to shroud the secrets veiled within those walls. I pondered how many similar narratives lay concealed behind bar counters, how many taciturn guardians like Jack safeguarded burdensome truths. The answer eluded me, lost in the comforting cadence of the rain persisting in the starless night. Story 40. In the quiet depths of my awakening, a heavy embrace of tranquility envelops me, a sensation akin to a leaden blanket. Soft light bathes the room in a pearly glow, its source a mystery that eludes my gaze. The walls possess an elusive hue, shifting shades with each fleeting glance. Above, the ceiling stretches impossibly high, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless night sky. Nestled upon a bed of unparalleled softness, silk sheets whisper across my skin with a mesmerizing rustle as I stir. A familiar sweet fragrance lingers in the air, a scent elusive in its identity, perhaps lavender or the essence of vanilla, ever morphing when I seek to grasp it. Time flows with a curious cadence in this space. Shadows dance upon the walls, elongating and retracting in a hypnotic rhythm, as if endowed with a life force of their own. Silence, though present, is never absolute. A subtle background hum pervades the air, akin to the deep slumber of a distant dreamer, or perhaps the echo of my own heartbeat resonating through the void. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a plush carpet, cushioning each step as if walking on clouds. The room, sparsely adorned, hosts only a few furnishings: an aged dark wood desk, a regal burgundy velvet armchair, and an oval mirror framed in gold. The mirror, perpetually veiled in mist, conjures visions of a recent steamy shower, though no trace of a bathroom lingers nearby. Approaching the desk, my gaze falls upon an array of curious objects: a weathered leather-bound diary, a fountain pen filled with midnight blue ink, and a cup of tea exuding a gentle wisp of steam. The tea, still warm, puzzles me, for I have no recollection of its preparation. The diary's pages remain blank to the eye, yet beneath my fingertips I sense the faint impression of words etched in invisible ink. The beckoning armchair bids me sit, and I comply. Its velvet upholstery radiates warmth, as though recently vacated. From this vantage point, a peculiar anomaly captures my attention. The wall before me pulsates faintly, as if mimicking the rhythmic breath of a slumbering entity. Intrigued, I approach for a closer inspection, only to find the surface solid and motionless upon my touch. Seeking an exit, my hands trace the walls in search of a concealed doorway, a recurring quest in this enigmatic chamber. Though at times the outline of a handle seems to materialize, it eludes my grasp, dissipating like dawn mist at my touch. The enigmatic mirror draws me in. Through its hazy veil, my reflection gazes back, yet subtle distortions unsettle me. Movements appear delayed, as if my mirrored self hesitates before mirroring my actions. At rare intervals, when the mist momentarily clears, a fleeting glimpse of another figure gazing back at me through the glass sends a shiver down my spine. Time meanders unpredictably within these walls. Light shifts in intensity, following a cadence divorced from the constraints of day and night. Moments spent perusing the diary while seated in the armchair stretch into what feels like mere minutes, only to discover the room transformed by shadows, as if hours have slipped away unnoticed. Returning to the bed, I recline, gazing up at the seemingly boundless ceiling. The sheets envelop me tenderly, as if endowed with the life force of their own, cradling me in a comforting embrace. The fragrance in the air intensifies, evoking memories of my grandmother's perfume, the aroma of freshly baked cookies, or the petrichor of summer rain upon a verdant lawn. With a serene acceptance, I close my eyes, aware that upon reopening them, the cycle will commence anew. This room, this liminal space between wakefulness and reverie, ensnares me in its embrace, where time twists upon itself like a Mobius strip. Uncertainty pervades my consciousness. Am I dreaming the room, or is the room dreaming me? Drifting once more into the embrace of slumber, a fragment of my being ponders the existence of an escape route, or whether, perhaps, I have never truly sought one. The room has woven itself into the fabric of my being, blurring the lines between self and space in an eternal dance of waking and dreaming, where reality and fantasy meld harmoniously like hues upon a canvas freshly painted. Story 41. The night draped its silent veil over the house as the wind whispered softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair in my bedroom, I gazed at the shadows waltzing on the walls in the flickering lamplight. It was that mystical hour when the embrace of sleep beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance had taken hold of me. Night after night, a recurring dream had woven its enigmatic threads into my mind, refusing to release its grip. The room exuded warmth, the rhythmic ticking of the old pendulum clock creating a soothing cadence. My eyes drifted to the open diary resting on the desk, each page meticulously chronicling the details of that haunting dream. My handwriting adorned the pages, narrating the familiar sequence. A spiraling staircase of gray stone descending into unknown depths, the distant melody of water droplets, and a colossal wooden door adorned with cryptic symbols. As I perused the diary, a previously unnoticed detail caught my eye. With each descent down the staircase in the dream, the temperature perceptibly dropped. My fingers grazed the icy stone, exhaling visible puffs of breath into the chilled air. Yet what truly set this dream apart was the uncanny sense of déjà vu that accompanied me, as though the staircase led to a realm ingrained in my soul, despite its foreignness in reality. The door at the staircase's terminus remained sealed, a mystery cloaked in enigmatic symbols. Night after night, I inched closer to deciphering their fluid shapes, which seemed to shift and morph under my touch, imbued with a mysterious vitality. Tracing the contours of the symbols in the dream, I would sense a subtle pulsation coursing through the wood, as if the door itself pulsed with life. That particular evening, a peculiar object caught my attention in the room. Resting on the nightstand beside the lamp was an ancient bronze key, its ornate designs reminiscent of the symbols adorning the dream door. Picking it up, I was struck by its weight and the coldness it exuded. Its sudden appearance perplexed me, yet it felt oddly fitting, as though it had always belonged in my possession. Settling into bed, I clutched the key tightly, its tangible presence grounding me in reality. As slumber beckoned, a premonition whispered that this night would diverge from the usual course. The dream unfolded in its customary manner, the spiral staircase, the melodic drops, the gradual chill in the air. However, upon reaching the door, the key pulsated in my grasp, resonating with the symbols etched in the wood. With bated breath, I approached the door, discovering a hidden lock among the intricate engravings. Slowly, I inserted the key, and with a soft, melodious click, the mechanism yielded, the door creaking open to reveal not an alien chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirror's reflection, the steps ascended instead of descending. Awakening in the early light filtering through the curtains, the key remained nestled in my palm, now emitting a faint warmth, almost lifelike. A new page adorned the diary on the desk, inscribed not in my handwriting but in characters resembling the enigmatic symbols, their shapes undulating like inked waves. Since that transformative night, the recurring dream has remained elusive. The key rests on my nightstand, occasionally emitting a subtle vibration on tranquil evenings. I ponder the mysteries concealed within the mirror's staircase, contemplating the courage needed to ascend. For now, I find solace in observing the dancing symbols in the diary, their cryptic tale unfolding in the shadowed hours of night, a story waiting to reveal its deeper truths when the time is ripe. Story 42. The night held its breath, a symphony of soft sounds merging with the gentle rain's steady rhythm on the rooftop. Stirring from slumber, a common occurrence of late, I found myself wide awake in the dark hours. Yet, this night was unlike the rest. A mysterious object rested on the nightstand, bathed in the faint glow of the moon peeking through the curtains. It was an ancient brass key, adorned with intricate designs tracing its edges. While unfamiliar to my memory, a sense of belonging washed over me as if it had always been a part of my existence. The key felt cold against my skin, its weight surprising for its modest size, bearing the unique patina only time could bestow upon it. Examining it closely in the dim light, I noticed its unconventional design. Unlike modern keys with jagged teeth or antique ones with grooves, this key was smooth, worn down by centuries past. Yet, its intricate decorations remained sharp, floral patterns intertwined with symbols evoking a forgotten language. Compelled by an unknown force, I rose from bed, compelled to explore. The house felt different in the night, shadows morphing familiar spaces into unknown territory. Traversing the rooms, I followed the faint bluish glow emitted by the key, the wooden floor whispering beneath my steps. A scent of aged wood and weathered paper lingered in the night air. As I neared each door, I instinctively brought the key closer, feeling a subtle vibration pass through me as if it sought something unseen. In my study, a revelation dawned. The antique bookcase from my grandfather seemed to resonate with the key's energy, its glow intensifying as I drew near. The books on the shelves cast dancing shadows, illuminated by the pulsing light that seemed to echo a hidden heartbeat. Running the key along the bookcase's edge, a deep, almost imperceptible sound emerged, akin to a forgotten melody from a distant past. The key's vibrations heightened, eliciting a response from the wood beneath my touch. Without a visible lock, the key appeared to have found its match. Time slowed, the air thick with an ancient aura. Shadows danced unnaturally, acknowledging my presence. The key's glow pulsed steadily, unveiling intricate patterns in the wood previously unseen. Driven by an inexplicable instinct, I pressed the key against the center of the bookcase. A deep sigh resonated as the wood rippled like disturbed waters, revealing glimpses of faces and places lost to time. Morning arrived, finding me at my desk, the key clenched tightly in my hand. Though daylight banished the shadows, the experience lingered. In the days that followed, I observed the key, its glow faded, but its weight unchanged. On quiet nights, a deep vibration seemed to echo from the bookcase, as if beckoning to the key. Yet I resisted the urge to unlock its secrets. Some doors I realized are best left unopened, even with the key in hand. Perhaps, especially so. The key now rests in my desk drawer, shrouded in black velvet. In the stillness of night, its faint call lingers, prompting questions of whether it found me, not the other way around, and what mysteries lie within a key without a lock. Story 43. Autumn nights in our neighborhood always hold a touch of magic. The crisp air carries whispers of fallen leaves and the hushed rhythm of footsteps on the damp streets. Lately, on my evening walks home from work, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention. It revolves around the streetlight at the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue. Unlike its counterparts that steadfastly bathe the sidewalk in a warm glow, this particular light behaves in a most peculiar manner. As I draw near, its luminance gradually fades, as if veiling a secret from my eyes. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, an aging fixture in need of repair. However, a pattern emerged. The light dimmed solely in response to my presence. Observing others pass beneath it revealed no change in its radiance. Intrigued, I decided to investigate further. Standing some 60 feet away, leaning against the weathered facade of an Art Deco building, I noted the streetlight's beam casting elongated shadows and illuminating dew-kissed grass in a nearby garden. Advancing, the light flickered imperceptibly. With each step, its brilliance waned, as if holding its breath. At a mere 15 feet away, it emitted a faint glow, barely discernible. Beneath the dimmed light, within a shroud of twilight, a profound silence enveloped me. Even the city's usual clamor seemed to retreat alongside the dwindling light. Peering up at the glass casing, I discerned peculiar markings, akin to scratches or etchings, forming an indistinct pattern. Striving to illuminate it with my phone's flashlight, a sudden gust stirred the tree leaves, stirring a sense of movement within the streetlight's enclosure. In subsequent days, I altered my route to pass beneath that enigmatic streetlight consistently. Each encounter unfolded with the same ritual: the light dimming, the silence deepening, the sensation of unseen eyes above. Notable details emerged. Amidst its dimmest glow, subtle shifts in hue seemed to convey hidden messages through imperceptible tonal changes. On a moonlit night, ensconced within the familiar twilight circle, a peculiar sound reached my ears. A faint metallic hum, almost melodic, emanating from the pole's core. Placing my palm against the cold metal, I felt vibrations pulsating through me, as if the streetlight sought to impart a message. Documenting each visit meticulously, I discerned that the dimming intensity correlated with lunar phases. During the new moon, the light nearly extinguished upon my approach, while full moons sustained a steady glow. Moreover, the light consistently reclaimed its luminance after my passage in precisely 23 seconds. Strangely, the streetlight's influence began to alter my routines, compelling me to slow my pace, engaging in a tacit ritual. At times, I lingered beneath it, motionless in the dim glow, entranced by the faint hum weaving tales of yore. I refrained from seeking a rational explanation, preferring to embrace the mystery. In this corner of the city, a secret seemed to unveil itself solely to me. Each evening, as I journey homeward, I anticipate the streetlight's silent vigil, creating a twilight sanctuary for our clandestine rendezvous. Night by night, I partake in this cryptic dance, with the light that fades at my approach. Whether electrical anomaly or ethereal enigma, I remain uncertain. Yet, in that fleeting darkness, as the world recedes and shadows converge, I sense a profound connection to a greater unknown, a language spoken solely through light and shadow. Story 44. The night was shrouded in a profound silence, broken only by the gentle rhythm of the train wheels rolling steadfastly on the tracks. Nestled in the final carriage, I found myself enveloped by a soft, dim light that dangled from the ceiling fixtures. The air held a comforting warmth, and the ceaseless sway of the train induced a trance-like calmness. Peering through the window, I watched as the mist outside waltzed lazily in the darkness, morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved into the night's embrace. In that solitary car, or so I believed, my reflection in the window melded with the obscurity beyond, conjuring an illusion of an enigmatic presence lingering on the other side. The cadence of the rails bore a soothing quality, akin to a mechanical lullaby coaxing me towards slumber. It was then, amidst the tranquil ambience, that a peculiar anomaly caught my eye within my reflection on the glass. A shadow loomed behind me, a figure seated a few rows away. I couldn't recall anyone boarding, yet there they were, a silent spectator in the shadows. The train pressed on, weaving through the veil of night, while the perpetual whisper of the wheels seemed to murmur ancient tales long forgotten. With caution, I turned to steal a glance at the mysterious entity. Bathed in an amber glow, the carriage cast elongated shadows over the vacant seats. The figure, draped in a dark coat, remained motionless, their countenance obscured by the brim of a wide hat. Time ebbed languidly as I scrutinized the silent observer, feeling a weight of memories not my own saturate the dense air. With deliberation, I rose under the pretense of heading towards the rear restroom. Drawing nearer to the enigmatic figure, I discerned that their coat seemed to swallow light, cloaked in an eerie aura. An icy chill pervaded the space around them, carrying a faint fragrance of lavender and antiquity. Passing by the occupied seat, a transient suspension of time seized me, as if the world beyond had slipped away. A disquieting realization dawned upon me. Beneath the dark garment, there was no telltale sign of breath, no hint of life. Reaching the end of the carriage, uncertainty gripped me. Should I advance to the next car or retreat to my seat? The corridor stretched endlessly, while the dim illumination birthed hypnotic patterns on the floor. Upon glancing back, the seat where the mysterious figure once sat lay vacant. In its stead rested an aged train ticket, its yellowed edges bearing a date from 50 years prior, precisely the same day. Trembling, I retrieved the ticket, still warm to the touch as if clutched moments ago. Returning to my seat, the train persisted in its nocturnal voyage, the familiar cadence of the wheels a source of solace once more. Beyond the misted window, the fog seemed denser, concealing ethereal figures walking alongside the train, as if escorting it on its enigmatic journey through the night. Fatigue tugged at my senses, prompting contemplation of how many had crossed paths with that mysterious traveler aboard the final train of Eve. The ticket held within my grasp served as the sole tangible relic of that surreal encounter. Yet even it began to waver, ephemeral like a fleeting dream upon waking. The train pressed on, bearing its enigmatic secrets and spectral passengers into the depths of the night. As drowsiness lulled me into a slumber, a faint hint of lavender lingered in the air, accompanied by the faint echo of fading footsteps retreating down the carriage's corridor. Story 45. In the hush of the night, a soft fog draped the world outside, turning the streetlights into distant, muted stars. Nestled in the embrace of my favorite armchair, I found myself entranced by the play of shadows on the walls of my study, cast by the flickering candle on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded a familiar, lived-in aroma, and the only sound breaking the silence was the steady tick-tock of the pendulum clock. Lost in a moment of quiet contemplation, a peculiar sensation crept over me. Amid the familiar dance of shadows, one stood out, moving with an unfamiliar cadence. While the others swayed in harmony with the candle's flicker, this lone shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, tracing unseen paths on the wall. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of my weary mind, strained from long hours of work. Closing the book in my lap, I rose from my seat to investigate this anomaly. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, hesitated and retreated to the room's far corner. Drawing closer, I scrutinized the wall, noting the irregular textures that naturally birthed fleeting shadows. Yet the one that had ensnared my attention felt substantial, almost tangible. Extending my hand to the wall, I encountered a chilling coldness at the precise spot where the mysterious shadow had lingered. In the days that followed, I observed further peculiarities. The shadow manifested at odd intervals, always in solitude when the light teetered on the brink of existence, allowing shadows to play but not to dominate. Sometimes it materialized in the hallway, at other times in the kitchen, always displaying a curious, almost shy demeanor. One evening, while engrossed in writing at my desk, a subtle presence brushed against my senses. Not a malevolent gaze, but akin to the silent observation of a feline companion. Slowly turning, I beheld the shadow, now etched upon the closed door of my study. This time it held its ground as if studying me in return. And then a realization dawned upon me. The shadow bore no source. In the natural world, shadows are birthed by tangible entities, but this one existed in isolation, a phantom entity in its own right. Without exchanging words, I communicated with it through gestures and movements. In response, it danced upon the wall, weaving shapes that hinted at cryptic messages, fleeting like whispers on the wind. Over time, its presence became a soothing constant, a silent sentinel of the nocturnal hours. In moments of restlessness, I sought its ethereal company, anticipating its distinctive movements among the ordinary shadows. It became a companion in silence, a custodian of the night. Despite my fervent research and consultations with experts, the shadow's enigmatic nature remained elusive. Now, seated in my armchair, penning these words, I catch a glimpse of the shadow's gentle sway in my periphery. It has seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of my existence, a riddle I have come to embrace without unraveling. I ponder whether it, too, contemplates my essence, shrouded in mysteries as profound as its own. As the candle nears its end on the side table, I await the inevitable departure of the shadow into the abyss of darkness, knowing it will return with the birth of a new light. And there I shall be, waiting, engaged in this silent communion between a man and a bodiless specter. Story 46. The mysterious journal materialized on my nightstand one frosty winter morning, its rich burgundy cover illuminated by the soft, pale sunlight seeping through my curtains. It sat there, a silent enigma, its weathered spine and creamy pages exuding a strangely familiar aura. The crisp scent of frost mingled with the distant melody of a wind chime, creating a tranquil symphony in the air. Running my fingers over the intricate embossed patterns on the cover, I felt a sense of calm wash over me, as if each ridge and valley held a secret waiting to be discovered. The leather, worn smooth by time's gentle caress, whispered of untold stories and forgotten memories that danced at the edge of my consciousness. Upon opening the journal, a delicate fragrance of lavender and aged paper wafted out, triggering a cascade of elusive recollections that flitted just beyond my grasp. The initial pages lay blank, pristine in their emptiness, inviting me to delve deeper into their silent depths. But as I turned each page, elegant handwriting shimmered into view, casting a mesmerizing spell in the soft morning light. The words were mine, unmistakably so, yet I couldn't recall penning these prophetic musings. Dates that belonged to the future adorned each entry, painting a tapestry of events yet to unfold. Day after day I found myself drawn to the journal, captivated by the words etched in my own hand, foretelling moments that had yet to come to pass. Simple predictions manifested first, a chance encounter with an old friend, the discovery of a lost trinket beneath my dresser, the haunting melody of distant church bells at the stroke of midnight. Each foretelling came to fruition with eerie precision, like gentle ripples cascading across a placid pond. With time, the entries grew more intricate, detailing conversations before they took place, describing sunsets down to the last hue, and predicting the touch of raindrops on my skin with uncanny accuracy. Yet, the journal held no darkness or despair, only enigmatic wonders and subtle revelations that transformed each day into a soft reverie slowly unfurling. One entry spoke of the tantalizing aroma of freshly baked bread drifting through my window, followed by a mysterious knock at my door. True to the journal's prophecy, a basket of warm rolls awaited me outside, a gift from an unseen benefactor. Another entry hinted at a melody I would hear while strolling in the garden, played on an ethereal instrument beyond recognition. When the music caressed my ears like a whispered secret, its source remained elusive, shrouded in mystery. The presence of the diary altered my perception of time, infusing each day with a sense of anticipation and each night with quiet contemplation. I began to notice the subtle nuances of existence that had eluded me before. The dance of shadows on my walls, the shift in the air before a downpour, the myriad shades of silence that enveloped my chambers after dusk. Pressed flowers would sometimes appear between the pages, their vibrant hues a stark contrast to the unblemished future they heralded. Their petals, delicate against my skin, released a fragrance that mingled with the journal's signature lavender scent, a reminder of the unseen forces at play. As weeks drifted by, I observed the entries fading after their prophecies came to pass, dissolving into the pages like morning mist under the sun's caress. New predictions would materialize, penned in the same familiar script, striking a delicate balance between intrigue and solace. The journal's origin remained a mystery, its choice of me an enigma I dared not unravel. Some secrets, I realized, were meant to linger in the shadows, their allure stemming from the unanswered questions they posed. The diary became my guide, urging me to embrace the unknown with curiosity rather than trepidation, to find solace in the gentle ebb and flow of time. On nights suffused with silver moonlight, I would catch glimpses of words weaving themselves across the pages, ink blossoming into sentences like petals unfurling at dawn. Yet I resisted the urge to decipher them in real time, opting instead to let the mysteries of tomorrow remain veiled until their appointed hour. The journal became my steadfast companion, a portal between the realms of what was and what would be. It whispered of ordinary marvels, of the quiet enchantment that lurked within the mundane fabric of reality, waiting to be unveiled by those willing to seek it. Now, as I pen these words, I sense the whispers of tomorrow swirling in my mind, eager to inscribe themselves on the blank canvas of the future. The journal rests beside me, its cover warm beneath my touch, poised to unveil another day's tapestry of gentle mysteries. Outside, the wind chime's ethereal melody drifts through the night, a prelude to the secrets foretold in the journal's pages, words that are both mine and not mine, in a diary that dreams of days yet to dawn. Story 47. The rain gently descended that evening, draping a shimmering veil over the pavement, capturing the glow from the street lamps. I strolled homeward, the day's weariness melting away as I savored the earthy fragrance mingling with the rhythmic pitter-patter of raindrops on the rooftops. And then a sight caught my eye. A small, dark-covered book left abandoned on the sidewalk. Despite the rain's touch, the book appeared untouched, as if it had been placed there mere moments ago. I stooped to retrieve it, noting its velvety texture and the fine leather encasing it. Devoid of any markings or identifiers, save for a black satin ribbon serving as a bookmark, nestled midway through its yellowed pages. Curiously, the diary felt weighty in my grasp, as though harboring secrets beyond its modest appearance. Shielding the first page from the rain beneath a nearby balcony, I gingerly unfurled it. The script, elegant and precise, inked in a black hue that seemed freshly laid upon the parchment. The date atop the page matched the present day, yet the year read 1887. The initial lines seized my attention. I have stumbled upon something that defies existence. Shadows cease to be mere shadows, and time ebbs in unforeseen currents. I must chronicle every detail ere it fades into oblivion. A chill coursed through me, not of fear, but of profound intrigue. Flipping to the next page, the narrative unfolded, recounting increasingly enigmatic occurrences. The author delved into recurrent instances, objects shifting overnight, mirrors reflecting with a subtle delay. As I delved deeper, the rain itself seemed to adopt a melodic cadence, each drop falling in a harmonious sequence, as if following an unseen symphony. Casting a glance around, I noticed the deserted street, the lamplight casting perfect rings upon the glistening pavement, intertwining into geometric tapestries hitherto unseen. Similar anomalies were detailed in the diary, concealed patterns within the mundane, unveiled only at particular junctures when perception expanded to encompass broader vistas. These revelations commenced after the author chanced upon a peculiar object, an aged brass key adorned with inscrutable etchings. Just as I absorbed this account, a metallic object brushed against my jacket pocket. Retrieving it, I beheld a key uncannily akin to the one chronicled in the diary. Antiquated brass, its surface etched with cryptic symbols. My heart pulsated steadily as I scrutinized the key beneath the lamplight's glow. Subsequent pages spoke of a door, not a tangible portal, but a realm betwixt realms, discernible solely when light struck reflective surfaces at a precise angle. The author unveiled that the key did not unlock a conventional barrier, but seemed to influence the bending of reality around its possessor. Lifting my gaze from the diary, I discerned shadows cast by the street lamps contorting into impossible forms, stretching and contracting in unnatural displays resembling ancient scripts. The rain's cadence intensified, a hypnotic lullaby whispered by a distant presence. The final entry bore a cautionary message. If these words meet your eye, the diary has chosen you. No mere coincidence, for such notions dissolve at this plane of existence. The key shall reveal truths, yet heed this. Some doors, once opened, remain ajar. Tenderly closing the diary, the key's weight palpable in my pocket, I perceived each raindrop carrying a fragment of a grander harmony. The lamplight's dance upon the building's walls resembled figures pirouetting in a shadowed theater. Resuming my homeward journey, the diary cradled against my chest, the key's faint pulse beneath my touch. The world assumed a dreamlike allure, a realm suspended between wakefulness and reverie. How many predecessors had chanced upon this diary? How many had unearthed the key within their pockets? Approaching my abode, the shadows on the building's facade coalesced into an outline, a door, unmistakably novel, or had it lingered in obscurity until now, unveiled solely to my awakened gaze? The key weighed heavier, as though recognizing its destined path. Stationary, I beheld the doorway of shadows, the rain weaving its nocturnal serenade. The diary had anointed a new custodian, signifying a dawn of untold possibilities. Yet, this tale awaited another twilight, another juncture betwixt reality and dreamscape. Story 48. The soft glow of moonlight seeped through the delicate curtains, painting a dance of shadows on the weathered wooden floor. Nestled in my cherished armchair, enveloped in the serene hush of the night, my eyes were drawn to the ancient mahogany box resting atop the mantelpiece. A fixture in this house since my grandmother's time, it had always remained closed, untouched. Its polished surface shimmered under the moon's caress, its intricate carvings appearing to sway ever so slightly in the darkness. I couldn't recall ever seeing it open, not even during my grandmother's presence. It simply existed as a silent sentinel, a forgotten relic in the backdrop of my daily life, like a forgotten melody in the symphony of existence. Yet, on this particular night, a subtle shift occurred. Perhaps it was the play of light on the embellishments, or maybe it was the profound stillness that draped the room. Rising from my seat with deliberate slowness, the wool of my sweater whispered against the armchair. The room steeped in a sacred quietude. The floor murmured beneath my cautious steps as I drew nearer to the mantelpiece. The air felt heavier, almost as if a whisper-thin mist clung to the box, unseen yet palpable. My fingertips grazed the sleek mahogany surface, surprisingly warm to the touch, as if imbued with a life force of its own. The intricate patterns etched into the wood depicted entwined foliage so delicately wrought that they appeared poised to unfurl and dance. And for the first time I noticed a minute detail, a minuscule eye nestled amidst the carvings on the lid, hidden yet watching. As I scrutinized the box, a faint, age-old fragrance permeated the air, a scent reminiscent of sandalwood, yet tinged with an enigmatic depth, elusive and unknown. I found myself closing my eyes, allowing the scent to beckon forth memories long dormant. Hazy recollections of a woman's gentle smile as she placed something within the box, her murmured words a distant echo. The wind's soft caress against the window panes jolted me back to the present. I became aware of the slight tremor in my hands as they traced the box's edges. Though lacking a visible lock, I knew it had remained unopened. Or had it? Childhood memories of this house seemed to blur and shift, like pages scattered by an unseen hand. Seating myself on the couch, I cradled the box in my lap. Lighter than anticipated, it almost felt hollow. Yet a subtle movement stirred within as I shifted it, akin to a wisp of shadow rather than a tangible object. The warmth exuding from it seemed to intensify in my grasp, and for a fleeting moment, I sensed the tiny carved eye gazing back at me. A shiver rippled down my spine, not born of fear, but of a peculiar recognition, akin to encountering a familiar figure in a dream. As I stared at the box, fragments of my grandmother's cryptic words resurfaced. She had never spoken of the box, save for a mysterious utterance before her passing. Some questions find answers only when we cease to seek them. In that nocturnal stillness, cradling the enigmatic box, the import of her words began to unfurl. Shadows elongated and swayed, mirroring the box's motifs on the walls. The scent grew richer, enveloping me in its hypnotic embrace. I pondered the generations that had dwelled within these walls, gazing upon the box yet leaving it unopened. Did the contents truly matter? Gently returning the box to its rightful place on the mantelpiece, the carved eye now seemed to smile, as if in silent accord with my choice. Retreating to my armchair, a strange tranquility descended upon me. Some enigmas, once comprehended, require no unraveling, merely safekeeping. The moon's gentle radiance continued to bathe the room, the night's silence now pregnant with significance. I closed my eyes, allowing the lingering fragrance of the box to lull me towards slumber. In that delicate threshold between wakefulness and dreams, a faint rustle sounded from the mantelpiece, a sigh, a whisper, or perhaps the wind's playful dance with the curtains. The box remained, a silent custodian of its mysteries, a fragment of a puzzle that perhaps need not be solved. And in that realization, a serenity profound and newfound unfurled within me. Story 49. The night draped the sea in an unusual stillness, a tranquil hush that enveloped my wooden abode. Wrapped snugly in a woolen blanket, I perched on the porch, entranced by the gentle rhythm of waves caressing the shore. The full moon cast a silver path upon the water, beckoning me to follow its shimmering trail to the distant horizon. Amidst this serene contemplation, a peculiar sight captured my gaze. A soft green glow, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the waves near the coastline. Rising slowly from the creaking rocking chair, I felt the salty breeze brush against my face as I descended the weathered steps. Beneath my bare feet, the sand retained a comforting warmth despite the late hour. Drawing closer to the water's edge, where the waves tenderly kissed the land, the enigmatic green glow came into sharper focus. An ancient glass bottle, its elegant elongated form cradling a yellowed piece of paper within. Retrieving the bottle with care, I marveled at its unexpected weight and the salt-encrusted patina that veiled its surface, rendering it opaque in places. Moonlight danced through the glass, casting hypnotic reflections upon its weathered exterior. The cork stopper, sealed with aged black wax, bore cracks of time's passage, yet remained intact. Peering closer, I discovered the glass held tiny sparkling crystals that glimmered like miniature stars ensnared within. Returning to the porch, the soft glow of the oil lamp illuminated my discovery as I placed the bottle upon the worn wooden table and settled into my cherished armchair. The sea's melodic symphony now seemed to speak with heightened clarity, as if bearing a message meant only for me. With deliberate motions, I began to unravel the black sealing wax, crumbling beneath my touch like ancient ash. The cork stopper, astonishingly well preserved, released a unique fragrance into the night air, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and an elusive, indefinable essence. Within, a paper scroll awaited, bound by a faded blue silk ribbon. My hands trembled slightly as I untied the knot, revealing a remarkably resilient sheet despite its apparent age. Unfurling it, I noted the sepia hue of the ink, lending an antiquated charm that made some parts of the text nearly illegible. The script swirled elegantly, yet certain letters appeared distorted, hinting at the writer's agitation. As my eyes adjusted to the faded words, fragmented phrases emerged. Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same. Amidst the text, sketches of unfamiliar constellations and lunar phases intertwined, accompanied by a captivating drawing at the page's bottom, a perfect spiral seeming to shift imperceptibly in my peripheral vision. Reading on, the oil lamp's flicker took on a mysterious cadence, casting elongated shadows upon the porch that danced in time with the waves. The sea's voice transformed, evolving from a gentle lullaby to a rhythmic whisper akin to an ancient chant in a forgotten tongue. The air thickened around me, as if time itself slowed in reverence. The final paragraphs of the message emerged clearest, as if the ink had lingered there with purpose. They spoke of a realm where dreams and reality melded like silk, where time flowed as fluidly as water slipping through cupped hands. A chilling realization gripped me as the message concluded with a haunting decree. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look at the sea tonight. You'll see it's no longer the same as before. Raising my gaze from the parchment, I beheld the moon, now grander, casting a geometrically altered reflection upon the water's surface. The bottle on the table pulsed with the same luminous green light that had captivated me, its glow now pulsating like a slumbering heartbeat. Gently rewrapping the message and returning it to the bottle, I left the cork aside. Staring out at the horizon, I pondered if others had unearthed similar messages, if they too had felt the silent beckoning of the sea. The night drifted on, tranquil yet altered. Perhaps it was the way the stars mirrored upon the water, or perhaps it was my own eyes seeing the world through a newfound lens. Until daybreak, I lingered on the porch, listening to the sea's murmured secrets that echoed with ancient wisdom. The bottle rested upon the table, its green radiance waning with the rising sun. Uncertain if I would ever unravel the message's full meaning, I sensed a shift within me that enduring night. On moonlit evenings, I still glimpsed that ethereal green glow dancing amidst the waves, a tacit invitation to unearth mysteries that may be best left entwined in the ocean's depths. Story 50. In the soft luminescence of moonlight spilling through my bedroom window, delicate shadows danced across the aged wooden floor. Always a light sleeper, I often found myself stirred from slumber during those serene moments when the world held its breath. On this particular night, the autumn breeze caressed the trees outside, its gentle whispers creating a tranquil cadence against the glass. It was amidst one of my midnight explorations through the labyrinthine corridors of the old house that I first encountered it. A curious shift in the pattern of the wallpaper lining the hallway. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere play of shadows, a trick of the dim light that can deceive our senses in the quietude of night. Yet, as my fingertips trailed along the wall, I felt a transformation beneath them, a subtle alteration in texture, as if the surface had metamorphosed into polished wood, reminiscent of bygone eras rather than the familiar wallpaper adorning the walls. This revelation became a nightly ritual, a silent dance between myself and the mysterious anomaly. With each dusk's descent and the ensuing hush that enveloped the world, I waited with bated breath. The metamorphosis always commenced with a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a gentle drop in temperature accompanied by a delicate fragrance of cedar wood mingled with something ancient, a scent evoking memories of dusty tomes and forgotten chambers. Gradually, the door materialized before me like a specter taking form. Initially, it manifested as a faint outline against the wallpaper. Then, detail by detail, it unfurled, an ornate wooden portal adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance and transform whenever I attempted to focus on them. The brass doorknob gleamed with an inviting radiance, seemingly emanating warmth from within rather than reflecting light from without. Night after night, I sat vigil in the hallway, a silent observer to the door's emergence. At times, I would bring a steaming cup of chamomile tea, its comforting aroma blending with the enigmatic scents accompanying the door's unveiling. Though my fingers often hovered near the doorknob, drawn by its gentle warmth, an unspoken intuition held me back from turning it, a sense that crossing that threshold would irrevocably alter the course of my existence. During these nocturnal reveries, I began to notice subtle shifts in the ambience of the house. The shadows deepened, moving with purposeful intent. The familiar creaks and settling murmurs of the ancient abode assumed a rhythmic quality, akin to a distant lullaby. The air grew pregnant with potential, laden with the weight of untold narratives waiting to be unfurled. And on nights of profound stillness, I fancied I heard whispers emanating from beyond the door, not menacing whispers, but beguiling ones. The soft rustle of unseen pages turning, the gentle tick-tock of a phantom grandfather clock absent from our reality, and occasionally in the faintest of strains, the lilting hum of an unfamiliar melody. Delving into the house's history yielded no answers regarding the enigmatic door, yet unearthed tales of former inhabitants who spoke of peculiar dreams and tranquil nights. A previous owner, an elderly recluse who had dwelled within the house for half a century, chronicled in her journal of a pathway to serene slumber that materialized solely in the darkest hours. Initially dismissed as the musings of a solitary soul, her writings now resonated with poignant clarity. As weeks melded into months, the door became my nocturnal companion, a silent sentry in the night. When sleep eluded me, I would sit in its proximity, enveloped by its presence like that of an old friend. Sometimes I would read by its soft radiance, while on other occasions I would simply sit in contemplation, attuned to the ethereal whispers that seemed to emanate from the other side. The door bore no malevolence or threat. Rather, it exuded a sense of tranquility, as if safeguarding something precious instead of concealing something sinister. A particularly memorable night found me in my customary spot near the door, where I noticed a new revelation. The intricate carvings in the wood appeared to narrate a tale, figures traversing through forests, scaling mountains, sailing across seas. Yet each time I endeavored to follow their journey to its conclusion, the patterns would shift and evolve, weaving a new narrative in their wake. It was as though the door itself was a bard, spinning endless chronicles for those patient enough to observe and listen. Years have elapsed since my initial encounter with the door, yet I have refrained from grasping its handle. At times I ponder if this restraint is the reason for its continued manifestation, a testament to my reverence for its enigma, my willingness to allow it to retain its mysteries. The door has become a poignant reminder that certain enigmas are best left unsolved, certain wonders more exquisite when left unexplored. On sleepless nights, I still find myself drawn to the hallway, a cup of tea cradled in my hands. True to its nature, the door unfailingly materializes, bringing with it a comforting warmth and solace. And as I sit bathed in its gentle radiance, I contemplate that perhaps the true essence of the door lies not in its contents, but in the serenity it imparts to those who cherish its presence during the silent hours of the night. When morning light bathes the world anew, and the door recedes into mundane wallpaper, doubts may flicker regarding its reality. Yet as night descends once more, ushering forth that familiar shift in the atmosphere, that subtle alteration in perception, I am reassured that certain marvels in this realm exist solely for those willing to abide in the shadows and await the emergence of magic. Story 51. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing melody that intertwined with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absently at the newest addition to my collection, an antique painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique store, I was drawn to its rich hues and the enigmatic ambience it exuded. The aged golden frame shimmered in the flickering firelight, casting dancing reflections on the walls. On that evening, as the storm outside intensified, a peculiar sight captured my attention within the painting. The painted leaves appeared to stir gently, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the flickering shadows from the fire, but upon closer inspection, I discerned a subtle difference. The colors seemed more vibrant, the path within the painting elongated and twisted beyond its original confines. I rose slowly from my seat and approached the painting. A coolness enveloped the air around it, contrasting sharply with the warmth of the fire. Running my fingers over the canvas, I encountered a smooth, almost silky texture, unlike the expected roughness of an oil painting. The faint scent of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame, so realistic that it blurred the line between reality and artistry. As I pondered these unusual details, a movement in the upper corner of the painting seized my gaze. Amidst the branches of an ancient tree, something stirred. Not a mere play of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if a hidden presence lurked among the painted foliage. Curiosity sparked within me, replacing any hint of fear. Stepping back, I observed the brushstrokes within the painting shift direction autonomously, crafting new pathways and forms in the landscape. The trees swayed subtly, as though responding to an invisible breeze. In the distance, a faint outline materialized, a small structure, perhaps a building. The rain's patter outside transformed into a gentle whisper, harmonizing with the mystical tableau before me. Settling back into my armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. The room expanded, deepened, as if the painting's boundaries bled into reality. Throughout the night, the painting evolved gradually. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a mesmerizing cycle, casting unfamiliar shades. The distant stone house grew more defined, emitting a warm glow from its windows and a trail of smoke from its chimney. I pondered if inhabitants resided within that painted abode, and if they, too, peered out at me through that enchanted window disguised as a canvas. Surprisingly, the notion did not unsettle me. Instead, a profound peace settled within, as if I had unearthed a hidden passage where reality and fantasy intertwined seamlessly. Hours passed, the painting unfurling its secrets patiently. Figures appeared to stroll along the path, their presence ephemeral, like shadows flitting among the trees. With each attempt to focus on these apparitions, they dissolved gently, akin to fading dream memories upon waking. As dawn tinged the sky with a rosy hue, the painting retreated to its original state. The leaves ceased their motion, the colors stabilized, and the distant house vanished into the morning mist. Only the lingering scent of damp leaves remained in the room, a sole remnant of the nocturnal revelation. Since that night, I sit in my armchair each evening, watching the painting with unwavering patience. Sometimes it divulges its mysteries, while at other times it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet, I am certain that beyond the canvas lies a realm that awakens only when the world slumbers. A world accessible to those who possess the patience to observe, to wait, and to believe. Story 52. The autumn rain whispered as it descended, creating a gossamer shroud that blurred the boundaries of reality. It was the late hour, and my shift had extended beyond its usual limits. The rhythm of my footsteps on the slick pavement intertwined with the soft percussion of raindrops on the car rooftops. The air was heavy with that unique scent born only from rain, a blend of damp earth, decaying foliage, and an elusive freshness that always accompanies a storm. Drawing closer to the bus stop, I spied a solitary figure. They sat motionless on the bench beneath the translucent shelter, draped in a dark coat that melded seamlessly with the night, a broad-brimmed hat casting shadows over their features. What struck me immediately was how, despite the downpour, their coat remained inexplicably dry. I paused a few steps away, striving for a discreet presence while fixating on this curious anomaly. The faint glow of the street lamp cast eerie silhouettes upon the figure, momentarily blurring the contours of their form as if seen through frosted glass. The rain's cadence seemed to hush in their vicinity, enveloping us in an unnatural cocoon of quiet. Glancing at my phone, I noted there were 20 minutes until my bus arrived. With caution, I inched closer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the escalating rain. The enigmatic stranger remained unmoving, oblivious to my scrutiny. Seating myself at the opposite end of the bench, I endeavored to maintain a respectful distance. It was then that I observed another disconcerting detail. Though we shared the same shelter, raindrops near them deflected as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's melody altered as it approached them, emitting a subtle hiss. Time crept by at an agonizing pace. I attempted to distract myself by checking notifications on my phone, yet the stranger's presence continued to ensnare my gaze. Occasionally, from my peripheral vision, I caught a slight inclination of their head, as if they beheld something distant and unseen to me. A gust of wind swept through, causing the street lamp to sway, casting deeper shadows around us. In that fleeting moment, the stranger shifted slightly in my direction. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes should have been, I discerned only two faint orbs of light, akin to the moon's reflection on placid waters. My heart thudded in my chest, a steady yet profound rhythm. Though a surge of fear urged me to flee, an insatiable curiosity anchored me to my seat. The stranger gradually returned to their original position, and the ephemeral encounter ebbed like a receding tide. In the distance, the familiar rumble of the approaching bus shattered the silence. Its headlights pierced the darkness, casting elongated shadows on the rain-slickened street. As the vehicle halted before us, emitting a sharp hiss from its brakes, I rose swiftly. Glancing back at the bench one final time, the stranger had vanished. No sound of movement or hint of footsteps lingered. They simply ceased to exist. Boarding the bus with legs slightly quivering, I selected a seat near the driver. As the bus pulled away, I stole a glance through the misted window. The shelter stood empty, yet for an instant, I fancied I glimpsed a shadowy figure dissolving into the rain, like wisps of smoke borne away by the wind. In the days that ensued, whenever I frequented that stop on rainy nights, it bore an altered aura. The street lamp's glow seemed dimmer, and the rain's melody possessed an uncanny resonance, as if the very atmosphere retained the imprint of that mysterious presence. The stranger never crossed my path again, yet since that fateful night, on rainy evenings, I occasionally observe how certain raindrops fall askew, deviating inexplicably from their course. Story 53. The gentle glow emanating from my desk lamp caressed the worn surface of my grandfather's vintage writing desk. Outside, raindrops tapped a soothing rhythm on the window, filling the tranquil evening with a melodic lullaby. I sifted through ancient letters, allowing my fingertips to skim the fragile pages, when a peculiar sight captured my attention. Nestled among the aged envelopes and faded postcards was a pristine white envelope, untouched by time, its paper immaculate and smooth. The texture felt oddly familiar yet subtly altered, like rediscovering a long-lost memory with a newfound twist. My name, elegantly scripted in deep blue ink, adorned the envelope, devoid of any postage marks. But what truly seized my breath was the date inscribed in the corner, December 27, 2025, precisely 1 year from this very day. A slight tremor coursed through my fingers as I flipped the envelope. The seal, adorned with intricate dark red wax, bore a mysterious pattern that seemed to shift and swirl under my gaze, akin to observing the gentle ripples on a serene pond. A blend of aged book pages, leather, and a hint of lavender tinged with a metallic note lingered in the air, creating an enigmatic atmosphere. Placing the letter on the desk, I watched as rain-kissed shadows waltzed across its surface, illuminated by the soft lamplight. The grandfather clock in the hallway struck 9 sonorous chimes, each reverberation hanging in the air, elongating the moment. Amidst the solemn tolling, a whisper of paper sliding against paper brushed my ears, though the envelope remained undisturbed before me. The wax seal seemed to warm beneath my touch as I delicately broke it. Inside, a single sheet of paper, meticulously folded, awaited me. The same blue ink adorned the page, yet the handwriting, my own, appeared hurried, filled with a sense of urgency, not present in the envelope's elegant script. The scent of lavender and ozone grew more potent, sending a tingling sensation through my fingertips as they grazed the paper. The letter commenced simply, "By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice." The words pulsed gently on the page, as if imbued with a life force of their own. Each sentence unveiled decisions unmade, paths untraveled, and consequences yet unmet. Descriptions of moments unbeknownst, conversations unheard, and choices awaiting resolution unfurled before my eyes. As I read on, the lamp's glow seemed to flicker in synchrony with my reading, a subtle dance with the rain's newfound cadence against the window panes. The paragraphs painted a tapestry of a future simultaneously inevitable and implausible, articulated in a voice unmistakably mine but altered by encounters I had yet to live. Abruptly, the final paragraph halted mid-thought, as if my future self had been interrupted or purposely left a revelation unspoken. Beneath the unfinished line, a postscript materialized in a different ink, darker and slightly smudged. "Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door shall open but once." Glancing up from the letter, I checked the grandfather clock. 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a profound stillness broken only by the gentle ticking of seconds passing. The paper seemed to grow weightless, almost ethereal, as I rose from my seat, letter in hand. Approaching the window, I beheld the moon casting its silver sheen into the room. Slowly, the ink on the page began to fade, words vanishing like stars at daybreak. At the stroke of midnight, the paper lay blank, leaving behind only a faint trace of lavender and the lingering warmth of infinite possibilities. Despite countless searches, the envelope never resurfaced. Sometimes on quiet, rainy nights, the scent of lavender and ozone permeates the air, and my fingertips tingle with the memory of that elusive paper. I ponder the choice alluded to in the letter, whether it lies behind me or looms ahead, perhaps both existing concurrently, like the letter itself, suspended between reality and potential. The grandfather clock's unwavering pulse serves as a reminder of time's linear march, or so we believe. Yet on nights like these, when rain whispers against the window and shadows pirouette across my desk, I find myself gazing at the door, anticipating midnight, and pondering if, in some distant future moment, I am crafting a letter to my past self, seeking to bridge the chasm between what is and what might be. Story 54. The night lay hushed, veiled in a delicate mist that twirled through the air like a waltzing ghost. Nestled in my cherished armchair, the plush burgundy one beside the grand old mirror, I delved into a book under the soft glow of a vintage lamp. The pendulum clock's steady tick echoed in the room, casting a spellbinding rhythm, while the crackling warmth of the fireplace cocooned me in a gentle hug. Amid this serene moment, a peculiar sensation caught my attention. Initially, it was a fleeting notion, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in the corner of your eye. Glancing up from my book, I beheld my reflection in the antique mirror. The ornate golden frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered softly in the flickering firelight. Yet as I studied my mirrored self, a subtle chill crept down my spine. Something felt amiss, imperceptibly so. Tilting my head ever so slightly, I noticed my reflection mirrored the movement with a slight delay, as though striving to mimic me instead of naturally mirroring my actions. I attempted to dismiss it as mere fatigue or the flickering firelight casting deceptive shadows. Nevertheless, the more I gazed, the more I sensed an unsettling aura emanating from that reflection. When I raised my right hand, the mirrored image hesitated for a fraction of a heartbeat before replicating the motion. When I smiled, the reflection's lips curved in a barely noticeable lag. The crackling of wood in the fireplace now seemed laden with a mysterious intent, as if endeavoring to convey a message. The air grew denser, charged with a subtle tension that prompted me to breathe at a slower pace. A mingling scent of candle wax and ancient musk, reminiscent of forgotten tomes and faded memories, enveloped the room. Rising from the armchair with deliberate slowness, I noticed how the reflection mirrored my movements with an unnatural fluidity, as if performing a premeditated dance rather than mirroring my spontaneous gestures. The mirrored eyes appeared deeper, as though concealing secrets beyond my ken. Drawing nearer to the mirror, I discerned further disconcerting details. The reflected room bore slight discrepancies from my own, books on the shelves arranged differently, unfamiliar objects scattered about. An aged framed photograph, showing a tranquil seascape in my reality, depicted a blurred visage in the reflection, seemingly fixated on me. While the pendulum clock maintained its relentless cadence, in the reflection, its swing appeared languid, as if time flowed divergently on the other side of the looking glass. The shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted on the walls, assuming shapes hinting at silent entities. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the mirror's cold surface, and my reflection reciprocated with an almost beckoning gesture. Our fingertips met on the icy glass, yet while I felt the chill of the crystal, my reflection's countenance suggested an entirely distinct sensation. Stepping back from the mirror, I observed as the reflection hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating whether to trail after me. Upon finally moving, its actions grew increasingly autonomous, as if gradually asserting its own volition. Retrieving an old velvet cloth from a drawer, I veiled the mirror's surface. As the fabric draped over the reflective pane, I fancied a cryptic smile graced my mirrored self, an expression foreign to my own features. Since that fateful night, I have left the mirror shrouded. At times, in the quietest hours, I catch the faint rustle from beyond the velvet, as if someone were pacing in a mirrored realm identical to mine. And in the stillest moments, when the house is cloaked in profound silence, I ponder if that reflection lingers still, waiting, leading a parallel existence to mine in a realm of glass and silver. The truth remains elusive. I cannot discern if what I witnessed was real or a figment of my imagination. Yet, every time I pass a mirror, a lingering doubt gnaws at me, whether the reflection staring back is truly mine, or an entity so adept at imitation that it blurs the line between reflection and reality. Story 55. The night air was still, wrapped in a blanket of silence, until a distant melody broke through, delicate and haunting. Nestled in my cozy armchair, a woolen blanket draped over my knees, and a forgotten cup of chamomile tea beside me, I lifted my gaze from the book resting in my hands. The notes from a piano drifted through the air like whispers, barely there, yet undeniable. Though the tune eluded my memory, it carried a sense of familiarity, like a distant echo of a dream long forgotten. In the dimly lit room, shadows waltzed across the walls, dancing to the mysterious music's rhythm. Slowly I rose from my seat, the blanket slipping off with a whispering sigh. Each step on the wooden floor echoed softly as I made my way to the living room window. Outside, the night lay tranquil and serene under the watchful gaze of the full moon, casting a silvery glow over the garden where trees swayed in the breeze, their silhouettes like silent sentinels. No lights flickered in the neighboring houses, all lost in the embrace of darkness. Yet the music persisted, a symphony that seemed to emanate from all directions and nowhere simultaneously. Through the house I wandered, a silent spectator in this enigmatic dance of sound. The melody shifted and swirled, guiding me through the familiar corridors and rooms, a hypnotic trail leading me deeper into the mystery. In the kitchen, the music seemed to beckon from the living room. In the living room, it whispered from the stairs. Climbing the steps, the melody descended from the upper floor, a tantalizing game of echoes pulling me further into the labyrinth of my home. At last, I reached the threshold of my bedroom, where the door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of moonlight slipping through the curtains to paint intricate patterns on the floor. The music, now clearer and more enchanting, drew me closer to its source. A single object gleamed in the muted light, my old music box, a forgotten relic from my grandmother, resting on the bedside table. In the quiet of the night, its tiny ballerina twirled gracefully, casting a spellbinding shadow on the wall. The melody it produced mirrored the haunting tune that had lured me here, but intensified, as if the very walls of the house pulsed with its enchantment. Approaching cautiously, my heart beating in time with the music, I reached out to touch the music box. To my surprise, its surface radiated a gentle warmth, a living pulse beneath my fingertips. The ballerina's face, once featureless porcelain, now bore a striking resemblance to my grandmother, her sweet smile frozen in time. As our eyes met, a shift occurred in the melody, morphing into a lullaby from my childhood, a melody of comfort and love. Transfixed, I stood motionless, enveloped by the familiar strains that wrapped around me like a warm embrace. No fear lingered, only a profound sense of peace and longing. The notes swirled and danced, filling the room until, like a tide receding, they ebbed away into silence. With a soft click, the music box closed, leaving a new kind of quiet that hummed with significance. Returning to my armchair, I retrieved the fallen blanket, cocooning myself once more in its comforting embrace. The book lay open before me, its words a blur as my mind lingered on the music box and the spectral presence of my grandmother. How many untold melodies lay hidden within those silent gears, waiting for a moment of rediscovery. Since that fateful night, when the house hushes into stillness and the moonlight bathes the garden in its ethereal glow, a familiar melody drifts through the rooms, a soft whisper of remembrance. I no longer search for its origin, content to close my eyes and surrender to its haunting beauty, understanding that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but simply embraced in the gentle arms of the night. Story 56. The soft glow of a flickering candle painted shifting shadows on the ancient stone walls as I descended into the depths of the cellar. Each step I took echoed with a comforting creak, a sound that had been my companion on countless journeys to retrieve Grandma's cherished preserves. The air wrapped around me, cool and heavy, carrying whispers of earth and aged wood that stirred memories of long-forgotten days. Yet on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air. Was it the dance of the flame, defying unseen drafts, or the thin veil of dust that draped every surface, despite my recent visit? The shadows seemed to reach out, elongated and beckoning into the darkness below. Midway down the stairs, a peculiar sensation halted my descent. The shelves, usually limited in reach, now appeared to stretch endlessly into the unknown depths. The candle's light failed to penetrate the farthest corners, as if the corridor itself was expanding before my very eyes. The silence enveloped me, broken solely by the rhythm of my heartbeat and the distant trickle of water seeping through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that eclipsed my apprehension, I pressed forward. The glass jars, once familiar in their gleam, now bore labels marked with increasingly distant years as I advanced. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels had faded beyond recognition. The air grew colder, carrying the scent of moist earth interwoven with an ancient aroma, reminiscent of aged parchments. The shelves continued their unfathomable stretch, revealing walls adorned not with rough stone but intricate patterns of ancient bricks. Symbols unknown to me adorned the stone, etched with a precision inconceivable for the era of the cellar's construction. Pausing before a peculiar shelf, I fixated on a singular jar. Crafted from a dark glass that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, its label bore a date that defied logic, 1820. With trembling hands, I raised the jar for closer inspection. In the hush of the cellar, a faint whisper, devoid of words, reached my ears. It resembled the passage of time itself, a sound akin to ancient pages rustling in a forgotten book. Slowly I turned, catching a glimpse of blurred figures flitting through the shadows, like memories yearning to materialize. Sensing it was time to retreat, I pivoted towards the stairs. Yet something was amiss. The distance I had traversed appeared to have multiplied, the light at the stairwell now a mere speck, distant as a lone star in a moonless sky. Striving to maintain composure, I ascended, counting each step as I had in my youth. The shelves metamorphosed once more, gradually reverting to the familiar cellar I knew. The dates on the jars shifted to more recent years, the walls returning to their original state. The jar from 1820 remained in my grasp, a tangible reassurance that I had not imagined the inexplicable. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, the warm glow of the kitchen enveloped me like a tender embrace. Placing the jar on the first step, I cast one final glance into the darkness below. Fleetingly, I thought I glimpsed a movement in the depths, as if time itself warped and twisted. That night, seated in the kitchen with a steaming cup of tea cradled in my hands, I pondered the events that had transpired. The jar now bore a mundane label, Blackberry Jam 2023. Yet as I uncorked it, a fragrance unlike any other wafted forth, a scent redolent of time itself, sweet and ancient, akin to a childhood memory. Since that peculiar night, each descent into the cellar stirs a whisper of anticipation within me. The stairs remain unchanged, the shelves lined with customary preserves. Yet, on occasion, when the light dims and the silence deepens, I sense the cellar's latent expectancy, poised to unravel more temporal enigmas. And perhaps, one day, I will summon the courage to traverse that seemingly infinite corridor to its culmination, unveiling the mysteries that lie where time loses its immutable grasp. Story 57. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, crafting a natural lullaby that always brought me tranquility. It was a place I hadn't visited in years, now revisited in the wake of her passing. The scent of aged wood and weathered books lingered in the air, while the fading light of twilight seeped through the half-open shutters, casting whimsical shadows on the vintage wallpaper. Nestled in a forgotten corner, beneath a delicate layer of dust, I discovered Grandma's cherished brass record player, gleaming like a polished mirror. A relic of bygone days, adorned with intricate floral patterns on its mechanical arm and a turntable pristine as ever. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records snugly housed in time-worn cardboard sleeves. As I sifted through the records, my fingers paused on one particular album. Its cover plain white, devoid of any title or name, save for a slender golden border shimmering in the dim glow. A record unfamiliar to my memory, though I knew Grandma Rose's collection intimately. Compelled by an insatiable curiosity, I resolved to play it. The record player stirred to life with a gentle, familiar hum. Setting the mysterious record on the turntable, I lowered the arm. Initially, only the customary crackle of vinyl filled the room, then the music commenced. A melody unheard by my ears, a piano waltz, yet there was an uncanny quality to the way the notes intertwined. The music seemed to shift subtly with each revolution of the record, as if the notes rearranged themselves into novel harmonies. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the enigmatic composition. A hint of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, wafted through the air, though it was midwinter, making its presence impossible. Upon opening my eyes, I observed the shadows in the room, moving in an unusual manner, no longer swaying with the natural light, but swaying to the rhythm of that mysterious tune. Before me, on the wall, a figure's shadow danced distinctly, despite my solitude. The waltz persisted, and amidst the piano notes, I discerned a familiar soft laughter. Grandma Rose's laughter, unmistakable, as clear as ever. A shiver coursed through me, not of fear, but of a peculiar blend of longing and awe. Rising from my seat, I approached the window. In the reflection, the room behind me was mirrored, yet for a fleeting moment I glimpsed Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her favorite dancing gown, twirling gracefully in the attic's center. Upon turning around, she naturally vanished. The record spun on until its finale, and as the last note dissolved into silence, the room felt altered. Cozier, more vibrant, as if that brief musical interlude had stirred dormant memories within the very walls. That night, As I returned the enigmatic record to its white sleeve, a detail caught my eye. Inscribed on the inner rim in Grandma Rose's elegant script was a date, her wedding day. Beneath it, in nearly invisible letters, a message: music is the key to our most precious memories. Since then, on every visit to the attic, I seek out that particular record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, other times it eludes me among the vinyls. Each time I listen, the melody subtly shifts, as if harboring endless variations of the same recollection. I've pondered if it was a special gift from Grandma Rose or something more mystifying. Yet one certainty remains. On those rainy evenings when the record player spins a peculiar tune, the attic fills with a subtle enchantment, and for fleeting moments, the boundary between now and then, between reality and reminiscence, thins like the paper of an aged photograph. And perhaps in those moments, Grandma Rose dances on, forever young, forever content in an eternal waltz. Story 58. The gentle ticking of a pendulum greeted my awakening, its rhythmic sound cutting through the darkness like a lullaby for the weary soul. Each tick felt like a heartbeat, a steady reminder of the passage of time in a place unknown to me. Slowly, my eyelids fluttered open, revealing a room bathed in the soft glow of twilight. I found myself reclined on a plush burgundy velvet couch, its comforting softness marred by the touch of time. The air carried a peculiar scent, a blend of aged wood, dried flowers, and a mysterious undertone that eluded my senses. The room was a dance of shadows and light, with heavy brocade curtains allowing slivers of illumination to play on the faded Victorian wallpaper. Antique dark wood furniture stood stoically in the corners, bearing witness to the silent passage of time. A towering bookshelf dominated one wall, its leather-bound volumes whispering of stories long forgotten. On a small table beside me, a delicate porcelain teacup exuded wisps of steam, as if waiting for my arrival. With aching muscles protesting my every movement, I rose from the couch, my steps muffled by the plush Persian rug beneath me. I approached the window, drawing back the curtains to reveal a misty garden where shadows of trees swayed in the evening breeze. A disconcerting realization struck me as I caught my reflection in the glass. I was adorned in clothes that belonged to another time. A linen shirt, a brocade vest, velvet trousers, all meticulously tailored in a bygone fashion. My fingertips traced the fabric, feeling the weight of history woven into every thread. A flicker of movement stirred in the periphery of my vision, yet when I turned, the room remained still, save for the unyielding pendulum marking the cadence of time. With a curious blend of trepidation and intrigue, I decided to venture beyond the confines of the room. The door yielded with a faint creak, unveiling a dimly lit hallway adorned with portraits of unfamiliar faces, their eyes seeming to follow my every step. The floor groaned beneath me as I cautiously made my way towards a staircase that led to the upper floor. With each ascent, the air grew colder, sending a shiver down my spine. At the top of the stairs, a series of closed doors awaited, each bearing brass nameplates inscribed with cryptic messages obscured by the dim light. A haunting melody, like a distant memory, wafted through the silence, drawing me towards the final door at the end of the hallway. As I crossed the threshold, the music faded into a mere whisper, leaving behind an empty room, save for a grand piano shrouded in a ghostly white sheet. No pianist sat at the keys, yet the air reverberated with the echo of a long-forgotten tune. With a sense of reverence, I unveiled the piano, revealing an old, yellowed photograph resting on the ivory keys. In the fading light, the image depicted the same room in a different era, with a figure seated at the piano. Myself, clad in the antiquated attire I now wore, frozen in a moment captured a century past. Returning downstairs, a strange serenity enveloped me, as if the house itself held the key to a mystery long forgotten. The pendulum's steady beat seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of my own heart, grounding me in this surreal moment. Settling back onto the velvet couch, I found the teacup still warm to the touch, its contents a familiar balm to my unsettled mind. Gazing into the amber liquid, I pondered whether I had truly awakened or merely stepped into a dream woven by another's imagination. The pendulum's ticking persisted, counting the seconds of a time that may never have existed, within a house that seemed to harbor secrets of my own past. Savoring the tea's comforting taste, I watched as the fog outside enveloped the garden, blurring the boundaries between reality and reverie. In that moment, I knew I belonged within these walls, embraced by a home that had been waiting patiently for my return, beckoning me to unravel the enigma of its timeless embrace. Story 59. The doorbell remained silent on that autumn afternoon. Instead, a gentle knock echoed through the house, as delicate as a moth's wings brushing against a window pane. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a cozy blanket, engrossed in a book, while the rain outside created a soothing symphony against the glass. Rising from my seat with a sense of calm, I assumed it was just the wind playing tricks outside. Upon opening the door, I found no one there, only a neatly squared brown package resting on the doorstep. It bore no labels or addresses, just my name elegantly inscribed in ancient calligraphy as though penned with black ink from a bygone era. The cardboard felt smooth to the touch, unaffected by the ongoing rain. Curious, I brought it inside, the silence of the house now deeper, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the hallway clock and the soft patter of raindrops outside. Seated back on the couch, I examined the package closely, noting its flawless construction with no visible seams or openings. A faint, familiar fragrance wafted from within, a blend of old books, black tea, and subtle hints of sandalwood. Holding it in my lap, I sensed a subtle movement inside, akin to a gentle dance of unseen entities within. It wasn't solid yet not fluid, almost as if the very air within the box stirred with a phantom grace. As daylight waned, casting elongated shadows across the room, I refrained from switching on the lamps, preferring the natural embrace of twilight. The package seemed to absorb the fading light in a peculiar manner, as if its surface possessed a spectral quality, playing with shadows and reflections. After a period of contemplation, I endeavored to uncover its contents. Running my fingers along the edges, I detected sporadic warmth, as if the cardboard held a mysterious inner heat, pulsating in an enigmatic rhythm. A distant memory flickered in my mind, reminiscent of a similar package seen in my childhood at my grandparents' home, marked only with a name in the same elegant script. The rain intensified slightly, its rhythm aligning with the warmth patterns on the package's surface, prompting thoughts of hidden connections or mere coincidences. Lost in reverie, I noticed a subtle shift in the room's temperature, a delicate equilibrium achieved between warmth and coolness, enveloping me in a tranquil atmosphere. The scent from the package grew stronger, mingling with the earthy fragrance of rain seeping through the window. Astonishingly, my touch left faint, luminous imprints on the cardboard, reacting to the warmth of my skin like ethereal constellations briefly lighting up the night sky. Mesmerized by this phenomenon, I lost track of time until nightfall descended, casting a bluish hue over the room, with the package emitting a faint, almost imperceptible glow. Deciding to postpone its unveiling, I placed it on the coffee table before illuminating the room with a lamp, restoring normalcy to the scene. In the ensuing days, the package remained a silent enigma on the table, occasionally revealing its faint glow in the twilight, hinting at a subtle internal dance. The elusive scent evolved subtly, elusive yet strangely comforting, its true nature eluding my grasp. The mystery of the package lingered, its allure lying not in its contents, but in the intrigue it posed. A puzzle not meant to be solved, but to be savored in quiet contemplation. To this day, as rain whispers against the windows on autumn evenings, my thoughts drift to that mysterious package, its silent presence a lingering enigma. I ponder if elsewhere, in another abode, someone else gazes at a similar parcel, bearing their name in that elegant script, pondering whether to unravel its secrets or preserve the mystique of its dance undisturbed. Story 60. The rain cascaded down relentlessly, orchestrating a hypnotic symphony that serenaded my journey homeward. Each droplet pirouetted on surfaces, mirroring the golden hue of the street lamps, stretching like delicate strokes on a dark tapestry. The air, cool and saturated, bore the earthy perfume of rain-soaked soil through a crack in my car window. Across the vacant lot, typically unremarkable, but that night pulsating with an enigmatic aura, mist unfurled from the ground, enshrouding the parked cars in a tender, noiseless embrace. Pausing before entering my vehicle, I observed the shimmering reflections of the streetlights on puddles, captivated by a presence, neither menacing nor familiar, lingering nearby. A faint silhouette loomed a few paces away, obscured by the veil of mist. Though its features eluded me, the tranquility of its stillness captivated my gaze. Motionless, breath barely drawn, I beheld as the figure slowly dissolved, melding into the humid night until it melded seamlessly with the obscurity. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility enveloped my being, as if I bore witness to something beyond rationale. Starting the engine, I embarked on my leisurely journey home. The lingering sensation of encountering the extraordinary lingered, an enigmatic presence defying comprehension, yet evoking a sense of recognition. The rain persisted in its descent, cocooning me in an eternal lullaby. In the ensuing days, each rainfall prompted a search for specters in the nocturnal expanse. Not from trepidation, but in pursuit of rekindling that awe, that serene essence hearkening from an era long past, a place far removed. Even my abode, a bastion of familiarity, now exuded a veil of enigma. Every creak of wood, every whisper of the curtains stirred by a gentle breeze, seemed to murmur a concealed narrative. One dusk, as rain tapped against the windows, I opted to leave a lamp aglow in the living room. The flickering flame cast ethereal shadows on the walls, crafting a ballet of forms swaying to the wind's cadence. Nestled in my armchair, a steaming cup of tea cradled in my palms, I observed these movements with a tranquil fascination. An anticipation lingered, undefined yet palpable. It was then I espied a detail previously unnoticed. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an ethereal radiance, as if from an unseen origin. Intrigued, I drew nearer and gazed at my reflection. Yet it was not solely my visage that met my gaze. Lurking behind me, faint and nebulous, a figure materialized from the shadows, akin to the one glimpsed in the parking lot. Absent was fear. In its place, a serene acceptance, as if that presence had eternally awaited my notice. I pivoted slowly, finding naught but the rain's patter and the soft creaking of wood. Returning to my seat, I endeavored to rationalize the episode. Perhaps a play of light, a mere reflection cast by rain and dancing shadows. Yet deep down, I sensed a deeper truth. Not menacing, not ominous, but profound and elusive. Even now, amidst the torrential downpour and the nocturnal hush enveloping all, I find myself questing for traces of that enigmatic presence. I decelerate when traversing vacant lots, intently observing the interludes between the street lamps where darkness seems to respire. The figure remains elusive, yet on occasion, under ideal circumstances and profound silence, a semblance stirs within me. It does not invoke fear, but rather an arcane solace, as if that presence were a forgotten fragment of my essence, or a recollection unwilling to fade. Thus, as the rain persists in its descent, and the world melds into a tapestry of sound and shadow, I surrender to that sensation, acknowledging that certain enigmas necessitate no resolution, only immersion. Story 61. The soft patter of raindrops against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient abode with a lulling cadence. My task for the day was to sift through decades of memories tucked away in the dusty attic, a duty that carried a weight of both challenge and tranquility. With each creak of the wooden stairs under my feet, a hint of aged cedar and forgotten tales wafted in the air, mingling with the musty scent of yesteryears. Ascending towards the attic, I was greeted by a gentle, diffused light filtering through a small circular window, casting a serene glow over the space. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the muted beam, painting ethereal patterns in the atmosphere. The attic seemed alive, whispering secrets of bygone eras, with every box and trunk holding fragments of lives long past. As my fingers traced along weathered cardboard boxes, the rain's melodic rhythm provided a harmonious backdrop to my exploration. In the far corner, partially concealed behind a pile of leather-bound photo albums, I spied something peculiar. There sat a diminutive music box, its surface dulled by the passage of time, resting atop a faded pink blanket. What drew my gaze was not its appearance, but the fact that its metal key was slowly winding, as if turned just moments ago. The subtle movement, almost imperceptible, stood out in the attic's stillness. As I drew closer, a subtle chill seemed to descend, cooling the air around me. The music box's ornate lid bore intricate carvings of woodland creatures, their features softened by years of handling. Curiously, my grandmother had never mentioned this particular piece, a fact that struck me as odd, given her penchant for sharing stories about her cherished possessions. Lifting the music box tenderly, I noticed it carried an unusual warmth, a stark contrast to the attic's natural coolness. The key continued its gentle rotation, defying all logic and reason. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, anticipating the familiar lullaby's tinkling notes. Instead, a different sound emerged, the faint giggle of a child, distant and otherworldly, drifting through the air like a forgotten whisper. The sound, rather than eerie, exuded a profound sense of solitude and longing, stirring something deep within me. Nestled beneath the music box lay a petite porcelain doll, no larger than my palm. Its painted visage bore a serene expression, though one glass eye was slightly askew, lending it an oddly knowing gaze. The doll's dress, once pristine white, had taken on the hue of aged ivory, its delicate lace trim resembling gossamer strands. What captivated me most was the doll's tiny hands, outstretched as if yearning to be held. While I studied the doll, the rain's rhythm shifted, growing more deliberate, akin to footsteps traversing the attic floor. Dust motes began to twirl in peculiar configurations, momentarily resembling small handprints before dissipating into the air. The temperature continued to drop, though not unpleasantly. It felt more like the gentle caress of a summer evening breeze. In that moment, memories unfurled in my mind, not my own, yet vivid and present. I glimpsed a young girl frolicking in this very attic, her laughter reverberating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. These scenes resembled watercolor paintings, their edges soft, colors muted, yet conveying an undeniable sense of truth. I recognized the girl as my grandmother in her youth, though how I knew remained a mystery. The music box's key ceased its turning, and the ghostly giggle faded into silence. Holding both objects in my hands, an overwhelming urge surged to bring them downstairs, to infuse them with new life in the warmth of the lower living quarters. However, a whisper of hesitation held me back. The doll's misaligned gaze now seemed fixed beyond me, as if focused on something, or someone, unseen. Gently returning the items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket meticulously, a subtle shift rippled through the air, akin to a sigh of contentment. The rain resumed its natural melody, the dust settling back into its tranquil dance in the sunbeam. Yet, a newfound understanding washed over me. Some playthings weren't meant to be forgotten, even when they seemed abandoned. They existed in a realm between memory and reality, past and present, frolicking with phantom children in the hushed hours when no eyes watched. That evening, as I readied to depart, a distant music box melody seemed to trickle down from the attic, accompanied by the faint echo of tiny feet dancing across aged floorboards. Choosing not to investigate, some enigmas are best left unsolved, residing in the delicate space between waking and dreaming, where the inconceivable materializes and memories waltz eternal in the dusty light of aging attics. Perhaps this was why my grandmother never spoke of the music box. Certain treasures are destined to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their enchantment unveiled solely by those who chance upon them at the perfect moment, when rain whispers softly and the world grows hushed enough to heed the murmurs of days past. Story 62. The wooden floor sighed softly beneath my feet as I wandered down the hallway bathed in the twilight hues of a setting sun. Grandma's house held a unique way of speaking, each creak and groan of the boards telling a tale of its own. The air enveloped me in the comforting embrace of lavender and aged wood, a scent that had been my companion through countless summers of my youth. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air. My steps came to a halt in front of the weathered attic door, drawn to a detail that had eluded my notice until now. The white paint, worn and chipped, bore peculiar markings upon its surface. Drawing closer, I discerned that these marks were not merely haphazard scratches left by the passage of time. They seemed deliberate, forming a pattern as if an unseen hand had sought to convey a message from within. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow that filtered through the hallway windows, casting elongated shadows upon the walls. The only sounds breaking the silence were the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock downstairs and the whispering of leaves stirred by the gentle breeze outside. Tentatively, I reached out and ran my fingers over the markings, feeling the rough texture of the scratched wood beneath my touch. The patterns were precise, almost geometric in their arrangement. Some etchings ran deep, while others barely grazed the surface, hinting at multiple instances of creation. How many times had I passed by this door, oblivious to its hidden story? Grandma had never spoken of strange occurrences emanating from the attic, yet in this moment, I recalled her avoidance of those stairs. A chill breeze brushed against my neck, causing a shiver to ripple through me. The hallway appeared to stretch endlessly, shadows deepening and enveloping the space. With a steady hand, I retrieved the aged brass key from its place on the wall. Cold and weighty, the key bore faded floral motifs, a testament to the passage of time. Inserting it into the lock, I hesitated momentarily, feeling a subtle resistance from within. As I turned the key, a faint sound reached my ears, akin to a slow, deep breath, almost imperceptible, as if exhaled from the other side of the door. My heart quickened its pace within my chest as I froze in place, the mysterious sound dissipating into the stillness of the house. With trembling hands, I activated the flashlight on my phone, its beam piercing the shadows that had obscured the door. The scratches revealed themselves to form a circular motif, a spiral of intricate design. At the center, I beheld a series of numbers delicately etched, nearly invisible to the naked eye. A distant memory surfaced in my mind. Grandma had once alluded to a hidden diary within the house, a repository of family secrets. Though she had never disclosed its location, her gaze held a distant protectiveness when speaking of it. The wind outside intensified, causing the windows to moan in protest. The shadows within the hallway seemed to dance in response to the spectral melody carried on the breeze. A connection stirred within me, linking the numbers on the door to the elusive diary. Yet, an unspoken force held me back from delving further. Was it instinct or the ancestral knowledge passed down through generations of women in my family? Slowly, I retreated, a faint scratching sound echoing from the attic behind me. Not menacing, but rhythmic and gentle, as if someone were patiently inscribing a new message. Casting one final glance at the door, I observed the scratches glowing faintly in the dying light, a silent testament to their enigmatic origin. That night, as I sat in bed, the numbers lingered in my thoughts. I transcribed them into my notebook, vowing to return the next day for further investigation. However, upon awakening the following morning, the attic door appeared unmarred, devoid of any visible markings. Only the brass key, still hanging on its hook, emitted a subtle radiance, hinting at a concealed secret not yet ready to be unveiled. Since that day, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before that enigmatic door. Sometimes, I glimpse the scratches reappearing in the dim light or catch the faint echo of a breath from beyond. Yet I have refrained from opening it once more. Certain mysteries, it seems, are best left undisturbed, safeguarded within the hushed confines of an ancient home, whispered only to those attuned to its secrets. Story 63. The weariness of a long workday lingered as I entered my study. The desk lamp cast a warm amber glow, painting soft shadows on the walls adorned with bookshelves. The familiar scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me like a familiar hug as I settled into my well-loved leather armchair. Resting on the polished wooden desk was my old diary, a cherished gift from my grandmother, its brown leather cover and yellowed pages holding my innermost thoughts. As I reached out to leaf through its pages, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The last page I had penned was no longer blank. Delicate, unfamiliar handwriting adorned the page with words I had no recollection of writing. The ink appeared fresh, as if just penned. Leaning in, my breath slowed, and I delved into the narrative before me. It spoke of an autumn evening, intricately detailing the very room I occupied at that moment. The gentle patter of rain tapped against the window, weaving a hypnotic melody with the soft rustling of pages stirred by an unseen breath. The lamp's light flickered, casting playful shadows that danced on the walls. Mesmerized, I continued reading the mysterious prose that seemed to anticipate my every move. Curiosity led him to turn the page. The text beckoned, and as if under a spell, my hand obeyed, flipping the sheet. My heart quickened as fresh words materialized before my eyes, as though an invisible hand composed in real time. The ink flowed effortlessly, capturing the sensations I experienced in that very instant. The warmth of the lamp on my skin, the deepening of my breath, even the subtle shiver down my spine, all painted with eerie accuracy. Rising from my chair, I couldn't tear my gaze from the pages that filled with each passing moment. The sentences now detailed the books on the shelves, referencing titles I didn't recall owning but, upon inspection, found present. The narrative unfolded with a rhythmic cadence, akin to a silent clock's pendulum marking time. Seating myself on the corner couch, I watched as the diary remained open on the desk, pages gently turning as if on their own accord. The rain's rhythm intensified, cocooning me in a barrier of sound that isolated me from the outside world. The room transformed, exuding a warmer, more inviting aura, as if the enigma unfolding had carved out its own realm, separate from reality. Closing my eyes, I let the rain's lullaby wash over me. Upon reopening them, the diary remained, altered somehow. The words now bore a deeply personal, intimate hue, unearthing forgotten memories and untold moments from my past. Approaching the desk with deliberate steps, the conversation on the pages evolved, delving into a dialogue of memories I thought long buried. It felt as though the diary sought to communicate with me through my own recollections. With each passing moment, the connection deepened, stirring a blend of curiosity and peace within me. Each word unveiled a layer of understanding, elusive yet compelling. As midnight chimed from the pendulum clock, I realized I had been ensnared in this silent exchange for hours. The final words etched onto the page were cryptic yet profound. Some mysteries require no unraveling to be grasped. Gently closing the diary, I felt the familiar leather beneath my fingertips. Outside, the rain persisted, now a companion rather than mere background noise. Would the words linger on the pages come morning or fade like a dream at dawn? Preparing for rest, I stole a final glance at the study. The diary lay serenely on the desk, unchanged outwardly. Yet an internal shift had occurred, a newfound awareness stirring within me. Night draped the study in silence, the lamp casting its amber glow, a silent witness to a mystery that may elude complete understanding. And as I shut the door, a notion lingered. Perhaps some enigmas are most precious when left uncharted. Story 64. The gentle flicker of candlelight cast a soft glow, painting my bedroom walls with shifting shadows as I readied myself for another tranquil evening in solitude. The rain tapped lightly against the window panes, its rhythmic melody blending seamlessly with the steady inhale and exhale of my breath. A sense of peace usually enveloped me during these quiet nights, surrounded by the embrace of ancient wooden furnishings and the familiar fragrance of well-loved leather-bound books. Yet, on this particular night, an unspoken tension lingered in the air like a whisper of anticipation. Seated at my weathered writing desk, my focus was abruptly drawn to a peculiar noise, a faint scratching emanating from the wall beside me. Initially, I dismissed it as merely the settling of an aged house, a common occurrence. However, this sound held a strange pattern, almost as if a deliberate hand was at work, etching invisible marks into the surface before me. Intrigued, I pressed my ear against the worn wallpaper, the scratching growing more defined with each passing moment. It seemed to form a cadence, pausing intermittently before continuing in what felt like purposeful sequences. My fingertips traced the textured wall, seeking out any irregularities. A subtle warmth under my touch led me to a discovery. Gently peeling back a section of the aged paper, I uncovered an unexpected sight: mysterious symbols etched into the plaster with meticulous precision. These markings were not haphazard scratches, but rather a collection of carefully drawn symbols, some resembling ancient glyphs, while others bore resemblance to intricate mathematical equations. In the wavering light of the candle, I retrieved my notebook and began to transcribe the enigmatic symbols. As my pen sketched their intricate forms, a pattern emerged. 12 symbols repeated in various configurations, akin to a cryptic code awaiting interpretation. The more I studied them, the more they stirred a sense of recognition within me, as if I had encountered them in a half-remembered dream. Time seemed to wane as I delved deeper, the rain outside providing a gentle symphony to accompany my investigation. The symbols appeared to morph subtly in the flickering light, assuming different meanings with each passing glance. At times, they resembled foreign words, while in others, they took on the likeness of celestial charts mapping unknown stars and constellations. The ambience of the house enveloped me in a cocoon of stillness, the candle flame swaying in response to unseen whispers of air. Further exploration of the wall uncovered additional sections where the wallpaper felt distinct. As I unveiled more of the hidden symbols, they expanded outward like ripples in a tranquil pond, each one pulsating with an unseen energy that seemed to resonate through my very being. The rain intensified outside, its rhythm harmonizing with the intricate patterns on the wall. It was then that I realized these symbols were not mere static designs. They exuded a faint luminescence that danced in the candlelight, hinting at a deeper, mystical significance. As the clock neared midnight, a sense of anticipation hung heavy in the room. The scratching had ceased, replaced by a gentle hum emanating from the wall, barely audible over the soothing patter of raindrops. It was a melodic hum, reminiscent of distant songs, yet elusive in its coherence. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I diligently transcribed the symbols, filling page after page with their cryptic beauty. Each time I believed I had captured them all, new ones would materialize, as if the wall itself was gradually unraveling its enigmatic tale. The candle's flickering light cast eerie shadows, causing the symbols to appear alive, dancing across the exposed plaster in a silent ballet. Fatigue eventually claimed me, and I reluctantly retired to bed, the soft lullaby of rain serenading me into slumber. In the hazy threshold between wakefulness and dreams, I fancied I heard whispers emanating from the wall, not menacing or ominous, but akin to old friends sharing secrets long forgotten. With the morning light streaming through the windows, the room took on a new aura. The symbols remained etched on the wall, though they now seemed subdued, patiently awaiting the veil of nightfall to reveal their mysteries once more. Running my fingers over them for a final time before concealing them behind a painting, I grasped the essence that some enigmas are not meant to be deciphered, but rather cherished in their enigmatic allure. On quiet, rainy nights, the familiar scratching sound occasionally returns, a gentle reminder of the clandestine message within the wall. Though the code remains unsolved, perhaps it is destined to remain a tantalizing enigma, for some secrets hold a beauty in their elusiveness that transcends mere revelation. The symbols lie hidden behind the painting, a silent testament to the notion that even the most ordinary walls may harbor extraordinary secrets, awaiting the perfect moment of revelation. Story 65, A Gentle Whisper of Time. Snow whispered a soft lullaby as it descended upon my quaint antique shop one evening. The flakes pirouetted behind the windows, basking in the gentle glow of vintage lamps, casting a warm and inviting aura throughout the space. The aged wood of the shelves murmured softly, harmonizing with the unhurried cadence of the pendulum clock's hands. An aroma of aged books and beeswax swirled in the air, a fragrance unique to objects steeped in history. As I arranged dusty volumes, the doorbell chimed with a crystalline resonance, heralding the arrival of an unexpected visitor. A frigid breeze tiptoed into the shop, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved upon the wooden floor. Turning to greet the guest, I was momentarily transfixed. Standing at the threshold was a tall figure cloaked in darkness, seeming to absorb the ambient light. Their countenance was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat and a gray wool scarf. "Greetings," I murmured, striving to maintain a composed demeanor, despite a subtle shiver snaking down my spine. The visitor remained silent, gliding gracefully among the shelves, their gloved hands skimming the curated objects with delicate reverence. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, as if they danced to a melody known only to them. I found myself captivated by their every gesture, noting the peculiar behavior of the light around them. Shadows deepened and thickened, assuming a life of their own. Halting in front of an ancient mirror, a relic from the 18th century acquired just the previous week, the visitor's gloved fingers traced the golden frame with deliberate precision. The shop descended into a heavy silence, interrupted solely by the measured ticking of the clock, each beat elongating in time. Attempting to catch their reflection in the mirror, I recoiled as the reflective surface merely displayed the shelf behind them, as though they existed on a different plane. Approaching cautiously, each step echoing on the creaking floor, I inquired softly, "May I assist you in finding something specific?" The visitor pivoted leisurely towards me, their features obscured by shadows beneath the hat. With a fluid motion, they extracted a yellowed parchment from their coat, unfolding it meticulously on the counter beside the cash register. The script, elegantly antiquated, detailed a list of enigmatic objects: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. Perusing the list, I perceived a chill creeping through the shop, manifested in ethereal wisps of my breath dancing in the air. The items on the shelves seemed to quiver imperceptibly, as if acknowledging a hidden significance in the visitor's presence. "I regret to inform you," I whispered, "that these specific objects are not within my inventory." The visitor remained motionless, a profound stillness enveloping the space, before nodding solemnly. Retrieving the parchment, they tucked it away with a grace mirroring their earlier movements. Making their way to the exit, the visitor paused before departing. With a slight turn, a sound akin to a whisper emanated from beneath the scarf, more a reverie than a spoken word: "You will." It carried an air of assuredness rather than inquiry. The bell tolled as they exited, its timbre resonating deeper, as if echoing from afar. Outside, the snow continued its descent, yet for a fleeting moment, the flakes hung suspended in a timeless pause. Upon concluding the day and securing the shop, I scrutinized the antique mirror. Its reflective surface appeared profound, hinting at concealed secrets within its argent depths. The pendulum clock, a steadfast timekeeper, had halted precisely at the instant of the visitor's arrival. Since that mysterious encounter, as dusk descends and shadows lengthen, I find myself drawn to the door, anticipating the bell's melodious ring. Each object in the shop appears attuned, as if collectively awaiting the visitor's inevitable return. For in an antique emporium, each object harbors a tale to recount, and perchance some artifacts linger in anticipation of their own narrative commencement. And so as night falls and whispers drift through the shop, we remain poised, a silent chorus anticipating the next chapter in the unfolding tapestry of time. Story 66. The night had draped the ancient house in a velvety hush, broken only by the soft patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a hot cup of tea, I gazed absently at the painting hanging across from me. An heirloom from my grandmother, the painting depicted a woodland scene at sunset. While not a prized possession, it held a peculiar charm that never failed to stir a sense of wistful tranquility within me. As the golden glow from the floor lamp cast flickering shadows around the room, I noticed a peculiar occurrence. The painting appeared slightly askew to the right, a departure from its usual alignment. Rising slowly, I set down my cup on the nearby table. The aged floorboards whispered beneath my feet as I approached the wall. With gentle hands, I straightened the painting, feeling the rough edges of its antique frame beneath my fingertips. Sinking back into my armchair, I resumed my book, enveloped in the warmth of the tea and the soothing melody of the rain. It was only after a while, when I lifted my gaze, that I saw the painting tilted once more, this time to the left. A subtle chill traced my spine, though I tried to dismiss it as mere fatigue or a trick of light. Rising again, this time more cautiously, I moved closer to the painting, and there a revelation awaited me. The sunset hues seemed to pulse with a newfound vibrancy. The tree shadows lengthened, casting an eerie spell. Tentatively, I reached out and touched the canvas. It exuded warmth, as if it had absorbed the room's heat. Yet there was an otherworldly quality to the way the paint shimmered in the light. In the days that followed, my attention was drawn to the painting with increasing frequency. Each time I entered the room, it appeared to have shifted ever so slightly. Sometimes the change was barely perceptible, while on other occasions it was stark. Not only did the tilt vary, but the very essence of the painting seemed to undergo subtle transformations. Trees grew denser, clouds morphed in shape, and hidden details emerged and vanished like whispers in the wind. I took to photographing the painting daily, comparing each image meticulously. The variances, though slight, were undeniable. In the painted forest, secrets unfurled. A nest nestled among branches, a hidden glade, a faint path that materialized out of thin air. The sunset inched across the canvas, hinting at a time that danced to a different tempo. One tranquil evening, ensconced in my familiar armchair, I caught a movement in my periphery. The painting was tilting of its own accord, a slow, almost imperceptible shift. Curiosity mingled with a surreal calm as I watched, unafraid. It was as though an unseen hand caressed the canvas, guiding its motion. Drawing closer, I felt a subtle hum emanate from the painting. And in the glass protecting the artwork, a fleeting image materialized, a blurred silhouette, reminiscent of my grandmother. A spectral smile graced her features as she righted the painting with a tender touch. Since that moment, I've embraced these subtle changes as part of the house's enchantment. Each night, before retiring, I steal a few moments to contemplate the painting, seeking out its newfound mysteries. Perhaps it is my grandmother's way of whispering that she lingers nearby, keeping watch through this enigmatic canvas that breathes and shifts like a living thing. This tale remains mine alone, a cherished secret nestled in my heart. The painting continues its quiet dance of transformation, less frequent now, as if striking a delicate balance between revealing itself and safeguarding its enigma. And so every evening finds me in my armchair, tea in hand, serenaded by the rain's gentle cadence, as I commune with the painting that lives a life of its own, a silent dialogue understood only by us. Story 67. The hotel corridor glowed in a soft amber light filtering through honey-hued glass lampshades. It was late, and the stillness of the night was only interrupted by the gentle hum of air conditioners. Moving along the hallway, I pulled my suitcase with silent wheels over the deep burgundy carpet, the weariness from a day of business meetings weighing heavily on my shoulders. Reaching the elevator, I pressed the button and waited, my reflection blurred in the metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator ticked slowly, 6, 5, 4. Emitting a gentle green glow that painted the walls, the display counted down the floors. With a soft chime, the doors parted, beckoning me into the small space adorned with mirrors and dark wood. Selecting the 7th floor, the topmost level, I leaned back against the wall, closing my eyes momentarily. The elevator started its ascent with a smooth, almost imperceptible motion, the mechanical sound akin to a deep, steady breath. Upon reopening my eyes, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror's reflection. It seemed as though my image lagged behind my movements, a subtle delay that sent a shiver down my spine. Dismissing it as a trick of fatigue, I watched as the elevator came to a gentle halt, the doors sliding open. Stepping into the corridor, a sense of unease crept over me. The carpet beneath my feet had transformed to a dark forest green, the wall lamps taking on an antique allure with an Art Deco design I had not noticed before. Despite the display indicating the 7th floor, the ambience was wholly different. The hallway appeared elongated, constricted, the air carrying a scent of old books and ancient wood. The room doors bore peculiar numbering, 7A, 7B, 7C, deviating from the standard numerical sequence I had anticipated. Turning back towards the elevator, the doors had sealed shut, my attempts to summon it futile. The world around me grew eerily silent, almost palpable in its density. Navigating the unfamiliar corridor with deliberate steps, I noted the lights pulsating gently, as if drawing breath. Each door I passed exuded a distinct aura, hinting at untold tales veiled behind their dark wooden facades. At the corridor's end, a figure sat in an antique armchair, a doorman of advanced age, clad in a period uniform, his snow-white hair immaculately styled. Lifting his gaze from the book he perused, he offered a kind smile. "Are you lost?" His voice, calm and familiar, resonated. "I believe so," I confessed. "I was headed for the 7th floor, but this place—" "Ah, this is indeed the 7th floor," he interjected with a mysterious smile. "Just not the one you sought. You see, this elevator possesses a peculiar trait. At times it transports weary travelers to where they need to be, not necessarily where they intend to go." Surveying my surroundings anew, I discerned intricate details previously overlooked. Golden-framed photographs adorning the walls depicted smiling figures in vintage attire, while the wall clock defied logic with its backward-moving hands. "Fear not," the doorman continued, shutting his book gently. "The elevator shall return when the moment is ripe. For now, why not rest? Time is of no essence here." Settling into the armchair beside him, the weariness that had burdened me began to dissipate. The once disquieting silence now cradled me like a warm embrace. With the doorman engrossed in his reading, I found solace in observing the shadows waltzing on the walls, weaving hypnotic tapestries. The passage of time eluded me, whether minutes or hours slipping by unnoticed. The clock's reverse ticking wove a soothing melody, akin to a lullaby. At the sound of the familiar elevator chime, the doorman remarked, "It appears your path homeward awaits." Rising to my feet, a strange sense of rejuvenation enveloped me. Approaching the elevator, I turned to express gratitude, only to find the armchair vacant. The book, abandoned on the armrest, gleamed faintly in the ambient light. Silently, the elevator doors glided open. Stepping inside, the journey proved brief. Exiting onto the familiar corridor with its burgundy carpet and contemporary lamps, I reached my room and unlocked the door. Before entering, I cast a final glance towards the elevator. The digital display momentarily flickered, revealing an unfamiliar symbol before reverting to its usual 7. Since that enigmatic night, every elevator ride in a hotel prompts a contemplation. Will it lead me to my desired destination or to where my soul yearns to be? And on nights steeped in tranquility, whispers of turning pages echo through the unseen hallway bridging one floor to the next. Story 68. On that hushed night, the snow descended gently, draping everything in a flawless cloak that sparkled beneath the soft glow of the street lamps. As a night sentinel, my duty led me to witness this natural marvel in utter seclusion as I strolled through the corridors of the ancient museum. The time-worn wooden floors murmured beneath my tread, weaving a familiar tune that intertwined with the faint hum of the heating system. Pausing before a grand window on the second story, I beheld the graceful dance of snowflakes through the air, their descent a delicate ballet upon the earth. Yet my gaze was drawn to an anomaly in the museum's inner courtyard. A figure glided among the skeletal trees, but it wasn't the unexpected presence that captivated me. It was the absence of any trace upon the pristine snow. Instinct urged me to consult the security cameras. Making my way to the control room, a multitude of monitors bathed the walls in a bluish luminescence. Diligently, I scanned each screen, seeking a glimpse of the enigmatic figure once more. I found it on a monitor displaying the inner courtyard, yet the image appeared distorted, as if some unseen force interfered with the recording. Determined to unravel the mystery, I embarked on a personal investigation. The museum's silence felt weightier than usual as I descended to the ground floor, my footsteps resonating through the vacant halls, reverberating off the display cases that housed precious relics. The atmosphere was still, charged with a static energy that often heralds inexplicable occurrences. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, the snow persisted in its relentless descent. Pausing to observe, I spied the figure once more. Cloaked in darkness that melded with the shadows, the man, or what resembled one, moved with an uncanny grace, gliding over the snowy expanse. No footfalls echoed, no crunch of compressed snow disturbed the air. With trembling hands, I withdrew my flashlight and directed its beam towards the figure. The light seemed to pass through him, casting peculiar reflections upon the snow. Slowly, the man pivoted towards me, his countenance indistinct, as though fashioned from the same nebulous substance as his form. Approaching the door to the courtyard, torn between professional intrigue and primal instinct, I hesitated. The chill of the glass beneath my fingertips affirmed the reality of the spectacle before me, dispelling any notion of hallucination induced by solitude. Advancing towards me, the figure continued to evade, leaving a mark upon the flawless snow. As it drew closer, the air grew colder, my breath materializing in wisps before me. The corridor's temperature plummeted, a thin frost creeping along the glass of the door. Yet a more peculiar sight caught my eye. In the figure's wake, reality seemed to waver, objects losing their solidity as if his presence distorted the very fabric of existence. Leaves on the trees moved unnaturally, suspended in an invisible medium. Halting a few steps from the door, the man, though lacking distinct features, bore a gaze that pierced through me. A sense of familiarity enveloped me, as if I had known him for eternity, though we had never crossed paths. Slowly, he raised a hand towards the glass, the gesture devoid of menace, almost akin to a salutation. Intricate frost patterns began to form upon the glass, inscribing a message in an ancient script. Struggling to decipher the cryptic symbols, a distant tolling of bells momentarily diverted my attention. When my focus returned, the figure had vanished. The courtyard lay undisturbed, the snow pristine, devoid of any human presence. The frost on the glass had melted, leaving behind glistening droplets that trailed languidly down the surface. In the ensuing days, I scrutinized the security footage repeatedly. No trace of the mysterious figure lingered, only the snow descending upon the vacant courtyard. Yet, on nights veiled in snowfall, when silence envelops the museum like a cocoon, I often find myself peering through that very glass door, anticipating the appearance of that enigmatic entity that leaves no trace. Occasionally, bathed in the perfect light with snow cascading just so, I glimpse a formless shape amidst the flakes. In those fleeting moments, I ponder if our encounter heralded a message of greater significance, a gentle reminder of the enigmas beyond our comprehension, truths that leave no tangible imprint, much like the man upon the untainted snow. Story 69. In the quiet of the night, my footsteps reverberated through the time-worn wooden corridor. The floorboards sang softly beneath my weight, harmonizing with the gentle pitter-patter of raindrops dancing on the window panes. A nostalgic fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and faded paper, wrapping me in a comforting embrace. Standing before the door at the hallway's end, leading to a room untouched for months, I felt a pull, a beckoning from within. The lock on the door shimmered faintly in the dim lamplight, almost as if it whispered to me. I vividly recalled securing it last, the ritual of turning the key thrice and testing the handle for assurance. But that night, an unspoken shift hung in the air. A chill seemed to emanate from the door, and a delicate layer of dust had settled on the brass handle, forming intricate patterns that drew me in. As I leaned closer, the dust revealed circular traces, like invisible fingertips had caressed its surface. The door itself emitted a subtle warmth, a subtle touch of life within its confines. Intrigued, I pressed my ear against the wood, straining to discern any hint of sound. Amidst the profound stillness, a faint rhythm reached me, akin to a slumbering breath. Retrieving the key from my robe, its warmth surprised me as I inserted it into the lock with deliberate care, aiming for silence. The key slid in smoothly, yet when I attempted to turn it, a resistance met me, as if the lock had transformed from within. My heart quickened, not with fear, but with a blend of curiosity and anticipation, a sense of unveiling the unknown. Trying the key in the opposite direction, it yielded effortlessly, releasing a soft click. As the door swung open, a waft of warmth and fragrance enveloped me, reminiscent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonbeams filtered through sheer curtains, casting a silver sheen over the room. Familiar yet altered, the space held a subtle shift. Books on shelves formed new patterns, the armchair had shifted, and an empty cup rested on the side table. It's a detail I didn't recall leaving behind. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingers traced the uneven dust, as if ghostly words had been written and erased. Beside the inkwell, a yellowed paper bore a sentence in a script resembling mine. Time flows differently here. Reading those words, I felt my breath synchronize with the curtain's gentle sway, the room's silence pulsating with hidden murmurs. Sinking into the velvet armchair, I glimpsed the room's reflection in the window, a fleeting shadow catching my eye. Closing my eyes briefly, upon reopening them, the room seemed subtly altered, every object minutely shifted. The warmth of the cup against my palm, a wisp of steam rising, hinted at a presence unseen. Rising from the chair, a shroud of enigma draped over me as I headed back towards the door, my footsteps soundless on the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I glanced back, the room exhaling softly, a slumbering entity. Closing the door gently, I turned the key with a final click, a soothing melody in the hushed corridor. Since that night, a delicate aroma of vanilla tea lingers near the door, accompanied by whispers of pages turning by ethereal hands. Though I've not reopened the door, I sense the room's clandestine existence, cradling secrets best left undisturbed in its silent sanctuary. Story 70. The gentle breeze whispered through the night, carrying with it the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil and the sweet fragrance of night-blooming flowers. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I found solace in the soft exhales of the ancient house enveloping me. The aged wooden beams murmured faintly, as if harboring untold tales within their very fibers. It was amidst this tranquil ambiance that I first caught wind of it, a steady, rhythmic thud emanating from the upper corridor, a sound akin to a door knocker swaying in the wind, yet oddly regular, almost trance-inducing. The warm glow of the reading lamp cast playful shadows on the wallpaper, conjuring fleeting shapes that danced with a life of their own. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, fixated on the persistent beat. Not an irksome noise, but rather one possessing a melodic quality in its unwavering cadence. Rising languidly, my slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug, I gravitated towards the staircase. Ascending the time-worn wooden steps, each one elicited a soft groan, as if the dwelling itself was responding to my inquisitiveness. The thudding persisted, unwavering in its tempo, beckoning me through the dimly illuminated hallway where moonbeams filtered through the lofty windows. Upstairs, the air carried a crispness tinged with the faint aroma of aged wood and beeswax. Trailing the sound, I reached the door to the antiquated library. Shut tight as always, yet the brass knocker continued its rhythmic dance against the sturdy oak. Not a breath of wind stirred. The windows along the corridor remained sealed shut. Entranced, I watched as the hefty knocker oscillated as if guided by an unseen hand, knocking with infinite patience. Drawn closer, almost hypnotized by the perpetual motion, the sound grew clearer, revealing subtle nuances in its rhythm, as if following an enigmatic musical pattern. Reaching out for the brass handle, the chill of the metal beneath my fingertips, polished smooth by generations past, greeted me. Though unlocked, the door resisted my efforts to swing it open, unimpeded yet seemingly held back by a gentle force on the other side. The knocker persisted in its dance, indifferent to my presence, as if enacting an age-old ritual. Seating myself on the floor, back against the wall adjoining the door, I surrendered to the hypnotic beat. Time slipped away as I remained in that trance, immersed in the wordless tale woven by the sound. Eyelids fluttering shut, my mind wandered through misty recollections of ancient libraries and forgotten lore. The rhythm melded with my breath, with my pulse, harmonizing with the nocturnal symphony. As dawn painted the hallway in ethereal hues, I stirred to find the knocker motionless, its reverberations silenced as if never there. Rising slowly, limbs tingling from the hours spent on the floor, I reached for the handle once more. This time, the door yielded without protest. The library greeted me as I had left it the day prior, books neatly aligned, dust undisturbed in the morning light. Yet upon the antique desk, bathed in the sun's first rays, lay an open book I had no recollection of placing there, its pages pristine, beckoning as if awaiting the inscription of a new tale. Since that night, the brass knocker has remained still, yet on the stillest of evenings, a faint echo of that rhythm seems to linger, as if the house itself yearns to recall a forgotten melody.